the methodology for SKOCH award. There are various steps to it. It's a very, very intense, rigorous process, which is what we follow. Normally takes 4 to 5 months for us to complete, and everyone, once it engages with us, we keep coming back to you for further engagements and so on and so forth. So it starts with a call for nomination, and once we receive your nomination, it goes through a first shortlist, which is our internal evaluation. We check for completeness, we check for eligibility, category, and there is a desk research that happens to support the entry that you have made to whatever extent, and in case there is any information that is required additionally, we come back to you asking for more. Followed by which, where we sit today, is the face-to-face interaction, which is what we say jury evaluation. There are two important steps to it. Not only that we say it's a jury evaluation, but it's also a peer evaluation. And the jury scores you on a score of 0 to 10. I've given you 2 examples here. So jury evaluation contains 80% weightage, meaning to say that even for your projects which is being evaluated here, your peers also have a 20% say in that. It's not that whatever jury says is the final vote. So in order to take the objectivity out, we look at all the projects in its totality. Number 1, the score which is given by the jurors, taking an average of that, and then the peer evaluations. So if you can see example 1, for instance, there are 3 jurors. They mark you variously, and the average comes to 6. We take 80% of that. So from jury evaluation, your score in example 1 is 4.8. For instance, you score 10 on 10 across all jury evaluations. Your average becomes 8 out of a score of 10. And with peer evaluation, for instance, there are 20 peers in the room and total marks are 100. Average taken is 5, and 20% of that average is 1. In example 2, it's again a 100% situation, so your score can be 10 on 10. How does it look? By example once again. So jury score plus peer evaluation. You have 4.8 plus 1 becomes 5.8. So you, after today's evaluation round, example 1 is at 5.8 and example 2, since it scored 10 on 10 to start with, remains at 10. We move on to the next stage, which is what we call popular vote.
Okay.
Wherein we create a web page for you, which is called Beacons of Hope, which will have your presentation, which will have your video, your interaction with the jury members, and that page is shared with you, which is what then you can popularize amongst your stakeholders, friends, families, whomsoever, asking them to go through it. In case they like it, then they can give a popular vote. So how does it work? Again, example 1. For instance, total votes received for your project is 150 out of a sum of 1500. So that means the average of your vote becomes 10, and 15% of that average taken is 1.5, which gets added to your score. Example 2 is wherein you get 100%, but it still cannot be more than 10. That means to say the average, whatever is derived at, is at the top. So you are at 1.5. How does it look? Example 1, you added further score to it and became 7.3. While the other one was 11.5, added 1.5% to existing 10. Since it cannot be more than 10, you are still the highest scorer. Now, this is the way to the finals. How does that work? Assume that we took 7 as the cutoff. So semi-final score, your was 7.3 in example 1. In example 2, the score was 10. This is a stage wherein you participate in exhibition. This is a digital exhibition. A full page is created, which is hosted on our portal called exhibition.scotch.in. A number of exhibitions have already taken place, and the kind of footfall that is there, it runs into tens of millions by date. The advantage of participating in exhibition is twofold. One is that your documentation is complete about the project, and it is hosted on the website. So you can host a link onto your website and share it amongst your peer or otherwise stakeholder group for further popularization. And secondly, the institutional history is created. So you have already done the hard work of putting in the nomination. You have gone through the jury evaluation. You are going to be receiving their comments possibly in order to further improve upon your project. And once that is done, you yourself get the confidence that your project indeed is doing very well and should be worthy of consideration for the finals in SKOCH. So what happens is that when you participate in exhibitions, this is now open to all the experts, which is what we call an expert vote, and carries 10% weightage. There are various levels of participation in exhibition. It can be a plain vanilla presentation and the benefit statement, or otherwise it can go as high as putting together a case study on your project, your presentation, your videos, your photographs. Writing about the before and after scenario, what it changed, the total outcome analysis, and so on and so forth. So there are various levels of participation, and this is something which is open to everyone. And the average taken from there again is added to your existing score. So this is way to the finals. You started with 4.8, reached at a score of 7.3, and on the day of the forum, once again, all the projects which participated in exhibition, they come up for a live poll. Now, the first level was wherein you are only talking to your department and your peers. Second level was that you went outside your ecosystem. Third is these are those participants who are doing similar projects in different states. So what could be a possible learning for them? And if they like it, they again give you their consent, their vote, their popular vote, which is what say that I stand for this particular project. And 10% weightage added to your score after this analysis is 1. While in example 2, even if you scored nothing, you are still at the highest score, which is at 10. So this is how it looks at the end of the process. Your semi-final score was 7.3. Your expert vote score was 1. Your live poll score was 1. So it became 9.3. So you started at 4.8. And at each stage, with your own hard work, you kept on improving your own performance, your own weightage and your own score, and reached at 9.3. And since the maximum score allowed is 10, it cannot exceed 10, even if you saw that it became 11.5 and so on and so forth. And taken at this moment, the top performer projects taken as a cutoff, and you can see here that in your own performance, reaching up to the final stage, your own performance as well as the contribution made by your peers has been very important. So at each stage we keep coming back to you, asking you to take your project to a larger audience so that there is a cross-pollination of ideas. There could be mutual learning and sharing. And many a times it so happens that something which is what you're doing here, you have a favorable environment, and the same project is being implemented against an adverse environment. So there could be a learning as to how is it that you converted this to your advantage and emerged victorious. I'll just quickly show you a couple of slides on the state of governance, which is what a report card we've been publishing since 2003 that ranks and assesses the performance of the states and various departments. This is for last year, which is 2021. You can see Gujarat has been at rank 4. West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh emerged as number 1. West Bengal is number 2, Odisha 3, and Gujarat at number 4. There has been a time, just a couple of years ago when Gujarat was at number 1. But looking at the comparative of states between 2014 and 19 and 2021, you can see that still Gujarat happens to be a well performer when it comes to the cumulative score. There are sectors which are top gainers with maximum improvement. Education happens to be one. It was at number 1 in 2019. It slipped to number 4, but it gained in 21 at number 3. Similarly, e-governance was at number 1, dropped to 10, and picked up at number 1 spot. And finance and revenue, so there has been a maximum improvement in these 6 sectors which has been captured in last 1 year for 2021. These are the first time participants. In 2021, geology and mining, sports and youth, forest and environment, ease of doing business, labor, social justice and social security and urban development. So that means to say that there has been a further wider proliferation of the outcome-based benefits in these areas as well. These are a few sectors with enhanced focus, ease of doing business. You have e-governance, forest and environment, geology, mining, labor, social justice and social security, urban development, sports and youth, and education. These are the sectors with stable focus over the years. And 2021 particularly, it was found that police and safety, 2019, 2020 and 2021 is the 3-year analysis. Health, governance, which is general administration, finance and revenue. This is the overall scores of top 10 states in 2019-21. So here you can see Gujarat was number 1 in 2019, and Maharashtra was number 2, and West Bengal at number 3, which jumped to in 2021 at number 2, and Gujarat came number 4. So our effort is that by way of this exercise, encouraging you to participate in large number, because if you do not tell us as to the good work that you have done, we are not going to be able to find out at all. So by way of your sharing with us, we would be in a position to make an assessment, looking at the outcomes, looking at the efforts that have been invested into it, as to know how Gujarat has moved forward. These are our distinguished fellows. Dr. N.C. Saxena, who is former Secretary Planning Commission. Dr. Ramachandran, he was Urban Development Secretary. Dr. Zora Chatterjee, she was Textile Secretary. Dr. Fatak, who is a former professor from IITB Mumbai. Dr. Aruna Sharma, again Steel Secretary. Professor Charan Singh is Non-Executive Chairman, Punjab and Sindh Bank. There are regulators, Dr. Dipali Joshi, she was with the Reserve Bank of India. Dr. V.N. Alok from Indian Institute of Public Administration. Dr. K.G. Karmakar, former MD NABARD. This is only a representative list. And I have the pleasure of introducing the panel of experts today. We have Mr. G.B. Panda with us, who is Senior Fellow, SKOCH Development Foundation. He is MPhil in Sociology and Anthropology and former Senior Advisor, Planning Commission. He's worked in various capacities involving research and field work, planning, policy formulation and evaluation, so on and so forth. He's a visiting fellow with Ottoman Gakun University, Japan, and UGC Fellow, University of Hyderabad. His areas of work include gender, children, PWDs, substance abuse across various ethnic communities. Dr. N. Vijayaditya is a veteran. He's a former Director General, National Informatics Center. His PhD in Information Systems from University of North Carolina. He was responsible for supervising implementation of several e-governance projects at the center and states. Little known fact is that the common services centers that we find at every 10 kilometers today, more than 250,000 of them across the country, The harbinger of that was the citizen facilitation centers, which under his leadership were set up in the whole of Northeast. So if that did not happen, the common services centers would not have been born out of that. So his motto has been reaching the unreached. So he started his e-governance initiatives from far-flung areas which are unreachable. And he was also the controller of certifying authority and worked extensively on developing security systems, including digital signatures. What you see today as a digital signature from MC and so on and so forth, has been greatly contributed by Dr. Vijay. He has done research in pattern recognition and information systems and has been deeply involved in drawing the IT roadmap for the rollout of GST. And this is our ethics policy. I'm joined by my colleague Deepak Dalal. He's Managing Director, SKOCH. So, well, thank you very much for giving me a patient hearing. How we are going to be conducting the day is 15 minutes is what you have to make the presentation. 5 minutes we give for interaction. You have also been given the peer evaluation sheets. So as I said, that 20% weightage is given to the peer evaluation. So you must evaluate each other. And if you do not fill the sheet and return this to us blank, this goes, there won't be a negative marking, but it doesn't really reflect well. So I would urge you, all of you, that you fill that sheet. It's only a score, 0 to 10, and must put your signature, department and mobile number before you submit it. Jury will have, another 5-10 minutes, whatever you think, you can do the interaction. If you want to finish early in 10 minutes, that's your choice. That gives us more time for interaction. Peer evaluation is not just writing that score, it's also about asking questions. So we would like to make this session interactive so that there is a lot more, because we talk to our own ecosystem. Energy will talk to energy, education will talk to education. Rarely we get a chance to talk to each other. So let's exploit this opportunity and interact with each other. It will be, a great learning for us as well. So I wish you all the best. And Deepak, can we invite the first presentation, or otherwise we can start from the left itself.
The first is battery operated vehicle.
Yeah. Thank you. Since you have 15 minutes, I'll give you a buzzer at 12 minutes so that you start handing over. start.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. The Gujarat Renewable Development Agency was established in 1979, and JEDA is a pioneering agency in the whole country in the renewable energy sector. After establishment of JEDA, all other states followed the pattern and having their own model agencies like JEDA. Similarly, in the field of electric vehicles also, JEDA took the initiative in 2010-11, started with the implementation of electric two-wheeler program of Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, with the support of New and Renewable Energy, New Delhi, MNRE. Now I will talk about the state electric vehicle two-wheeler program. You all know that rapid increase of petrol and diesel vehicles for urban mobility adds enormous amount of pollution in the atmosphere and endangering the environment. Vast depletion of fossil fuels is also a major concern worldwide. So the solution is utilization of battery-operated vehicles for urban mobility in the state of Gujarat, and there is a tremendous potential for conversion of petroleum products, and battery-operated vehicles are environment friendly too. The benefits are the battery-operated vehicles are known for its merits, runs without costly petrol, and reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Pollution-free vehicle protect environment from hazardous gases. Eco-friendly vehicles, no noise pollution as runs without noise on the road. There are two categories of vehicles: low-speed and high-speed vehicles. Low-speed vehicles are exempted from RTO registration and driving license by the Automotive Research Association of India (ARAIPA) and International Center for Automotive Testing (ICAT) Gurgaon and other Government of India testing agencies. Batteries can be easily charged at home with very low power consumption, approximately 2 kW or 2 units per charge, and considering ₹6 per unit and average of 60 kilometers per charge, it comes around 20 paisa per kilometer running cost, which is, I think, very cheaper, because the other petrol-driven vehicles almost taking ₹2 per kilometer running cost. Now, the implementation methodology is JEDA under the Climate Change Department, Government of Gujarat, has been instrumental in promoting usage of battery-operated two-wheelers among the students of schools and colleges. This battery-operated program is associated with Education Department, schools and colleges. Under this program, expression of interest are invited for authorization of manufacturers for marketing and distribution of battery-operated two-wheelers in the Gujarat state, and is under implementation by JEDA since 1915-16. This is SKOCH summary launching year is 2015-16. Beneficiaries are students of 9th to 12th standard and college students. The benefit was rupees 10,000 subsidy per vehicle for lead acid and lithium-ion batteries up to 2018-19. Rupees 10,000 subsidy per vehicle for lithium-ion batteries for 2019-20. And from 2020-21, we are giving 12,000 rupees subsidy per vehicle with lithium-ion batteries. The impact is reduction in use of conventional fuel, which results in pollution reduction. Implementation is through JEDA and panel manufacturers with market approach, and the subsidy is dispersed by direct benefit transfer on reimbursement basis. Year-wise target and achievement figures are given here. Almost we have achieved the targets in most of the years, except the corona year, that is 2020. We also upgraded the technology from lead acid battery to lithium-ion battery in line with the FAME 2 scheme, Government of India. This is one of the famous brand vehicles, just to give the idea of the two-wheeler. The other one is
Thank you. It was well deserving applaud for the project that you were pioneered in the state of Gujarat.
yes.
Most of the importance is critical, importance in sense not only for conserving the fuel, especially the fossil fuels, and also not becoming dependent on it, and finding a viable alternative like the battery-operated vehicles. It's good, it's appreciated that the presentation is made very clear. See, there are two aspects that come into mind. Now, since you have put so much effort, money, and ideas to popularize the program, and since when it is operated, this battery operated, कब से हो रहा है?
2015-16.
The scheme is implemented
2000. Okay. क्योंकि आपके करीबन 7 साल हो चुकी है, तो हमने उसको we want to see that what have we achieved through this. Achieved in that can we know the impact of the objective that it has. Our means is to provide battery operated. The objective is to reduce the biofuel consumption and popularize the battery operating and it is complex. How do you assess the impact that कितना vehicle आपका replace किया है fuel run vehicles को, कितना लोगों को वो फायदा हुआ है, pollution rate कितना फायदा कम हुई है, और आपका एक्सचेकर को फ्यूल जगह से कहाँ तक बैटरी ऑपरेटेड में फायदा हुआ है. बाकी रही आपको रूरल एरिया में आप कैसे पेनिट्रेट करेंगे, क्योंकि इट इज मोस्टली अर्बन सेंटर है. आपको बैटरी चार्जिंग तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज है मोस्टली अर्बन, देयर टू स्पॉट्स विल बी truly spread out. So there are certain challenges. These challenges, when we address properly, then we can multiply the number of battery run vehicles with acceptance of the vehicles. अब ये सवाल उठता है कि आपका क्या 2 व्हीलर्स के सीमित रहेंगे या आप आगे 3 व्हीलर पे जाएंगे?
We are implementing in three-wheeler schemes.
Three-wheeler.
48,000 subsidy per vehicle.
अच्छा, उसमें से आपने कितना व्हीकल जो है आपका कमर्शियली वायबल होकर चल रहा है, तो 3 व्हीलर से कमर्शियल व्हीकल्स हो गए, और इंडिविजुअल पर्सनल व्हीकल कितना है? आपने ओवर द 7 years कुछ समीक्षा की है उसकी?
वो हम हर साल जो यूजर्स है, स्टूडेंट्स है, उनसे फीडबैक लेते हैं व्हीकल के बारे में कि उनको व्हीकल कैसा लगा, मतलब यूज करने में कैसा लगा, और धीरे धीरे ये प्रोग्रेस कर रही है इसकी।
नहीं वो समझ रहे
तो क्या है कि डिमांड अभी बहुत है,
नहीं वो
बहुत पॉपुलर हो
वो बात समझ गई क्या आपका प्रयास रहा और क्या उसका न्यूमेरिकल स्ट्रेंथ और आपका हमने अभी क्वालिटेटिव एस्पेक्ट्स में बात कर रहे हैं, गुणवत्ता देख रहे हैं कि क्या फायदा वहाँ में, पोल्यूशन में कितना कम हुई, वो
एक्चुअली वो यूजर से हम एनालिसिस नहीं कर पाते, लेकिन वन व्हीकल कैन रिड्यूस 2.3 kg 1 liter of petrol use.
नहीं वो
वो पूछ रहे हैं कि कॉस्ट बेनिफिट एनालिसिस आपने किया है कि पोल्यूशन में फ्यूल का कंजम्पशन कितना कम हुआ, एक्सचेकर को कितना उसका फायदा
वो
हुआ?
फिगर्स जो है सर, वो हमने वो जो ऑनलाइन अपने सबमिट किया है डिटेल्स, उसमें सब डिटेल्स
वो आप उनसे शेयर कर पाएंगे हमें, अगर आप ईमेल के जरिए हमें भेज दें?
प्रेजेंटेशन में तो मेरे पास अभी नहीं है,
नहीं आज मैं ये नहीं बोल रहा हूँ कि अभी एकदम से आज के बाद में आप वो शेयर कर लेंगे तो एटलीस्ट उनका क्वेरी जो है वो satisfied
डेफिनेटली।
क्योंकि ये जो आप जो बताया जो मैं कह रहा था कि ये एक बहुत बड़ा उपलब्धि है, बाकी जो आपने इनिशिएटिव है उसको एप्रिशिएट, लेकिन उसका आउटकम क्या है, वो निष्कर्ष क्या निकला, वो देखने में आपका प्रेजेंटेशन का और आपके
We have already given the figures in terms of petrol.
नहीं कोई बात ना भेज
and
दीजिए।
CO2 emission.
I have a couple of questions. Okay?
Yes.
The quality of the battery. Okay? You see nowadays quite a few cases the battery is burning, the scooter is getting burned out. So have we assessed something like this about the battery quality and have we taken some steps towards that?
Actually, sir, our role is just to promote and popularize vehicles in the state.
Right.
Political task is done by the company itself or there are testing agencies, Government of India testing agencies like AII and Pune. They are authorized for all automobile industry, not all automotive vehicles. So the political role is not our task actually.
Battery quality is very, very important because
Yes.
it's quite possible people buy the battery scooter and it gets burnt out very fast. So battery quality. The second point is that it's a very interesting question. You said I'm saving pollutions and the statements you made are quite commendable. But let me put this way: the charging of the battery.
Yes.
What is how much energy does it use?
It,
Just one second. So, and the amount of savings you made, pollution savings you made by using this battery. Because if you look at the overall balance of it, the amount of energy which you require to charge your battery is much higher than the amount of energy which you are using electricity, etc.
no, sir, it is very cheap compared to petrol cost. The petrol is 1 liter cost is around 100 rupees.
No. I'm not asking about petrol lately.
Yes.
I'm talking about a petrol you're using to create so many, let us say, kilowatt or power or something like that. Okay, right? To run your scooter, you're in, suppose, let's say, 10 kilometers, 1 liter of petrol, 20 liters of petrol, whatever may the figure may be that particular. But when using the battery, to run the same distances, you have to charge your battery, right? The amount of energy that is consumed to charge the battery is much higher than the energy which you are using to run the scooter.
No, it's not so bad.
It is a question, let me put it away. This question has been asked in years. Given a scenario.
One full charge of battery requires only 2 units of electricity, which is
But how much energy consumed to generate 3 units of energy?
which is coming around 12 to 30 rupees only.
No, I'm not discouraging you. No. Please, sir, I'm not discouraging you. I appreciate the effort and these things. We want to look at that particular aspect.
We have already.
The amount of charge which you require to charge your battery,
Yes.
Western is the energy which you are saving by not using petrol, that you need to compare to that end of the day. That's very important. Because what is you are going to gain? You understand? That's what I'm not discouraging. It's a very good idea. It is required. It is to be done. But how to go about that? Instead of that, why don't you use a solar battery as such? Solar energy.
What battery charging?
Yeah, whatever may be. Whatever may be. I can make a scooter, I can make a two-wheeler using a solar, I can make a compressed solar panel built as a part of the scooter, and then when I drive it, it charges it.
Now every household are getting installed with the solar rooftop system, so they are getting free of cost electricity.
Nothing is free, sir. Nothing is free. Anyhow, my point was trying to say that you appreciate it, but you need to look at the energy consumption vis-a-vis what you are going to get. And the second most important aspect in this particular battery vehicle is that the quality of the battery.
Yes.
How good, how better processes which you can do that. Let's look at a battery recharge. You are going to throw it up, recharge it, whatever it is going to do. You need to work out the complete cycle to make it more beneficial to you. That's all I want to make. I'm not this. Your excellent presentation, the things, products which you are saying, the comments, I agree with that. But you need to look at these two aspects also. Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you, sir.
One more aspect, I'm not seeking an answer to it. I'm just giving a thought. What he said, taking further from that, each vehicle is consuming energy, right, for recharging. And as you grow, right now it's 25,000. You have a target to add maybe 12,000, 13,000 in the current year itself.
Yeah.
If you have 50,000, I mean, the number grows. The consumption of electricity keeps moving up. Right now you are not a power deficient state. So the grid capacity also has to be enhanced in conjunction with the consumption which is what is taking place at the battery charge level.
Yes.
So if that is part of the plan, very good. If not, just leave it out.
I think this point is very important because amount of energy which you require to charge a battery. So how fast, for example, refrigerator consumes 1 watt or whatever may be the vis-a-vis the amount of charge which is required to charge a battery. How we improve grid? Well, let's say the grid has to be improved also because to charge the batteries. And how many times this has to be improved? I think in your paper is fine, but you need to look at the subsidiary aspects also. Look at how, and then there is a plan of action or whatever is required.
One aspect that I just want to just one thing. See, you have an X project. Each every project has to have a kind of a roadmap in terms of what you assess the demand will be, how do you meet that demand will be, what will be the question, how do you coordinate with the vehicles production, like battery, etc. So that you can make it at the very beginning.
Right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is excellent.
Move on to the next one. That's again from Gujarat. Wind power projects installation in the state of Gujarat.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am going to
Can you speak to that mic? That is louder and more audible. Could come closer.
Hello, good morning everybody.
the speaker name. Alright, please go ahead.
The wind power projects in Gujarat. Gujarat is blessed with a long coastal line, and most of the wind potential is available in the coastal line. And it is also largely having the plain terrain and with the moderate complex terrain. Gujarat is among the first state in India to lobby for harnessing the wind energy and power generation in India. Actually, we came with the first highest 10 megawatt wind power project in Lamba in 1990. Then made the demonstration wind power projects. Then gradually we have introduced the wind power policy in 1993. We were the first in the for introducing the wind power policy in the 1993. For the wind power generation purpose, Gujarat has identified 56 potential locations along with the 1600 kilometer coastline line in the Saurashtra and Kutch Peninsula. In the area of the southern coastline and in the northern part of the state, with adjoining border of the MP and the Rajasthan, the state is having the wind gold mine. So, actually total wind power generation potential is estimated around 142.56 gigawatt at the 120 meter height by the MNRE. Earlier, we were in coordination with the NIWE, National Institute of Wind Energy. We have measured the wind potential at 50 meter height, and it was estimated around 30 gigawatts or so. And in the 1993, 2002 and 2007 wind power policy, the capacity of the windmills was around in the kilowatt level. It was around 250 kilowatt to the 900 kilowatt or so at the 50 meter tower height. Then we have measured the wind power potential at 100 meters height, and it was around 85 gigawatt wind potential of Gujarat was there. Now, presently we have measured the wind power potential, and the wind power monitoring is also is in progress now. So at the 120 meter height, we got the 142 estimated around 142.5.
Can I ask a small question?
Yeah.
As the height goes up, the capability of reaching the energy is much higher. That's what you are
Yes. So now this at the 120 meters, the 142.56 gigawatt is estimated in Gujarat now. And now the machines are coming with the hub height of around 120 meter and more. Now recently 140 meter and 160 meter hub height machines are coming, and the machines are now recently coming from kilowatt level to megawatt level. Now prototype testing is running in Gujarat of highest wind turbine capacity was around 5.2 megawatt single machines in India. Now in the next year it will come into the picture for the commercial installation. Now earlier I said that Gujarat was the first to announce the wind power policy in 1993, and subsequently total 5 wind power policies were declared, and at present 5th generation of the wind power policy is in force, that is the Gujarat wind power policy 2016. Present installed capacity of the wind power project is 9279.885 megawatt. In the there are two types of the projects are being installed in Gujarat. One is connected to state utility, transmission utility, and it is under the state power policy. This is 6691.155 megawatt, and central government agency Solar Energy Corporation of India has built these projects, and it is connected to central transmission utility, and under these SECI projects 2588.70 megawatts has been installed from 2018 to 2020 within 4 years.
Connected to the grid.
Yes,
State grid or national grid?
it is the national grid.
National grid.
They are generating power here and consuming at the other states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. So it's a,
Transmission loss is there, na?
there is the transmission losses, but actually central government has given the incentive for them for the.
It's such a long distance from here to Bihar. There is a lot of transmission losses there. What is the transmission
Yes,
loss?
they are actually what is happening. They generating the power in Gujarat and they feed that power to the infinitive grid.
Right.
And the accounting is take place
Okay.
at like that.
Okay, fine.
They are winning that power.
I understood.
Yes. Under the various policies, this is the capacity of installation. In 1993 to 2002, it was the beginning of the wind power sector, we can say. So 149 megawatt was installed. Now at present, 38.47 after 25 years is in running, and 110 mega. Actually, the life cycle of this wind turbine is 25 years. So after 25 years, now 38.47 megawatt is in operational condition, and 2002 to 2007 it was 445.6 megawatt installed, and during this period the capacity of the wind turbine increased from 250 kilowatt to 600 and 900 kilowatt. And the 2007 to 2013 policy, the 2538.64 megawatt has been installed. Particularly in this region, this period, the capacity of the wind turbine was increased from individual turbine increased from 1 megawatt, 1.25 megawatt and 1.5 megawatt. Then in 2016 policy, about 2 megawatt machines has been introduced, and it is around 2806.35 megawatt as of June. It has been commissioned and installed, which has a higher capacity plant load factor. Actually, earlier wind turbines have 18 percentage of capacity utilization PLF, plant load factor. Now it is around more than 25
What is the
percent.
plant load factor?
PLF, that is the plant load.
What is it value?
Actually, the total generation, if 1 megawatt machine is generating the power at 100%, then 1000 unit in 1 hour it can generate.
Okay.
But on the basis of that,
But when you create a wind power,
Yeah.
you have certain capacity you try to do that.
Yeah.
What is actually you get the power out of it when you are really running it up?
Yeah.
What is actually the load that
yes. So actually, whatever the power is generating, if it is generating 1000 unit in 1 megawatt capacity, windmill is generating 1000 unit in 1 hour, then it is the 100% PLF you can say for the particular duration.
Okay. But you doesn't
But
happen.
it is considered the annual plant load factor because the wind velocity is not stable. In the May, June, July, August, we will get the more than 60% of the PLF around so. But during the slack period, you will get less than 10% or 15% PLF is there.
Is there in the state policy, like that in the case of solar, you put it in the houses, for generate electricity. We have similar thing for especially in the coastal areas to have the wind power like that for houses.
Actually, not for the power generation. Windmills for the water pumping windmills has been installed in the coastal areas.
Pumping, I understand pumping, however, I understand in the fields.
For the generating of the power, wind turbine generator
Maybe you can
technology
complete your
itself.
presentation, then we will listen.
Yeah.
My question is that in a normal solar thing, we can put it in the house and generate electricity from that. You can use it also for generating pumps and whatever may be there. Okay?
Basis of the wind, there is a very limited resources and area available in the Gujarat also. Every coastal area is there for the feasibility of that wind.
Right.
And the small generators, which are aero generators, which is not performing as well performed like a big generator. That's why for residents or for the individual generation of the power through wind, it is so far not feasible.
Okay, that's what I
And
want
in
to
the dense area of small village also, you will not get clear potential of wind, so that can generate the wind and that can generate the power.
I agree. So, but basically I was trying to say that in the coastal area where a lot of wind is there, okay, right? Can you not use it for the residential purpose like you are using solar? That's basically my question.
There is a
You pointed it.
yeah, if there is a more wind velocity, that generator also not work.
Okay.
That has to have to lock in.
Okay.
If small generator is
And the safety factor is also to be considered for this.
Fine. I followed.
Please go ahead.
Because the solar is static and this is dynamic.
Right.
And the yearly achievement during the 21-22 is 653 megawatt, and total cumulative as of said earlier it is 9279 megawatt we have achieved.
Just go back to the previous slide.
Yeah.
I always ask the questions.
Thank you. Much of it is discussed and you have clarified much of it. There are 2-3 questions which are more mainly focusing on as to how the people benefit and the government actually. See, mostly these wind power towers are on the coast. You are lucky because the west coast doesn't get that many cyclones like the east coast.
Yeah.
Even then, what is the risk and hazard factor in this, whole venture? And how often do you get such risks in a 5-year span of time in terms of cyclone or some other climatic hazards? And number 2, if that is it, when you install a tower, whatever you call it, how much cost it indulges, and does it justify the output of the power over a period of time? Initially it would. And if so, what is the ratio, cost benefit analysis? Number 2, that what is the proportion of the windmill power that generated from the, what percentage of would be the total production of the state? And what is your perspective warning as you will cover entire west coast? And if you cover so, would you give priority to the coastal people who may not be getting power supply as regularly as from the grid, etc.? Would that ensure this wind power would ensure continuous or as much as possible power supply to the low places? That's all.
Yes, sir, I will ask one question, sir.
yes, sir.
Which is more efficient, solar or wind?
It depends.
Nowadays, wind is more efficient.
No, but wind is not available to generate everywhere.
Normally, sir, actually,
Actually, after all, the generation itself says that
for 24 hours.
See, we had so many options. I remember the 9th
But large capacity, wind is more.
They
More
plant them
large capacity.
they got a big way of looking for an alternative source of energy. They also started planting Jethro plants.
Normally, wind generator has a 70, more than 70% performing efficiency, while solar is only 18, 20, 22%. Because there is a limited hours.
That is what I was trying to aim at.
That is the limited hours availability of the sun. That's why.
I have an academic question.
Yeah.
If you look at world's most efficient wind power generating country, that perhaps is Netherlands.
Yes.
And the kind of wind farms they have, and the height of the the poles and the whatever is much more than what probably what we have put. 120 meters or something, which is what we have. Right. Installing that kind of a generating system compared to 120 meters, what is the impact on generation? Is it lower or higher? Is the same?
Where the height, actually the total generation, it depends on, first of all, the total generation, it depends on the velocity of the wind, then the density of the wind. If the more humid atmosphere, you will get the more generation. In the Netherlands, you see the Netherlands area is below the sea level. So they get more humid atmosphere, and the average wind velocity is more there. So they get more than 60 or 63% PLF over there.
And ours is?
Our is in the Tamil Nadu we get more than 40, and in Gujarat nowadays we receive 35 or 30. But we have more barren land areas, so we can install these windmills. So generally the windmills are being installed far from the localities. That is, you asked one question to me. So, and the MNRE has introduced one guideline for that. So, for mitigation of the noise pollution and for the disturbance of the dwellings, so wind farm to be installed 500 meters far from the dwelling units. So, generally the noise is within the within the limit, even though these measures is being taken up before installation. Then,
got it. Have you tried the BPP mode? Tried partnership mode?
yes, actually these installations is done by the private wind farm owners only. JEDA provide their land for that. Then government is also providing land for in the footprint area with the nominal lease rent. So that barren land is being used, and nowadays we are going with the hybrid projects also. So actually wind and solar is complement to each other, because during the May, June, July, August wind is too high but solar is too low. So you will get the power from the wind, but in the rest of the months you will get solar too high and wind is too low comparatively. So the maximum utilizations of the infrastructure is possible by introducing the hybrid policy.
Now, if you go further inside the land, away from the coastal area, would the success of the wind power will be lesser?
Yes, there are three classes of the land. The A class land which is available in the coastal area of the Saurashtra and Kutch. Then further you go to the Kutch, then semi-terrain area, this is the B class land. So you will get around 25 or 30% of PLF.
Then how much is the proportion that windmill power provides to the state? Total production power output?
12. It is 12%.
Last year it is 12%.
Not bad, 12% is good considering your solar and everything. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If you allow me, I would like to have my presentation.
Which one is that? Okay, number 7. Okay, go ahead.
7.
It's a different type of scheme compared to the solar and wind. We are working for a small institutions like Gausalas, Pandrapols and other institutes which have a lot of wastage like a cow dung and agriculture waste and canteen waste. So this is the...
But sir, may I ask you one question here?
Yes.
After you can make it come back to it.
Yeah.
But we are talking about this biogas, all these
Yeah.
biomass-based power supply. But it's not grown up as one would have expected because it's a pretty old topic which I have been reading for the last couple of decades. Am I correct?
Yes, you are very, very much correct. Because of the two things, it is not grown up.
What is the issue?
First issue is nobody likes to work for the hard work. Everybody wants automations. So far in this biomass and biogas, there is no automation are coming on. It is not an automated technology. It's like बरसों से चली आ रही चीज है ऐसा. और second चीज is धंधा. Nobody like to take the mud or a cow dung from themselves. It's not become an automation. And third thing is it's a dependency, raw material dependency. While in wind and solar there is no required any raw materials.
But they also not grown that well.
No.
Those two are not also that dramatic.
No sir. Since last 10 years there is lot of development has been happening in solar and wind.
I know there is a Visakhapatnam, there is on the C8, they got a solar farm which is a come up, which they are trying to connect it to the grid, right?
Yeah.
But I would say the contribution of these energies to the main national grid is not that much, the percentage if you look at it.
That's true sir, but what is the thing that for solar and wind, initially there is lot of cost. When we have launched the solar projects ground mounted, it cost almost 12 crore rupees per megawatt, while conventional power generation is only for 5 crores. So initially nobody wants to invest that much cost for the power generation compared to the conventional. And still there is a lot of comparison of the economics.
Right.
And that's why actually Gujarat came with the higher tariff of 15 rupees in India for the solar in 2009.
Now there is
Then the
coming down.
price of the solar came down.
Solar panels and prices come down drastically compared to last 10 years.
Yes.
But still it's
That
still a long way
is
to go.
due to that initiation.
Sir, initially in 2002, Gujarat has paid 12 rupees per unit for solar. Now we are paying only 1 rupee 75% to the private players for solar units.
But we are talking about biomass and biogas and all those areas. Why automation of taken place does not take, because we are talking about waste to energy conversion. We are using a lot of waste to energy conversion. A lot of boards we are using that. But why same thing has not been done, the biogas to convert to the automation systems?
Because of the cost, sir. Actually, without automation, it costs 30 crores per megawatt, sir.
Why initiation is not taken for automation purposes?
That's why no player has come in the
That's why I'm asking, what is the issue, why it is not
issue
done?
is the raw material, sir. Because lot of waste is required for generating the power. Waste generation.
You
Go
can
ahead,
go
go ahead.
Yeah.
We will continue the discussion.
Yes. So we have a scheme since like 1985. This is the biogas contain of 65% methane with 1% hydrogen and rest of the carbon dioxide. The caloric value of biogas plant is 4700 kilocalorie and it gives cheap, green and efficient. We are using this biogas only for thermal purpose. Where is implementing various capacity of biogas plant in the institution like 25 cubic meter, 35 cubic meter, 45, 60 and 85. Eligible entities are like I have said, Gausalas, Pandrapool, educational institutes, charitable trusts, dairies and private industries also. And we are assisting 75% to the non-profit organization and 50% to the profitable organization. This is the various beneficiary of the biogas plant: Gausala, Pandrapool, cattle breeding farm, educational institute, agro food processing, urban local bodies and Nagarpalika. While sanctioning the plant, we take some undertakings from the various institutions. It's for the providing land, providing raw material for that, minimum 10 years they will have to guarantee us for the running of the plant, and minor sketch drawings for that. And rest of the things that they will create the unsubsidized cost for the plant. This is the various capacity and requirement of the dungs or waste and waters for the various capacity. That is for 25 cubic meters, which required 40 to 50 kg of dung, and for 85 cubic meters, 140 to 160 kg means total 22 ton of waste, 25 liters of water. This is the normal last year cost for our constructing the biogas plant. 25 cubic meter is 8.33 lakhs and 85 to.
Can you be a bit louder?
Yeah. So for various capacity of the plant, there is a cost we have issued in the last year. We have empaneled almost 10 manufacturers or contractors for constructing this biogas plant. For 25 cubic meter, there is a cost of 8,53,000, and for 85 cubic meter, 17.88 lakhs is the cost. And we are giving subsidy on the total cost of the project. Like 25 cubic meter, there is a cost of 8.53 lakhs. We are providing 6 lakhs 40,000 to the non-profit organization, and 4 lakhs 22,000 for 50% subsidy for profit making. So this is our scheme. This is going on. We have achieved limited plants. We have a target 35, 40, 50 targets in the year, and we are achieving 100% more almost throughout the normal. This is the pictures of the biogas plant. This is called we call it a holder. It is resting on this digester. We give it the digester and constructed in the underground. This is the feeding chamber from where we feed the dung and water into the digester. This is the resting of the holder and the digester. This is the slurry channel from where we get the slurry and we make it a fertilizer for this plant. And this is the burner which we are installing in the house.
Thank you. It's great effort from your side, especially to see that this project is not dying out. It was very old project, nothing new. An important part of this project is that this is mostly, if I'm not wrong, in household driven, or sometimes couple of households depending on the waste production and the viability. You know, your state known for great cooperation and non-cooperation movement. Non-cooperation, need not to say, but cooperation from Satpama, Amul. So, if you link like the biogas that you get from these animals, especially when the milk is collected, in such a way if you can federate biogas and have a larger plant, have to supply to the community, is it possible?
We have tried it. We have tried 10 years back, and we launched one scheme like a gobar bank. We have planned a bank like this. This NTDP Amul Delhi has a collective milk collection system. We have also planned in a gobar bank. Number of villages we can club into that, and we decided to have one community program. What we have said on the larger side. But what happened that when dung collection system has been organized, everybody has put some quantity of water or a mud or like that, because there is also a system of tar system what we are taking from them villagers. In milk there is a system of checking the fat for the milk, but in dung there is no system to check whether the quality of the dung is okay or not.
No, the one thing you said in the very beginning itself, the challenges are more.
Yeah.
So since you know the challenges are more, should we put our efforts into that? Because it's not, I don't know how many people have stopped since its inception and how many have newly adopted. Is that a workable thing in terms of people's acceptance. Our efforts are different.
Right. For looking current situation of the LPG availability and like that, people are not accepting individually for this plant. But in some gausalas in Punjab, there is lot of animals and dung is available ideally, and they are using this dung directly to the farmer. So instead of that, this dung, if they get into the biogas plant, they are getting the gas as well as the nitrogen-based fertilizer from there. So in institution, there is a viability. For individual and community aspect, it is little bit some problem.
Yeah, this is mostly farmer and agriculture based product. Now, since it is a difficult, as I say, it's a difficult. Knowing the challenges that is hard, and you are especially in a difficult situation to sustain such a project which is not achieving a guaranteed future. So why do you indulge in such projects?
Because still there is an institution who wants a fertilizer.
No, whether you are understanding it is for the institution or for the gas.
It is for the institution and they are gas. They are using gas as a byproduct, sir. They are using gas as a byproduct. They are more interested in the fertilizer.
So to make it a comprehensive, like you can innovative, you can think out of the box that way. You can keep the gas in the cylinder, keep it and supply it elsewhere.
No, it is also a costly affair, sir. Supply in a cylinder, it is a costly affair.
No, I mean, sorry to say that this project has lots of challenges.
Yeah.
It's not assured benefits. Not assured benefits, as I see.
Yeah.
So in such a situation, anyway, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take Bal Urja Rakshak Dal program if we have some?
This Bal Urja Rakshak Dal program is initiated in 2004. The main aim is to create an energy literate citizen.
अभी थोड़ा सादिक को सुनने
The all important message, energy skill or life skills for an energy secure future is at the heart of the BAL program. The basic and most important aim of the BAL program is to create Bal Urja Rakshak girls at school levels who will be empowered to play a critical role in the creation and substance of an energy-wise adult society in their own environment. The thought behind this program is power health. The program designed like practical hands-on, action-oriented, grassroots reaching, mass momentum, inspiring people. The trajectory is school to society, school children as a potent, result-oriented medium of change. A sensitive, comprehensive 8-point program, and target is primary and secondary school children. This unique pilot endeavor demonstrated the tremendous potential of children as persuasive, powerful agents of change. Their innocence and natural inclination to support fair, just and socially and environmentally healthy choices can effectively be tapped to create a dedicated team of energy guards or Urja Rakshaks. Urja Rakshaks equipped with the right motivation, energy wisdom and a clear charter of community action can take on the mammoth task of educating energy users about the crucial need to make responsible energy choices and use energy judiciously and honestly. The 8-point program includes celebrating Urja Din in schools, energy-wise homes, energy-wise community, honesty is power campaign, competitions and celebrations, Urja Utsav, voluntary community services. This program we implement through community science centers registered under Biogas, working in science popularization and environment education programs in different districts of Gujarat to take the programs reach to every nook and corner of the state. During 2002 to 2011-12, JIDA provided the knowledge on energy auditing to 1600 Urja Agewans, means school teachers, that has enabled an Urja Raksaks to gauge the consumption pattern of their schools and their homes, imparted knowledge of the electrical gadgets so that they can differentiate between energy-wise devices and the energy guzzlers, and how one could be a wise energy consumer. The program annually motivates a force of 40,000 school children of standard 6 to 11 as Urja Rakshaks and 1600 school teachers as Urja Agevan to make wise energy choices through different activities based from waste project, Urja quiz, slogan competition, essay competition, drawing competition, Urja rally, Urja Utsav at state level, etc. During 2016-2022, every year 20,000 to 40,000 students of standard 6 to 11 have been motivated through sustainable energy awareness programs in schools of different districts and district level Urja Utsav during 2016-17 and 17-18, and last 2 years we have only awareness programs in schools due to COVID. This is online and offline.
I have just one question. How much energy did you able to save by this program? Can you quantify that?
During
outcome of this basically this scheme.
During awareness programs, we emphasize to the students to save 1 unit during a month. Only 1 unit during a month you can save by switching off the lights, fans, switching off this TV remotes.
Did you achieve it?
Yes.
Maybe the wrong question. I just want to see, because you are putting so much effort, so many people are being trained, so many students are, that awareness has been percolated down the level, at least to say, you feel satisfied, yeah, that's what I saved, that village has saved so much energy. That's what I meant to basically understand.
As for what he is saying, is there any monitoring mechanism?
Monitoring.
So what he said on top of that. So how much saved? How are you looking at that?
Because you put a lot of effort
This
there.
is
So many people are trying.
only awareness about the renewable energy sources and these devices, so they can change their LED bulb, original bulbs, CFL bulbs to LED bulbs. So these electronic remote, then energy conservation through solar cookers, they implement these devices also in their houses also. They use that. So I think.
Let me just say a couple of more sentences. In our houses, we always just switch off the light if we are not using them in the house so that we save energy. But in practical, is it happening? How much you are able to save? I was trying to extend this thing in the scale. So many children have this. If the kids are able to implement in their own house to reduce the consumption of energy, let us say they are using 15 watts, let's say 15 kilowatts or whatever it is. What are they able to reduce it by 12 kilowatts, at least 3 kilowatts in a month? That's what I want to try to say that.
This is only awareness program, so we have not gauged that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I accept.
Without monitoring,
I accept.
we cannot achieve results.
Yes.
That's what he's trying to.
Okay, I appreciate and recognize the effort that you are trying to inculcate a kind of responsibility in also along with the awareness as to how power could be saved, especially from the childhood days. Then, has the state government ever tried to include this critical and essential part in the curriculum of the schools?
Yes, yes, sir.
Then, and do you have classes specially to teach this in the villages or in the schools?
In I think every district implement these programs. So in
No,
schools,
we
they have-
should. Don't think about it. We should. It's done because, you see, this is a very important aspect. No matter what you do, the wonder will be done by the behavioral change among the people. So that is what you are trying to do.
Yes.
To make them conscious, aware. So if you can put, kind of monitoring the first part, monitoring with that there is a specific curriculum, extracurricular activity to prove that take one house, say that this amount of energy was consumed in the 2 months back. Now with our efforts, this has improved. With these children and
There
parents
is
are
one activity that is called energy audit. Where this Gujarat Dal, one activity is they do energy audit in their schools and at their homes, where measures the equipments, fan, tube light, computers in their schools, and then in their home, and then they change these LED bulbs and electronic regulators, and then
all right,
they can find.
that's my second point. The other aspect that is across the project presidency, when you have energy policy in this state, that the policy does not take into account the small activities like if you call it a project. It doesn't take it further. We have to have an integrated convertible project at all experts. They know it works. So have you ever tried to look in that way? No. Thank you.
No, your efforts is appreciated. Actually, is required. The knowledge propagation, what you are saying, is very important. Because unless the knowledge goes to the kids, you cannot say in the long run. Only thing is what I was trying to say, have you measured the outcome of your training? That's all I am trying to say. But otherwise, it's very wonderful effort which is required, which is to be propagated. Because we always teach in the house, switch off the light when you are not in the room alone. But by teaching them, by switching on the light, how much you are going to take, by changing to LED light, what you are going to, by teaching the kids of the LED light, it really gets.
स्कूल में जा रही है they are showing that how many energy can be saved from the basic.
That's part of the IC.
Yes, the IC activity.
What is that she can make a chart for each of the children to make a chart how many units last a month, so that we get a feel for it. Whatever.
If they can make the chart of the bill, they get it. Anyway, this is your task of next. behavioral part of it, the thought of it, that is remarkable.
Can you belong to the change?
Serial number 4. Do you have serial number 4? Is that you? Yeah, LED. Yes, here.
Good morning, everyone. JEDA is working in the field of renewable energy as a state nodal agency, as well as JEDA is the state designated agency for various energy conservation activities. So today I am going to present this presentation on LED tube light scheme implemented by JEDA. JEDA is promoting various energy efficient products in the state, and one of the aspects is to provide LED tube lights in government primary school. This scheme has been started since year 2017-18, and till now total 1,15,000, approximately 1,15,000 tube lights have been provided in 11,600 schools. And out of this, by implementing this scheme, total 41.70 MUs cumulative total energy saved and 41,695 tons of total cumulative CO2 emission reduced. And this is the basic parameters of the scheme. Launching year 2017-18, beneficiaries government primary school in the state of Gujarat. Benefit free of cost installation of LED tube light in government school. JEDA is implementing this scheme free of cost. Means 100% funded by the JEDA. Its impact saving of 94 units per LED tube light per annum. So below it is given that how these 94 units have been derived. Means if we calculate conventional tube light as consuming 55 watts, then this LED tube lights consume 20 watts. So clearly saving of 35 watts per LED tube light. And if we consider 9 hours per day running of school time and 300 days per year working days for the school, then we can derive 94 units of saving. So cumulative tube light installed so far is 1,15,000, and the MUs saved and CO2 reduction is given. Here it is given year-wise achievement since 2017-18. Initially in the year of 2017-18, 28,755 tube lights have been provided, worth of rupees 0.90 crore. And likewise it is given, achievement is given for each year, and cumulative achievement is 1,15,434, worth of rupees 3.84 crore. In this slide, a detailed record is given, achievement against the target in terms of number of tube lights, in terms of expenditure, in terms of total school covered, in terms of energy saving in MUs, cumulative energy saved, and CO2 emission reduction. As well as detailed bifurcation is also given in terms of general category school as well as tribal category school. We have a predefined target for general and tribal category school. So likewise we are implementing this project.
Don't have a column how much money they saved. Electricity bills.
Yes, sir.
Number of units you got there, I saw.
Yeah. So multiplying it
I understand. Because the rate varies over the time, enough.
Yeah. So
that is the reason I asked it.
Very, very interesting project.
yes, sir.
I didn't know that the Gujarat schools are in daytime require tube lights?
Yeah, it depends upon the construction of the school and building of the school.
I mean, the schools are constructed without taking, in the convenience of light, air and everything. But you see, this is a serious question.
Yes.
You have done a great job.
Yeah.
You automatically save power when there is a light. Why do you have to put on the light? Daytime. So, where you are investing, I mean, there may be some other critical areas where tube lights could have been effectively used. Whatever gain has come, possibly because you don't use it daytime. What do you react to that?
So, we are also working in the other
देखिए स्कूल तो पहले ऐसे ही कंस्ट्रक्ट की होगी, लेकिन बाद में जो सराउंडिंग जो कंस्ट्रक्शन होता है इसके कारण फिर वो ट्यूबलाइट की जरूरत पड़ती है बाद में। ओरिजिनली तो वो ऐसे ही होगा।
देखिए साहब, एलईडी जब शुरू होता था जापानीज फिगर उसको तो नोबेल प्राइज मिली है।
Actually, he has a point.
Yeah.
These are old constructions.
Old, I understand.
So right now, since it was old, maybe single story or a double story built up, and then the density goes up, the population of the natural light goes down, and probably that is when all this is going on.
Sir, for uniform illumination is required. The middle of the class, lighting is required. On the
अगर अब ये इसका खिड़की खोल
जिस
देंगे,
पे
तो ये
हम भी
लाइट
अगर यहाँ देखते हैं
उधर अंधेरा
अगर
होगा,
हमको
इधर
कूलिंग
लाइट
चाहिए तो ये कर्टेन्स रखना पड़ेगा। दैट्स राइट। और सेकेंडली हम लोग दूसरा एक एक्शन तो एनर्जी कंजर्वेशन का हम लोग अवेयरनेस से कर ही रहे हैं कि हर एक स्कूलों में एक अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करते हैं कि भाई आपको कब लाइट चालू करना है, कब बंद करना है, और कितनी लाइट कब चालू रखना है। तो दोनों तरफ से अवेयरनेस करना है और
ये तो समझ गया मैंने कि जो पुराना कंस्ट्रक्शन है सैटेलाइट ना हो, एक होने का हो, दूसरा होने का नहीं,
हाँ
वो समझ गया। बट बाइंग अप डे टाइम लाइट आता है, सन गॉड इज काइंड। एनीवे, the other aspect which is critical to this, see, you have entire educational sector. You have lots of schools, infrastructure. Why don't you make it a movement across all the schools, all the higher educated schools, technical schools, wherever such lights are required, only by restricted to schools. Because benefits you are showing good, then it will be lot of benefit.
Sir, means every year we have definite budget for implementing this school, and this scheme has been started since 2017-18. So in phase manner we are doing this. Since now total means 90% of the districts, 90% districts primary schools have been covered, and I think within next year all the primary schools of all the districts will be covered. Then in next phase, then from the next year other sectors can be covered.
So
in phase manner, in phase manner this scheme is being implemented.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
And in case of your first question, sir, daylight, utilization of daylight, I would like to draw the attention that JEDA is also working in the field of energy conservation and building code. We are trying to get it notified in the state. So once if this code will be notified, and then we hope that most of the construction, means most of the buildings will be constructed based on this code. So maximum utilization of daylight will be there.
That's what I'm saying. If you converge with the solar light, you will save more.
Yeah. So we are also working in that field also intensively. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, good. Thank you.
Sir, I have a small request. I look after for the other project also, which is the similar project, implementation of providing star-rated fans in the school. So if I get
Serial number 6.
serial number 6, sir, yeah. So if I get permission, so I would like to make the presentation for the same also. This scheme is also started in the same year of 2017-18 to promote with the same motive, to promote the energy efficient product in the state of Gujarat. And till now total 76,000 26,000 fans are provided in 8,760 schools, and till now by implementing this scheme, 12.56 MUs cumulative total energy saving and 12,557 tons of total cumulative CO2 emission reduction over the period of 5 years. Here, if we consider conventional fan is consuming 70 watt, then by providing the star rated fan, we are saving 20 watts per fan. 20 watt of energy saving per fan. So, in terms of units, we can quantify it that savings of 54 units per fan per annum. And so these figures have been derived that cumulative over the period of 5 years by providing 76,000 number of fans, we have saved 12.56 MUs cumulative total energy and 12,057 tons of total CO2 reduction. This is the year-wise achievement against the target. So till now, total 76,000 fans worth of rupees 9 crore 21 lakhs have been installed in total 8,000 plus schools. And this is the detailed bifurcation as given in the previous presentation in terms of achievement against the target, in terms of number, in terms of achievement, and detailed bifurcation in terms of general category and tribal category area school. These are the outcome of the scheme, that is energy conservation, environment conservation, reduction in consumption of fossil fuel, reduction in CO2 emission, reduction in pollution and greenhouse effect.
ठीक है, हमें इसको तो काफी क्लियर रहेगा कि आपका क्या स्टाफ रिलेटेड फोन्स आएगा तो पावर बच जाएगा, लेकिन एक ही स्कूल में दो स्कीम, एक एलईडी का हो, एक फैन हो, ये दोनों कंबाइन करके उसको सोलर के साथ तो जोड़ दें तो बेहतर नहीं होगा? स्मॉल स्कीम से इट्स नॉट रेशनल टू गो सच ए वे.
Yes, sir. The next session I am taking this project, and we are also installing solar rooftop system on government schools. So
नहीं, वही कह रहा हूँ, ये सारे अलग अलग क्यों रखे, एक क्यों नहीं करते इंटीग्रेटेड स्कूल की तो बात है ना. देयर विल ऑल का ऑब्जेक्टिव है कि पावर एनर्जी सेव करना, चाहे फैन हो, सोलर एनर्जी हो या आपको एलईडी लाइट, तो एक ही ऑब्जेक्टिव के छोटे छोटे स्कीम में आई मीन इट डजंट much help as a perspective.
Yeah, we are reducing consumption also, and we are also trying to supply green energy to school also. So it's applicable. The scheme is different, but the funding pattern is different, and the solar, for the case of solar potential, the terrace available, space on the terrace, free space over the terrace, building age, Purana building and I building it. So first is that the replacement of old technology with the new technology of LED or star rated fan is first. Then we will search for the schools that it is available with open, the space is available on terrace or not. So first, it is small things, but it is also important for in the long run.
Nothing is unimportant. Only thing is all important things could be clubbed together.
Yeah.
Because all the important duplication of schemes is not cost effective in governance sense. That's what I'm saying.
Sir, vendors are also different.
Your point is valid, so is his point.
Yeah.
So, दोनों स्कीम जो था, I think started in 2017, right? Simultaneous शुरू हुआ, LED का भी और fans का भी. तो कितने fans LED lights तो आपने नया install किया, fans कितने आपने replace किए?
76,000.
What happened to the old fans?
मतलब ऐसे ही फैन लिए थे कि जो बहुत पुराने थे, मतलब ज्यादा एनर्जी कंज्यूम हो रहे हैं. हम लोग ये समग्र शिक्षा अभियान जो है
वो हम समझ रहे हैं, आपने उनको रिप्लेस कर डिस्पोजल कैसे किया? वो 76,000 फैंस, इट्स अ लार्ज नंबर.
एक्चुअली हम जो ये स्कीम इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं वो समग्र शिक्षा अभियान के साथ मतलब उसके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करके करते हैं. तो रिक्वायरमेंट भी हम उन्हीं से मंगवाते हैं कि जो बहुत पुराने फैन हैं, मतलब जो प्रॉपर्ली नहीं चलते हैं, तो मतलब उसको डिस्कार्ड ही.
तो इसका जवाब आपके पास ना होकर के एसएसए के पास होगा.
हाँ.
नहीं, ये तो कह रहे हैं कि आप अच्छा कर रहे हैं.
नहीं, छोटे नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I'm only trying to seek some clarification.
अच्छा, no, वो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आप बहुत अच्छा.
दूसरा सवाल मैं पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि ये जितने आपने फैंस रिप्लेस किए, उससे इन cumulative terms आपका wattage कितना save हुआ?
Here is the cost slide.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, in cost slide I have given this. Till now, by implementing of the scheme, 12.56 MUs cumulative total energy saving and 12,000.
Is equal to money.
देखिए जो सर का पहले भी क्वेश्चन था कि टैरिफ वेरीज मतलब टाइम के हिसाब से टैरिफ है हाँ
कुछ एवरेज एनालिसिस किया आपने कितना
इन टर्म्स ऑफ रुपीस में किया है सर
आपने 9.5 करोड़ रुपीस इन्वेस्ट किया है
हाँ जी
क्या वो ब्रेक इवन हो गया आपका इन टर्म्स ऑफ सेविंग्स
हाँ वो निकालना पड़ेगा टैरिफ मल्टीप्लाई करके पर अगर एमयूज निकाले हैं तो वो इजीली कैन बी कैलकुलेटेड
इसमें भी और आपका एलईडी वाला भी जो है दोनों में वही सवाल है कि जितना इन्वेस्टमेंट आपने किया क्या उसकी रिकवरी हुई इन 5 साल में तो ब्रेक इवन हो गया है तो वेरी गुड नाउ इसके बाद आपकी सेविंग्स
But you already have these figures. You already saved number of units. You have to look at the time what is the price of the unit of the electricity. Then you do that. You will get
it can be easily calculated.
No, it's a convertibility only or कुछ.
You already have those figures. You just basically have to do mathematics.
Don't take me otherwise. I just only suggest that you are doing small, छोटे-छोटे कर रहे हैं. इससे छोटे-छोटे मिलाकर बड़ा उद्देश्य जो जा रहे हैं एनर्जी सेविंग के लिए वो सारे के सारे कंपोनेंट्स हैं. तो provided with a very comprehensive approach and
But I think he is trying to say that each scheme is different. It is being funded by different department. So it is being currently used as a pilot movement process. And subsequently one can think of combining together a subsequent project of that particular.
In a planning development approach, we will not multiplication of people of schemes. We want to reduce it so that आपका ये governance cost, administrative cost कम हो जाएगा. You work on that. I'm sure I've seen this while in planning commission. We discourage number of schemes with a slight difference. Try to convert those schemes. 136 schemes central proposal scheme था. 12 सरकार
But so new schools are buildings are coming with this open space, open window, large window, and with new technology of lighting and fan.
Very good.
They have already taken. These are the we are talking about the old buildings. जिसमें पंखा भी ऐसे चल रहा है कि we have to some effort करना पड़ेगा वो घूमेगा. So वो फैन रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं. जो फैसिलिटी मिलनी चाहिए वो नहीं मिल रही थी. वैसे फैन हमारी रिप्लेस कर रहे हैं. हाँ वो केस है कि आपने रिप्रेजेंट किया तो जो पुराने फैन है उसका क्या किया तो गवर्नमेंट में प्रोसीजर इस बहुत लंबे है.
सिर्फ एक लिमिटेड ऑब्जेक्टिव था पूछने का कि अगर आपके अंडर है तो देयर इज एन एंड टू एंड. लेकिन दैट वी फुली अंडरस्टैंड दैट लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स वर्क इन साइलोस. आप कुछ करेंगे कोई दूसरा कुछ करेगा तीसरा कुछ करेगा चौथा कुछ करेगा तो हर एक का बेनिफिट स्टेटमेंट उनके पास है. आपने अपना दे दिया आपके पास उसका जवाब नहीं. नो प्रॉब्लम. अगर मिल जाए तो अच्छा है नहीं मिले तो वी आर looking at your implementation in its totality. And so far this is a very good implementation combined with the LED. I'm sure is equal to a huge savings which are going to be there in times to come.
Yes sir.
Very well answered. Thank you. Can we take serial number 5 next or which one is it?
Sir, 9th number.
Number 9. Okay, fine. Please go.
The last one in this system.
Yeah. Page number 1. Last one.
See, when we are discussing these things, we can't help but come up with some suggestions. Not mean that we are critical.
Yes.
Whatever efforts you are doing, we try to give a helping hand in
Yes,
this.
sir. It is more good for the society.
And that helps us to understand better also.
You are experienced with so many things, so we can have benefit for it. Sir, my name is Narayan Madhu, Joint Commissioner Higher Education. This is about Panchkatal initiative taken by our Honorable Governor Sri. rise to achieve following objects: to ignite the spirit of patriotism and nation building in the young students, to make students responsible citizens. Students can voluntarily participate in various activities according to their interest. So we have divided these Panch Prakriti. There is 5. That is one is Fit India. Second is anti-drug and anti-pesticide. Third is cow-based natural farming. Fourth is prevention of corona infection and vaccination. Fifth is environment, hygiene, sanitation, water conservation and water storage. This is a 5 Prakalp.
Prakalp is what? Promise.
No.
Promise. Prakalp is an activities.
मैं इसका कुछ है एक वर्ड है मैं 5 ways.
Prakalp is project.
5 ways.
Prakalp is project.
हाँ.
Panch Prakalp scenario. So what is the scenario? There are misconception about the people into different folklore regarding corona infection vaccinations. Present problems of atmospheric pollution and global warming, excessive use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides, excessive addictions among the youth due to consumption of intoxicating substance. फेडरेटेड आर्किटेक्चर की हमारे एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के पास वो है, एक CHE मतलब कमिश्नर ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, सेकंड इज डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ टेक्निकल एजुकेशन, और वो कंसर्न जो टेक्निकल और हायर एजुकेशन की कॉलेजेस तक ये सब जाता है. लिस्ट ऑफ एक्टिविटीज: स्ट्रीट प्ले, रैली, प्रभात फेरी, एजुकेशन कंपटीशन, इलॉक्यूशन कंपटीशन, मीटिंग डिस्कशन, ऐसे कंपटीशन, ड्राइंग कंपटीशन, athletics as well as organizing rural sports. ऑनलाइन कोऑर्डिनेशन हमने उसके लिए एक पोर्टल डेवलप किया है, तो उसके लिए जो डे टू डे जो एक्टिविटीज है जो होती है वो उसके ऊपर हम मॉनिटर करते हैं. Each university as well as college will have select 10 villages from the district. In case the entire urban area is there, 1 ward will have to be selected. प्रिवेंशन कोरोना इन्फेक्शन वैक्सीनेशन में टोटल रजिस्टर्ड इंस्टीट्यूट 382, इंस्टीट्यूशन कन्वीनर 382 है, स्टूडेंट्स 2292, मतलब अकॉर्डिंगली ये सब स्टैटिस्टिक्स है, अलग अलग एक्टिविटीज. तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि प्रिवेंशन ऑफ कोरोना इन्फेक्शन एंड वैक्सीनेशन में हमने क्या किया है. तो टोटल वैक्सीनेशन वॉलंटियर्स एट डिफरेंट हॉस्पिटल्स है 41, vaccination awareness program at different villages 11, mass distribution program 73, और vaccination program at various universities and colleges 46. In second, environment, hygiene, sanitation, water conservation and water storage में events हमने plastic free campus campaign किया 37, tree plantation activities 89, sanitation स्वच्छ भारत campaign में 26, और water conservation and storage activities, that is sensitization activities, that is 34. In cow-based natural farming, 900 students for 14 gram Vidyapits visited Bansi Gir Gausala and get training for natural farming. Then we have organized a stall in Parva Utsav where 60,000 people have visited this stall, and we have distributed 5,000 bottles of bacterial culture for organic farming. Farmer meeting for natural farming awareness and training 28. Faculty training program 1, where there is a workshop where there 250 faculties and program officers were present. Seminars in different colleges 44. In different gram Vidyapit students adopted farmer for natural farming guidance, that is 28. Anti-drug and anti-pesticide, prevention of dowry practice and femicide. Anti-drug awareness rallies 30. बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ campaign 32. Seminar in different colleges 58. Program for prevention of dowry practice 39. Fit India events completed 167. इसमें sports events organized in different colleges 25. Fit India run 150 where 41,267 students participated. Mini marathon 27. Outcome of the scheme. After deployment of this scheme, physically and digitalization of this scheme leads to a drastic change. The portal, by looking at various activities completed by institutions, leads to increased awareness among people about social distancing, maintaining mask wearing and vaccination rate increased. The proportion of tree plantation increased, wastage of water reduced, the use of single-use plastic was reduced. The use of chemical fertilizer decreased, natural farming began to use manure and botanical pesticides. The prevalence of addiction as well as social evils decreased as there was awareness among the youth. Fit India appeal has increased the interest and awareness among the youth towards field supports. Participants 57,038 students from various universities and colleges of Gujarat have taken up various activities such as street plays, rallies, preparatory education, elocution competition, discussion meetings, essay competitions, painting competitions and rural sports based on above said projects and events. Total 182 lakh grant has been made by the state government for the implementation of the scheme. Every university will get up to 1.5 lakh and every college will get 15,000 grant for this scheme. The activities taking place across the states are coordinated and monitored by the Office of Commissioner of Higher Education through the Panch Prakal portal. Achievement of this scheme. 861 activities have been completed in different colleges in entire states. Total, each 33 districts of Gujarat, many Panch Prakal schemes have been disseminated by the students and large number of common people have been made aware of the same. We are tracking physical activities through common portal and making it more decisive for administration. As a result, many villages have been become familiar with this scheme and many villages covered by institution which is available on the Panch Prakal portal. This has also been the main project of this scheme. Well, प्रोजेक्ट हमने जो पोर्टल बनाया है वो इसका प्रेजेंटेशन बता दीजिए.
हाँ उतना खत्म कर लेते हैं क्योंकि पीछे बढ़ जाएगा बात चलिए बता दीजिए आप क्योंकि गुजराती में
इसलिए बताया कि ज्यादातर हमारी
नहीं वो तो आपको बैकग्राउंड है सही किया सही
क्योंकि ज्यादातर एक्टिविटीज क्योंकि फिर जब तक वो उसका जो मॉनिटरिंग नहीं होता तो ये इफेक्टिवली नहीं होता है. इसलिए
आपका तो
पूरा प्रकल्प है डिजिटलाइज किया है और उसको हम मॉनिटर करते हैं.
इसका कोई डैशबोर्ड आपने बनाया?
यही डैशबोर्ड.
लेट्स सी द डैशबोर्ड.
Basically portal developed by Education Department.
This portal has also got award from your SKOCH. Then last year.
Basically, this is the nodal officer from various universities. This is whole state initiative. So
One nodal officer per university.
per university. Total 92 universities are there. Presently 48 universities registered on our portal. And nodal officers are assigned. Coordinators will be from different colleges, and after on this nodal officer can assign 2 assistant nodal officer for their help. And then the committee formation is there. We are having different main heads of these activities. Corona Sankraman, then for the environmental purpose, for the
Is
drug
it an
purpose.
online dashboard? Is it an offline?
Online, sir.
Online.
I just do this login.
Updated as of
Updated. This is updated till now.
Till now.
Till now, presently. So this many committee for each and every prakalp there are committee formation, 1 professor and 6 students from each year, 1 male and 1 female. So 3 male students, 3 female students and 1 faculty member will be there in each and every committee. Then village details. So presently 2,868 villages covered till date from Gujarat, where the different activities has been placed. Then the events that is scheduled, presently 2,551 activities planned and 873 activities has been completed from different universities and institutions.
Tell me, 15,000 rupees to each college? Is that what it says? And each college is performing how many activities? In those 15,000?
Yes, from that rupees.
At least
That's the question.
Yes.
So if there are 861 activities which are there being performed differently by different colleges, so if one college takes up 100 activities and 15,000 rupees, divided by that comes to a few hundred rupees. Is it possible in that money to organize an activity?
Yes, it is possible.
No, you must be doing it.
Yes,
That's what I'm saying.
yes, we are
doing this.
So would you like to have some additional funds for this expand the activities?
That's the next question, sustainability and scalability.
So if you want that,
Yes.
have you tried to explore all of these activities under center, all the departments within the remainder, they are supporting the same activity. If you can rope those things, so that will, because what center does you don't know, what you do they don't know.
Yes.
So if you can combine that, not only because after center won't implement, you are the action here.
Yes.
So if you can coordinate with the concern like drug abuse, social justice साथ करिए, health का तो health के साथ करिए, home and house and all. Similarly, various programs जितना भी 121 activities ना, that all central scheme में है, funds है, available है. जिस तरह वो करना चाहते हैं, उसी तरह वो करवाते हैं. लेकिन ये है कि आप उसको tie up करें.
But within the available resources, are you happy or you ask for more?
No, we are not. We are
Not
only
unable.
1 year old project. This is only a 1 year old
It's
project.
1 year.
1 year old project, and half the year is gone into Corona. So
No, this is right.
we are not happy, but we are doing our efforts.
By the way, यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल में
हाँ.
कौन सोशल वर्क डिपार्टमेंट देखता है, कौन देखता है कि ये एक्टिविटी सोशल वर्क
ज्यादातर हम NSS कोऑर्डिनेटर
वही करते हैं ना सोशल वर्क डिपार्टमेंट.
हाँ, NSS.
ठीक.
Because NSS is also run by our office. So all that is. So we are using this NSS. We are also try to incorporate with NCC also. NCC.
Again, an academic question. In order to scale this activity, sponge per car, and to take it to the next level and also make it sustainable, 182 crores is what you have. What is the right amount do you think would be required to take it to the next level? Although you have spent only 6 months. So what's the budgetary allocation should be there that it is falling deficient of?
182 crore है also sanctioned by our
सर ये पूछ रहे हैं,
हाँ,
अगर आप इस प्रोग्राम को आप विस्तार करेंगे या आगे बढ़ेंगे,
हाँ,
तब आपको क्या पूंजी का जरूरत पड़ेगी, वो उस राइट वही है. तो वो पूंजी को क्या आपने क्या हाउ आर यू कॉन्टेम्पलेटिंग
प्लान्स क्या है?
प्लान्स क्या है?
हम दूसरे जो डिपार्टमेंट की जो स्कीम है उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करने का प्रयास करेंगे दूसरी स्कीम, क्योंकि वो सरकार को ऐसी स्कीम के लिए ज़्यादा फंड मेरे ख्याल से मुश्किल है, लेकिन देगी नहीं, इसलिए हम इन्होंने जो स्कीम कहा ऐसे हम ट्राई कर रहे हैं कि जैसे गेड़ा है तो गेड़ा है एनर्जी सैनिटेशन है तो अवेयरनेस में करो उसके साथ करेंगे, हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ, एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट के साथ काम।
आपके जितना विलेज कवर कर रहे हैं
हाँ
उसमें ट्राइबल विलेजेस कितने होंगे? अब तो ट्राइबल ज्यादा कह रहे थे ना,
सब जितने ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है उसमें सब हो जाते हैं
सब
पूरे इंटायर 30
आपको तो बस आइडिया दे रहा हूँ
यस
कि ट्राइबल सप्लायर का फंड लीजिए, स्पेशल सेंट्रल असिस्टेंट ट्राइबल सप्लायर लीजिए, आर्टिकल 271 का फंड है वो आपका है, स्टेट फंड है, सेंट्रल के पास पोस्ट ऑफिस है वहाँ, तो आप लीजिए उसको।
श्योर
पॉइंट वेल टेकन। क्योंकि आप सरकार में हैं तो आपको मालूम है क्या करना है, ठीक है? दिस इज अ सप्लीमेंट्री इंफॉर्मेशन।
यस सर,
confirming what you know is actually correct. That's part one of the story. Part two is कि इसी प्रोजेक्ट को जैसे आपने भी 6 महीने चला अब डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हैं यहाँ बाकी सब डिपार्टमेंट्स की कोलैबोरेशन। तो देखा अमूमन ये जाता है कि प्रोजेक्ट बहुत फैनफेयर से शुरू होता है, फिर स्लो डाउन हो जाता है, फिर वो डाउन होता है। तो हम नहीं चाहते कि ये किसी भी तरीके से हो, तो इसलिए हमने ये 2-3 सवाल आपके सामने रखे थे कि प्लान क्या है, और वही 2-3 सजेशन आपके सामने थे कि ये आपके सामने पॉसिबिलिटीज है क्या व्हेन इट कम्स टू कोलैबोरेशन विद अदर डिपार्टमेंट्स, देन दे हैव देयर ओन लिमिटेशंस।
यस
सो इसलिए हमने कहा कि 182 करोड़ तो आपके लिए बिल्कुल सफिशिएंट नहीं है, कम से कम 500-600 करोड़ मिलेगा तब आप इसको आगे बढ़ाओ। दैट्स व्हाट आवर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, बट सो फार आई थिंक द बिगिनिंग हैज बीन मेड व्हिच इज वेरी गुड। कांग्रेचुलेशंस।
स्टूडेंट्स नहीं करेंगे तो फिर आगे जाके वो ये सब जो 5 एक्टिविटीज
नहीं वो आपको कहना है कि स्टूडेंट्स आते जाते रहते हैं,
हाँ।
प्रोग्राम अब तो रहना चाहिए।
ये प्रोग्राम तो चालू रहेगा सर।
नहीं उसके
We
बाद
are also running the NSS activities entire the state.
उसको एक प्लान रोड में बनाएंगे ना, कितना एक्सपेंड करना कहते हैं वही सर उसके। एनीवे आप मैंने जो तुम कहा आप पर्याप्त फंड यहीं पे मिल जाएगा, आपको जो अदर डिपार्टमेंट्स है उनसे करके पकड़ते तो
दूसरे ही होगा सर, क्योंकि इतना फंड तो मिलेगा नहीं हमको, हमारे लिए मिलेगा नहीं, दूसरे के साथ ही हमको कोऑर्डिनेट करना पड़ेगा।
वही एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं, वो खुद नहीं कर रहे हैं, आपसे करवाते हैं, तो फिर आपको पैसा नहीं क्यों दे सीधा बात, जो तो यहाँ के कभी नहीं करेंगे पैसा।
इसमें हमारा एनएसएस का जो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का फंड आता है उसमें एनएसएस में हमारे पास अभी 2 लाख वॉलंटियर्स हैं, और इस एक्टिविटीज को हम एनएसएस के एक्टिविटीज के साथ जोड़ देना चाहते हैं, जिससे उसका फंड भी एनएसएस का आता है और उसमें एक्टिविटी भी हो जाएगी साथ में, उसमें कोई आगे उसके चलाने में दिक्कत नहीं होगी।
हाँ वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, इनोवेशन से ही चलने वाला है, पैसे से कम इनोवेशन ज़्यादा चाहिए, एंड यू नो हाउ बेस्ट टू डू इट। With our limited knowledge and understanding, so the panel has made a couple of recommendations. You can leverage those. Fantastic. Thank you. We can take one more presentation before breaking for lunch. So this serial number 5 there. आपका कौन सा 5?
Good base.
this scheme is basically to save the wood up to 40 to 50% for cremation of body. It is developed for more faster and greener cremation of human body with selling of wood. The enrollment of the applications as data is done in the name of Gram Panchayat, Taluka Panchayat, Nagarpalikas. The contribution of rupees 1,000 per system as a coupon amount is collected for the registration of the application. Under the scheme, the system is installed at Smashan Gurus of Gram Panchayat, Taluka Panchayat, Nagarpalikas who are maintaining the Smashan Gurus. The scheme is implemented through JEDA's registered manufacturers or suppliers. They are required to supply and assemble the system at site. The selection of the manufacturer is done through GEM portal. Cremation done as per 100% the Hindu tradition, taking care of the asta and belief of the people, having provision of Kapal Kriya and Panch Samadhi and important rituals of the Hindus. Cremation time reduced for 2 hours approximately against 4 hours required for cremation in open fire system. Wood saving is due to use of improved cremator is more than 40% compared to the traditional open cremation method. The open cremation method requires about 350 kg wood per cremation. Due to reduction of wood consumption, pollution also reduced compared to open fire system. This is the data of 6 years implementation of the scheme. Till now we have implemented 5,650 crematoria.
What's the total number
5,650
that you have done out of
cumulative figure
in the entire
in this
state?
entire these 5 years.
No. How many total
What is the
crematoria?
total number of crematoria in the state?
Till date 5,650.
The conventional कितना से?
Conventional
They cannot be.
in every villages I think
Every village will have one.
yeah.
And bigger size of the town, they will have more than one.
Yes.
But they are all registered under the
Yes.
Panchayat and Nagarpalikas.
So what is that number? Registered crematoria.
That I have to count.
Any rough number?
More than 25,000.
25,000. What's the number of villages in the state?
Correct.
Anyway, the study is asking us to know as to how much coverage you make.
This year we have planned for 1,200 numbers. Our target is 1,200 numbers.
तो आपका ये टारगेट है कि जितने भी हैं सभी को इलेक्ट्रिक में कन्वर्ट करना है?
ये इलेक्ट्रिक नहीं है, wood based है. Wood based है.
Just to save the wood.
जो ओपन फायर है उससे कंपेयर में ये 40%
40% कम होता है।
किस तरह टेक्निक कैसे है इसका?
इसका टेक्निकली जो डिजाइन किया है वो क्या है कि कंट्रोल एयर मतलब जो ओपन फायर में जाता है एयर इससे ये कंट्रोल एयर होता है तो 40% रिडक्शन
That's why in Ladakh, what they do is that they do the same thing. They don't have wood. They make a oven kind of a thing. उनका होता है. The body is kept and the fire. The less of wood. Yeah. The cremation is that the way you do?
No, it is open
It's open bed. The picture that is there.
like
Yeah, it is. The open bed. And this is the steel one.
casting.
Okay.
Proper air circulation.
वो नीचे से ये उठाना है तो combustion ज़्यादा होता है।
तो मतलब combustion जल्दी हो.
The second thing, fixed amount of wood we can place.
Yeah.
Excess wood भी नहीं जाएगा उसमें.
Yeah, but this is a good thing. You should take it in a big way. Like suggesting total कितना है? You make it a target as and how it is feasible, financially, and approximately 40% saving of wood means how much saving of forest and greenery. So that you're right.
Because last Friday
ये मैडम ये और कहीं होता है और कोई स्टेट में? अच्छा,
वैसे नहीं होता है शायद।
थैंक यू.
Do we have number 8 also with us? That's the geographic education mapping of higher education. Yeah, please come.
Good afternoon to honorable experts and jury members. Sir, I am R.K. Shah, and I will try to keep the presentation brief and at the same time effective. Sir, ये फर्स्ट स्लाइड में आप देख रहे हैं हमारा जो इंटरेस्टिंग ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म क्रिएट किया है जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात ने, एंड द नेम ऑफ द आवर प्लेटफॉर्म द जियोग्राफिक एजुकेशन मैपिंग ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन. ये शॉर्ट में जैम है, GEMHE फर्स्ट वर्ड लेके हमने जैम है इस नेम से काफी फेमस है. हम लोग इस पोर्टल पे या ये इंटरेस्टिंग पोर्टल पे जाते हैं उससे पहले सर मैं जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से आता हूँ उसके ब्रीफ में 2-4 बात मैं कहना चाहता हूँ. सर ये मैं नॉलेज कंसोर्टियम ऑफ गुजरात जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ गुजरात का एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया गया एक सोसाइटी है जो ऑटोनोमसली काम करता है एजुकेशन को हायर लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए, या उसको कोई एक्ट जैसे हम एक थिंक टैंक की तरह काम करते हैं नॉलेज कंसोर्टियम ऑफ गुजरात. और इसको गवर्नमेंट ऑफ सोसाइटी है इसलिए प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी एंड कमिश्नर ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन की डायरेक्ट सुपरविजन और डायरेक्शन में गाइडेंस से हम इसमें काम करते हैं. इसके साथ साथ ये जो प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी और कमिश्नर के साथ साथ इसमें चेयरपर्सन है, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स है, नोडल ऑफिसर्स एंड ऑफिसर इन स्पेशल ड्यूटी जो इसके काम के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है और इस पर्पज को फुलफिल करता है. स्पेशली हमारा जो एक्ट है वो इसका थिंक टैंक की तरह काम करना है, तो इसके लिए आइडियाज हायर एजुकेशन में पॉलिसी मेकिंग एंड पाथ एंड रिफॉर्म्स हायर एजुकेशन में क्या करना है और इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हमारे यहाँ से होता है. तो स्पेशली हमारा व्यू रहता है कि गुजरात एक ग्लोबल एजुकेशन में एक अपनी जगह बना के रखे और उसमें हम आज जितना भी एक्सीलेंस ले सकते हैं इतना एक्सीलेंस इसमें हमारा हो सकता है वो हम करें. अब सर मैं अपना इस पोर्टल पे जाता हूँ जिस पे हमें बात करनी है आज. तो जैम है ये इसके बारे में मैं इसका डिस्कशन करना चाहता हूँ सर. ये क्लासिकल एग्जांपल है सर इसका प्रोजेक्ट. ये प्रोजेक्ट किस टाइप के लिए मैं इसको क्लासिकल एग्जांपल कहता हूँ तो इंडियन हायर एजुकेशन के लिए जो इम्प्रूवमेंट जरूरी है और जिसको प्रमोट करना है उसके लिए हमने वॉलंटरली तैयार किया गया है. अब ये जो प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां पर स्टेट की सभी यूनिवर्सिटी और टोटल इंस्टीट्यूट्स को इसमें जियोग्राफिकल मैपिंग किया गया है. अब नॉर्मली मैपिंग इतना कोई नॉवेल्टी वाली चीज नहीं है, लेकिन जैसे स्कूल का मैपिंग हुआ है देश में कई जगह पे, लेकिन यूनिवर्स हायर एजुकेशन में जो मैपिंग हुआ है वो एक अलग से स्पेशली यहाँ हमने किया है. अब मैपिंग बाकी जो जहाँ स्कूल का मैपिंग हुआ है तो सिर्फ स्कूल मैपिंग की जियोग्राफिकल मैपिंग है, बट हमारा ये अलग से इसलिए है स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट इसलिए कि इसके साथ साथ उस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में टोटली इंफॉर्मेशन इसके साथ है। कौन सी इंफॉर्मेशन है वो आगे मैं नेक्स्ट बताता हूँ आपको, इसके साथ साथ जो आ रही है वो। तो इसको हमने अटैच किया है और इसको आप एक्सेस करना है तो हमारा https gemhe.gujarat.gov.in। एक साथ में एक नोटेबल पॉइंट ये है कि गुजरात में 3000 इंस्टीट्यूट है, 93 यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं। ये तो 3000 इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड 93 यूनिवर्सिटी टोटली इसमें रजिस्टर्ड है और इसका मैपिंग हुआ है। तो हम विद प्राउड ये कह सकते हैं कि 100% टारगेटेड पॉपुलेशन इसको हमने टारगेट किया है और उसका वर्क किया गया है। तो इसके बाद अब इसमें क्या है ये मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ सर। तो इस कन्वीनियंस के लिए यार हम जो मुझे टाइम दिया गया है उसके हिसाब से डायरेक्ट पोर्टल पे तो काफी लंबा हो जाएगा मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन, तो मैंने स्क्रीनशॉट लिया है। इस स्क्रीनशॉट से थोड़ा बहुत आपको ज्यादातर शॉर्ट में ब्रीफ में होगा पर सारे पैरामीटर हो जाएगा, वो मैं ट्राई करता हूँ सर। तो इसके आप ये देख रहे हैं कि ये मैपिंग, ये मेरा स्क्रीनशॉट है इसके ऊपर से। ये गुजरात का मैप है। आपको जो डॉट दिख रहे हैं पूरे गुजरात के वो इंस्टीट्यूट है और यूनिवर्सिटी है। अब इसमें से हमें जो इंस्टीट्यूट यूनिवर्सिटी है तो साइड में राइट साइड में आप देख सकते हैं लेजेंड के नीचे हमने लिखा दिया है अलग अलग कलर से गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज, इंस्टीट्यूट, लोकल बॉडी मतलब म्यूनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन और जो मैनेज करती है वो है। देन ग्रांटीनेट मतलब प्राइवेट एडेड इंस्टीट्यूट, सेल्फ फाइनेंस मतलब प्राइवेट अनएडेड इंस्टीट्यूट्स उसको, एंड अदर यूनिवर्सिटीज। ये सबको अलग अलग कर से, जैसे रेड कलर है तो रेड कलर हमने लिया है गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए। तो हमारी अभी कितनी रेड इंस्टीट्यूट है तो 204 गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट है। वो सारी इस गुजरात मैप पे आपको दिखाई देगी। किसी पे भी आप क्लिक करेंगे तो उस इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में अभी आपको सरप्राइज होगा, इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन आप देख सकते हैं। अभी मैं आपको नेक्स्ट साइड पर दिखाता हूँ। सेम लोकल बॉडी है तो 4 है। इसके सर ज्यादा ब्यूटी ये है इस पोर्टल की कि आप एक ओपन किया है उससे एक पूरा पिक्चर स्टेट का आप देख सकते हैं। तो इसमें है लोकल बॉडी 4 है हमारी, प्राइवेट एडेड 309 इंस्टीट्यूट है, प्राइवेट अनएडेड 1733 एंड यूनिवर्सिटी 93 जो है। अब इसमें जो फिगर अमाउंट दिया है वो इसलिए है कि डेटा हम आईशे से लेते हैं और आई थिंक एज यू नो दैट के आईशे का जो पैंडेमिक की वजह से 2021 अभी क्लोज नहीं हुआ है, तो वो जो लेटेस्ट डेटा 2-3 दिन 4 दिन में जो क्लोज होगा वो इसमें आ जाएगा, शिफ्ट हो जाएगा अपने आप। हम इसको कर देंगे ये वाला। तो ये इस तरह से कलर के साथ दिया है। ऊपर जो दिया है तो कलर कोड अगर चेंज करना है किसी को तो कर सकते हैं इस कलर को। इसके लेफ्ट साइड में आप देख सकते हैं कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट है तो आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट को सिलेक्ट कर, जैसे अभी मैंने पूरा स्टेट दिया है, अब इसमें से कोई डिस्ट्रिक्ट को सिलेक्ट करके उसका इंफॉर्मेशन ले सकते हैं। एंड तालुका में जा सकते हैं तो उसके तालुका ब्लॉक का भी इंफॉर्मेशन ले सकते हैं। तो पर्टिकुलरली डिस्ट्रिक्ट, पर्टिकुलरली ब्लॉक, फिर इंस्टीट्यूट का टाइप्स, इंस्टीट्यूट को बाइफर्केशन, ये सारा हमने इस पोर्टल पे किया गया है। नॉर्मली सर एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट या एजुकेशन सेक्टर के बारे में सोचते हैं तो कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के अंडर में सारी एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट आती होगी, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है। अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट, अलग अलग मिनिस्ट्री, अलग अलग सेक्टर, तो एक दूसरे के साथ कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं है। जैसे कोई एग्रीकल्चर है तो एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर में आता होगा, उसकी काउंसिल अलग होगी। कोई टेक्निकल तो टेक्निकल डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर आता होगा, मेडिकल काउंसिल के साथ जाता होगा और हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में। हमने इन सबको कोऑर्डिनेट किया है और सारी टोटल इंस्टीट्यूट्स एक ही पोर्टल पे एक क्लिक में हम इसको देख सकते हैं। तो नेक्स्ट मैं इसके बारे में देखना चाहता, ये सेम स्लाइड है जो आपने गुजरात स्टेट की देखी है। अब इसको मैंने रैंडमली सिलेक्ट किया है अहमदाबाद, क्योंकि ए ब्लॉक ए से अहमदाबाद आता है तो उसको क्लिक करके उसका स्क्रीनशॉट ले लिया है। तो अहमदाबाद दिखेगा आपको, तो ये अहमदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट है। अब यहाँ एक अहमदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट आप तालुका में भी देख सकते हैं। अब फर्स्ट नजर में गवर्नमेंट या कोई भी देख सकता है, ज्यादातर इस ये प्लानिंग के लिए है, ज्यादातर डायरेक्शन के लिए है। ये पोर्टल पूरा प्लानिंग के लिए, गवर्नमेंट प्लानिंग के लिए यूज करती है। और बाकी जो स्टेक होल्डर है, इसके स्टेक होल्डर है टीचर्स, इंस्टीट्यूट्स, पेरेंट्स, स्टूडेंट, एनजीओ, समझ जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी है इसका, फिर इंडस्ट्रीज है, ये सब स्टेक होल्डर एक नजर से उसको पता चलेगा कि इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में। तो आपको दिख रहा होगा सर कि एक ही जगह ज्यादातर इंस्टीट्यूट कॉन्सेंट्रेट है, एक चीज ये हमें पता चल रही है। दूसरी चीज हमें ये पता चल रही है कि हर तालुका में एक या दो मिनिमम एक इंस्टीट्यूट है। तीसरी चीज हमें पता चल रही है इससे कि किसी कोई तालुका में एक भी इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है। इतना एक लेवल पे हमें एक नजर से पता चलता है। इसके बाद हम क्या कर सकते हैं, जैसे एज ए गवर्नमेंट ये सोचती है कि अगर सारी इंस्टीट्यूट एक ही जगह कॉन्सेंट्रेट है तो कुछ बेनिफिट की लिमिट आ जाती है। जैसे स्टूडेंट, अब स्टूडेंट अगर ये एक ही जगह सारी इंस्टीट्यूट करीबन नियर बाय 350 इंस्टीट्यूट है वो उस जगह पे जहाँ, और वो क्या है सर कि वो अहमदाबाद सिटी है। ये आपको कंफ्यूजन नहीं हो इसलिए पहले बता देता हूँ, ये अहमदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट का मैप है। डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एक तालुका अहमदाबाद सिटी है और जो कॉन्सेंट्रेट आपको इंस्टीट्यूट दिख रही है वो एक अहमदाबाद सिटी, इट इज द तालुका में नियर बाय 300 मोर देन 300 इंस्टीट्यूट है और करीबन 13 यूनिवर्सिटीज है वहां पर, और बाकी सब जगह एक एक है। अब एक तालुका आपको दिख रहा होगा तंदुका, वहां से उस स्टूडेंट को अगर अहमदाबाद आना है तो डेली ट्रांसपोर्टेशन करके आना होगा, जो इसके लिए मुश्किल है डेली आना। तो ये हमें एक मोमेंट से पता चल जाता है। तो गवर्नमेंट क्या इसके लिए डिसाइड करती है, तो ये सोचती है कि अब हमें इस जगह पे अहमदाबाद सिटी में कोई न्यू इंस्टीट्यूट को ओपन करने की परमिशन देने की जरूरत नहीं है, और बाकी जहां जहां इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है उस हर जगह पे इंस्टीट्यूट होनी चाहिए, एक एक ब्लॉक में या तालुका में जहां, और इसका डिस्टेंस माप के लेना चाहिए कि एक इंस्टीट्यूट यहाँ है तो दूसरे इंस्टीट्यूट उसके बिल्कुल नजदीक नहीं। जब हायर एजुकेशन नॉट ओनली हायर एजुकेशन सेक्टर है पूरा। मैंने अभी बताया आपको कि हायर एजुकेशन जिसको हम ये मानते हैं कि 12th के बाद जो है वो सब कुछ हायर एजुकेशन है, पर सेक्टर सब अलग अलग है। हेल्थ भी इसमें आ गया, हेल्थ की इंस्टीट्यूट है, एग्रीकल्चर की इंस्टीट्यूट है, नर्सिंग वाली इंस्टीट्यूट है, या और कोई एजुकेशन की इंस्टीट्यूट है, ये सब इंस्टीट्यूट इसमें है। तो ये इस तरह से इसमें हम एक मोमेंट में ये डिसाइड कर सकते हैं कि कहाँ इंस्टीट्यूट की जरूरत है, कहाँ नहीं है, कहाँ होनी चाहिए इंस्टीट्यूट। तो इसी तरह से हम एक ये मैपिंग हमने किया हुआ है। तो नेक्स्ट मैप पे मैं आपको और दूसरी चीज दिखाता हूं। अब यहाँ पर प्रॉपरली ये जो ऊपर एक मैप है, एक्चुअली टाइम की कमी और स्लाइड्स को प्रॉपरली इतना होना चाहिए, इसके लिए मैंने ये स्क्रीनशॉट में लिया है। कुछ चीज इसके सेम टाइप से समझाना चाहता हूँ। तो मैंने इसमें दो चीज सर आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि ये स्लाइड में ये हर इंस्टीट्यूट को रेलवे के साथ जोड़ा गया है। रेलवे रूट कहाँ कहाँ है, अब ये रेलवे रूट का एक मैप है, सेम मैप रोड मैप का होगा, एक तीसरा मैप होगा जो रेलवे एंड रोड दोनों का होगा। तो एक मैप से मैं समझाना चाहता हूँ कि सभी इंस्टीट्यूट का रेलवे के साथ कहाँ कहाँ जो लाइन है वो इसके साथ हमें पता चलता है। तो इंस्टीट्यूट को क्लिक करो तो उसके साथ साथ कौन सी रेलवे लाइन है वो हमें पता चल जाती है। सेम मैंने दिखाया नहीं है इसमें, पर सेम चीज रोड के लिए है, और रोड में भी नेशनल हाईवे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट रोड, स्टेट हाईवे, इवन विलेज रोड इंफॉर्मेशन इसके साथ है। अब ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन जब हमें मिलती है तो इसके साथ क्या फायदा मिलता है, क्योंकि कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट है उसका मेन इंपॉर्टेंट है यूटिलिटी एंड नॉलेज। इसमें क्या न्यू है, क्या नया है। मैंने आपको बताया कि स्कूल का भी मैपिंग तो हुआ है, पर स्कूल में पर वो मैपिंग के साथ ये कुछ नहीं है, इसके साथ कोई इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है, सिर्फ मैपिंग है, वो जियोग्राफिकल मैपिंग है। हमारे इसमें ये जो है उसका क्या एडिशनल है, इसके साथ क्या मिलता है। तो हम ये देख रहे हैं कि रेलवे लाइन कनेक्टेड है, तो स्टूडेंट जब एडमिशन लेने जाता है, आप जस्ट थिंक कि 17 ईयर का कोई स्टूडेंट 12th के बाद एडमिशन के लिए जाता है, सेंट्रल सिस्टम होती है, पेरेंट्स काफी टेंशन में होते हैं, उसको जो स्कूल कॉलेज मिलेगी सिस्टम में, तो वो स्कूल वो कॉलेज कैसी है, उसका कनेक्टिविटी क्या है, वो टेंशन पेरेंट्स को बहुत ज्यादा रहता है। या तो सारी स्कूल को वो कॉलेज को वो जाए देखे, या सिर्फ हमारा मैप देख ले कि ये कॉलेज को हम सिलेक्ट कर रहे हैं। उसके साथ ऑप्शन होते हैं सर, 8, 10 सिलेक्ट करना है कि 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 इसमें से हमें कोई एक स्कूल मिले। जब सिलेक्शन का होता है तब मुश्किल में 30-40 सेकंड के पास तो ये रेलवे के साथ मैपिंग है, तो पेरेंट्स देखते हैं। गवर्नमेंट ये एश्योर करती है कि कोई भी स्टूडेंट को ज्यादा जर्नी नहीं करना पड़े, नजदीक है ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट हो, नहीं है तो रोड तैयार करें। तो इसके साथ साथ R&D हमारा है, रोड एंड बिल्डिंग डिपार्टमेंट, उसको इंस्ट्रक्शन देते हैं कि ये स्कूल या कॉलेजेस है तो आप इसके लिए विलेज में या इसका रोड तैयार कीजिए, ये एक है। और बाकी जो मैं शॉर्ट में जाता हूँ सर, तो यस नो सर, हाँ थोड़ा मुझे क्योंकि ये प्रोजेक्ट जो, और दूसरा जो मैप है सर उसमें हमने वर्जन रखा हुआ है कि आप 5 किलोमीटर, 10 किलोमीटर, 15 किलोमीटर उस रेडियस में कितनी इंस्टीट्यूट आती है उसको आप देख सकते हैं। तो कितना कुछ रूल्स है जिसको फॉलो नहीं कर सकता देश में कोई भी, हम इसके प्रॉपर से फॉलो होता है। उसका जो फायदा होता है जस्ट टाइम कम है, पर कहीं एक गलत जगह इंस्टीट्यूट
उनको दिया दिखाया।
सॉरी सर, आई थिंक आई एम प्रेजेंटिंग इंटरेस्टिंग।
नहीं उनका डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोफाइल बनाए हैं, ये सारे चीज उसमें डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज एनआईसी का। तो एनीवे इट्स अ गुड thing that you are doing.
Actually, you are doing basically a basic map is there. You have taken whose map you have taken this one? The NRC map?
No sir, from Bishek.
Huh?
It's Bicep.
Bicep.
See here everything all satellite mapping.
So,
okay, they have the NRC, this NRC. But basically you are trying to, on that, layer in various institutions. One
Yes.
is the education institute, railway track, and you can choose multiple layer to show that information.
Yes, absolutely.
And the additional tool you are providing basically radius of a particular
Yes,
location, you
yes.
can find out whatever it is.
And other
Okay,
so
many information, sir, one and totally information about the institute. Totally, which type of institution, just see.
Compiling of all the information of institutions, you put it in the background so that presentable you show it up.
We can't comparing तो पेरेंट्स करेगा दो इंस्टीट्यूट के बीच में, पर हम दोनों इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में सारी चीज इसके साथ ही इसके साथ एक अटैचमेंट है।
When you collected the information of this one, have you parameterized?
Yes,
Basically,
yes.
just collected
Yes.
this information and dumped it, or
No,
parameterized?
no, sir. We collecting the total information
I
from.
ask you to one second. Total information is fine. Is it parameterized?
Yes, sir.
Like for example, location-wise, whatever the.
Yes.
Then you are talking educational courses
Sir,
that
we
are
have-
being offered, the professors, the
Yes.
programs.
Sir, we create a data capture format. Data capture format.
Format.
And from and the data capture format created from by NIC India और data capture format.
वही कह रहा था ये साफ करके।
हाँ, तो वो डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट से इंफॉर्मेशन आ जाती है। लोकलेट हम इंस्टीट्यूट को हर इंस्टीट्यूट में हमारा एक नोडल ऑफिसर
How
का
many
है।
people are using this particular thing?
सर
How many people are using your this?
सर टोटली नेटवर्क है मेरा 3000 पीपल का। आप जो कह रहे हो
यूजर कितने?
यूजर सर दिस 3000 इंस्टीट्यूट तो इसके यूजर है ही, बाकी
I stood it.
नहीं
How many? Let me put it other way. How many hits are there per day on your system?
नो सर पर डे ये हमने नहीं कीजिए, ज्यादातर यूज आता है जब एडमिशन का सिस्टम आता है तब, जब उस समय हाँ
Either students you do that or
स्टूडेंट पेरेंट्स ज्यादा इसका यूज करते हैं।
or basically institution does it.
इंस्टीट्यूशन को इसलिए जरूरत कम पड़ती है, वो लोग रिसर्च के लिए करते हैं। काफी रिसर्च इस पे हुआ है, प्रेजेंट वो रिसर्च पेपर सबमिट हुए हैं।
Fine, I understand. That you can do a lot of research, but that is a different. Basically, you're looking what is the user coming? User coming is basically students. That's the
नो
main.
नॉट ओनली स्टूडेंट्स, इसके स्टेक होल्डर में सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है गवर्नमेंट। गवर्नमेंट इसका यूज करती है, जैसे न्यू इंस्टीट्यूट को ओपन करना है या नहीं करना है, इंस्टीट्यूट में कौन से प्रोग्राम इस पे चल रहे हैं, कॉस्ट में दूसरे।
तो मैं जो अभी आपको पूरा संक्षिप्त में समझना है, तो आपने ये जियोग्राफिकल अप्रोच ली और उसके ऊपर डेटा बैंक बनाई, ठीक है। वो डेटा बैंक को आपने लोकेट किया, डेवलपमेंटल डेफिसिट्स कहाँ है, यही है ना, कहीं स्कूल नहीं है, कोई तालाब नहीं है, यही है।
वो नहीं है सर, थोड़ा आप अलग से, वो डेफिसिट तो हमें पता चलती है इसमें कि यहाँ नहीं है। अब इसका जो मैं प्राउड के साथ कहने वाला हूँ कि जब मैंने ये किया था 2014 में, उसके बाद आपको कुछ हमारे स्टेट ऐसे हैं जिसमें 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के बीच में एक कॉलेज नहीं है, एंड दिस इज द प्राउड मोमेंट टू से दैट कि हमारे स्टेट में ऐसा एक भी ब्लॉक नहीं है जहां सिंगल एक कॉलेज तो कम से कम नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है सभी ब्लॉक में। तो इट इज हमारे सबके लिए, आप यूरी एक्सपर्ट्स है, उसके लिए प्राउड बात यह है कि मेरी कोई भी डॉटर उसको 15 किलोमीटर से ज्यादा अब ट्रैवलिंग नहीं करना पड़ता है। 15 किलोमीटर रेडियस में उसको एक इंस्टीट्यूट मिलेगी। उसके साथ साथ ये जो सोशल,
पहले कितना था?
पहले सर ऐसा नहीं, पहले ये जो प्रॉब्लम हुआ था कि एक ही जगह कॉन्सेंट्रेट हो जाती थी, उसके पीछे भी हमने रिसर्च करवाया है कि वजह क्या है, ये है, पर अभी टाइम नहीं है तो ये इंटरेस्ट
नहीं। आप जो कह रहे हैं एक बात है, जो आप मान लीजिए ब्लॉक लेवल में जेईपी पे जो आप पॉइंट करते हैं कि इस स्कूल जो कमी है, तो वो कमी को आप क्या गवर्नमेंट को बताएंगे कि
यस सर बिकॉज मैं खुद भी गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में हूँ, तो जब नई कॉलेज करनी होती है।
नहीं, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ, आप बताने से वो फॉलो करते हैं या आप आपसे पूछते हैं भाई हमें बताओ क्या करें?
पहले हमने बताया सर, इससे पहले जब हमने 14 के बाद ये जब हमें मिला तब हमने सर गवर्नमेंट को दिखाया कि हमने जो भी काम किया है काफी अच्छा किया है, लेकिन हमारे पास इतने फॉल्ट है कि यहाँ कोई कॉलेज ही नहीं, कोई इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं है। तो वो
मेरा वही सवाल था।
हाँ,
मेरा वही सवाल था कि जो आपने प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया, आपने कहा कि कॉन्सेंट्रेटेड था, आपने रिसर्च किया, वी आर नॉट गेटिंग इट। पहले कितने किलोमीटर के रेडियस में एक कॉलेज था? 2 तालुका में एक था या 3 में एक
सर
था ही, ब्लॉक में नहीं था।
यस
ठीक है, तो नंबर कितना बढ़ गया है, उसका इम्पैक्ट देखने की कोशिश।
यस उस समय सर जब हमने ये किया था तब 240 तालुका थे हमारे। 240 में से कम 80 तालुका ऐसे थे जिसमें एक भी कॉलेज इंस्टीट्यूट नहीं था। आज हमारे पास 335 तालुका है टोटल। 335 में से मुश्किल से 500 तालुका, जैसे एक आपको दिख रहा है, ये मैंने लिया है कच्छ का, ऊपर वो दिख रहा है तो कोई कॉलेज आपको नहीं दिखाई देगी, तो ये थोड़ा डेजर्ट वाला एरिया है, तो उसके वहां भी हमने नई कॉलेज आप जो देख रहे हैं वो नई कॉलेज होगी। अभी मुश्किल से 4-5 तालुका बचे जो हमने दे दिया है, सबमिट हो गया, और इस बजट में इस साल वो भी हो जाएगा। मतलब ये एक ऐसा स्टेट होगा जो 100% इंस्टीट्यूट।
जब आपने ये चालू किया था तो मेल फीमेल स्टूडेंट रेशो और नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स कितने थे हायर एजुकेशन में, और आज कितने हो गए, और रेशो बताएं
सर। मतलब स्टूडेंट और गर्ल्स बॉयज आज हमारा सर 0.87 है। 0.87 मीन्स 0.87 एक लड़के के सामने 0.87 गर्ल्स है, तो 87 मान लीजिए, अब जो हमारी लैंग्वेज है उसमें 0.87 हम बोलते हैं। इससे पहले जब लिया था तब भी इसके बाद 0.84, 83 ऐसे होता था। ये बहुत बढ़ता है, कम होता है, उसके लिए बहुत मेहनत लगती है, 5-6 साल लगते हैं इसके साथ।
टोटल नंबर कितना बढ़ा है?
टोटल नंबर जैसे पहले था 10, एग्जैक्टली अमाउंट तो पता नहीं है, पर 10,83,000 जैसा था। आज हमारा 16 लाख
और मेल फीमेल रेशो नहीं है।
मेल फीमेल रेशियो 87, 0.8। ये मुझे अभी इतना परफेक्ट इसलिए पता है कि हम इसी
जानना चाह रहे हैं।
Just one thing. See, student population is the dynamic nature. It's not constant.
Student
is a dynamic in nature. It's not constant. It changes every year. Right? Am I correct? Correct. Today you have 20,000 students enrolled. Next year it will be 40,000 students enrolled. So you need to continuously get that information from the university, the colleges, and all those to get that particular.
Every year, sir. Every year हम सारी information collect करते हैं.
You collect it and update it.
No, collect it, sir.
So every time you have to collect
it.
So for every year you collect from all these universities and institutions information. It's not a big basic problem. Don't you not ask them to collect because they won't use that information. They can upload it every time. You give a format, they fill it up.
No, sir. इसमें जब upload करना होता है.
No. You're not correct. You can create a format. They can upload the particular data. You post in database and you map it up with your system.
यहाँ तो हम यही तो करते हैं सर.
अरे
पहले डेटा कलेक्ट करते हैं इनसे.
आप और बोल रहे हैं.
हाँ?
अगर ऑनलाइन सिस्टम है और एक्सेस आपके 3,000 कॉलेजेस जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है उनको है, सभी यूजर हैं, तो आप डेटा क्यों कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं इंस्टेड कि वो सीधे डेटा अपलोड क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
यस वो सीधे इस पे सर इसलिए नहीं कर सकते हैं कि इतनी टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टाइजेशन कहाँ से आएगी?
अरे भाई साहब देख लीजिए, सिंपल एडिंग ए फॉर्मेट, फिलिंग द डेटा.
सर मैं विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट सर आई टेल यू,
just one second. Every year they take the enrollment in the colleges and this thing.
Yes.
They put that information in the computer.
Yes.
So the data is nothing but for you.
Sir, जब
why not do that?
Due respect, sir.
How can you say that?
Yes, sir. With due respect, sir, मैं आइशे ये ऑल इंडिया सर्वे ऑन हायर एजुकेशन, उसका स्टेट नोडल ऑफिसर हूँ गुजरात का, और मैं इसका डेटा जब संभालता हूँ तो इस डेटा जब कलेक्ट करता हूँ तो एवरी इंस्टीट्यूट को करीबन मैं 30 ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम चलाता हूँ कि ये डेटा कौन सा डालना है, कैसे डालना है। और फिर भी जब हम डेटा कलेक्ट करते हैं तब हम देखते हैं कि उसमें काफ़ी सारी गलतियाँ होती हैं, काफ़ी सारी, मतलब आप अभी वो 2021 वाला इसलिए क्लोज नहीं हुआ है कि वो डेटा जो आया है हमारे पास।
Let me just in any college, enrollment takes place, right?
Enrollment
Takes place.
Yes.
Every year the students are admitted. Okay, finally, end of the beginning of the section, the final, this is the around 25,000 girls are there, 40,000
सिंपल नहीं
students.
होता है ना सर। जब स्टूडेंट एनरोलमेंट हम लेते हैं तो उसका कैटेगरी वाइज सारा डेटा
When is college collects, it collects completely the information. You cannot go to that.
कैटेगरी से आप क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे, स्कूल में है वही देंगे।
उसमें है, वही देगा।
हाँ, वही देना है उसको, पर देने के लिए
वही बोल रहा हूँ ना।
हाँ, स्कूल
So when they do that, they collect all pieces of information. This is a female, this is the age is so much, a name is that, address is there, whatever the enrollment, complete data is available. So when you take that particular piece of data from the colleges, when they upload, we access that particular, let me use the word, if they don't upload it, you can access that data and summarize it whatever format which you convert it into the format you want unuploaded into your database. So you don't have to collect it up.
सर ये जो डेटा जो कलेक्ट होता है उसमें से एक रिपोर्ट तैयार होता है, फिर नियर बाय 5000 रिपोर्ट तैयार करते हैं। उस रिपोर्ट के अब इसके साथ मैंने हमारे सीएम डैशबोर्ड को जो कनेक्ट किया हुआ है, आप जो कह रहे हैं वो मैं ठीक से समझ रहा हूँ कि डायरेक्ट क्यों नहीं कर लेते हैं वो लोग इस चीज को। अब पहले साल जब 2014 में मैंने स्टार्ट किया था ये, तो टोटल मेरी उस समय थी 2200 इंस्टीट्यूट, 2200।
No, your effort we appreciate.
This is not a debate.
Right.
We are only trying to seek clarification कि किया है या नहीं किया है। मुझे अभी तक ये लग रहा है कि आप कर रहे हैं लेकिन आप उसको ठीक से बता नहीं पा रहे हैं। दूसरा ये हो सकता है कि आपके पास कुछ चैलेंजेस हो।
हाँ।
तीसरा है कि आपको शायद डर है कि कॉलेजेस गलत डेटा अपलोड करते हैं तो आपके यहाँ पे डैशबोर्ड में गड़बड़ हो जाए। तो आपको ये सब डर क्यों है? When you say that you are technologically advanced state,
मैं आपको बता देता हूँ, मेरे इसमें है ये
tools
चीज।
are available.
Yes.
NIC tools are there, state tools are there.
Yes, yes.
आप खुद are running the project.
Yes, yes.
You don't need to teach
I
anyone.
understood, sir. Understood, sir.
So let's understand.
Understood. सर जो चैलेंज मैंने इसमें रखा है सर, मेरी स्लाइड में जो
आप जाइए challenges पे जाइए ना। सीधे और let's look at that.
चैलेंज।
How did you overcome those?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. चैलेंजेस, ये चैलेंजेस है सर मेरी इसमें। अब आप हायर एजुकेशन सेक्टर को एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है ये ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम है। ऑटोनोमस सिस्टम होने की वजह से और सबको हम कंपलसरी कभी कर नहीं पाए हैं। मैंने कंपलसरी किया है, मैंने 100% किया। उसकी वजह यह है कि मैंने एक नेटवर्क होलिस्टिक लेवल पे तैयार किया है जिसमें 3000 नोडल ऑफिसर तैयार किए हैं। उनके साथ मैं डायरेक्ट टच में हूँ। आप मेरे फोन में देखेंगे तो सभी के फोन नंबर सेव है सबके साथ के कॉन्टेक्ट में। जो लोग हैं तो ये सबसे पहला बड़ा है कि ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, सब लोग अपने आप में चलते हैं। प्राइवेट टोटल जो गवर्नमेंट एंड ग्रांटिंग इंस्टीट्यूट 2000 और 3600 को मान लेते हैं गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में, बाकी सब सेल्फ फाइनेंस है। ये सेल्फ फाइनेंस किसी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को इतना सपोर्ट नहीं करती है, वो अपने आप में चलती है। ये पूरा सिस्टम प्रॉब्लम है और मेरे इसमें नहीं है प्रॉब्लम, वो सिस्टम पूरे देश में है। जैसे ये आयशा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की सिस्टम है, मैं इतने साल से काम करता हूँ। मैं एक अकेला स्टेट हूँ जो 100% डेटा अपलोड होता है मेरे पास। आप उसकी वेबसाइट पे जाएंगे तो गुजरात इज ओनली स्टेट जो 100% डेटा उस पर कलेक्ट होता है। बाकी 50%, 60% कितना जिसके साथ पूरा देश है। यूजीसी, MHRD, मिनिस्ट्री सब उसको प्रेशर करके लेते हैं तो भी इतना ही हो पाता है उनमें से। और कब स्टार्ट किया था? जनवरी में स्टार्ट किया था, जुलाई है, 7 मंथ हो गया, अभी तक क्लोज नहीं कर पाए हैं वो वहां से, क्योंकि कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है। हाँ,
जो आप
तो मैं तो क्या मेरे लिए चैलेंजेस था? अब तो कोई भी न्यू प्रोजेक्ट होगा तो चैलेंजेस होता है। चैलेंजेस को तो देखना बहुत बड़ी नई चीज नहीं है, पर मेरे लिए जो चैलेंजेस थे वो मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि एक तो 3000 इंस्टीट्यूट्स है, 93 यूनिवर्सिटी है, इसका डेटा मुझे कलेक्ट करना है, ये एक बड़ी चैलेंज था। इसके साथ और दूसरा ये मैंने बताया कि ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है, उसको प्रेशर लाके नहीं कर सकते हैं कि आप मुझे ये सारा डेटा दो ही। जो डेटा मैंने अभी मैं बताना चाहता हूँ वो आप देखेंगे।
आप फिर थोड़ा सा डाइग्रेस करते हैं, आप चलेंगे इसके इंसेप्शन में। इंसेप्शन की बात हम नहीं कर रहे। इंसेप्शन में तो आपको कलेक्ट करके ही सिस्टम बनाना पड़ेगा। इंजन बना रहे हैं तो उसमें नट बोल्ट आप ही लगाए। वंस द इंजन इज रेडी देन यू हैव ऑल द पॉलिसीज डिफाइंड कि जो डेटा आज ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट एप्लीकेशन में डाल रहा है वो जाकर के अलग अलग खानों में आपके सिस्टम में बैठ जाता है। आपने कैप्चर कर लिया उसको, वो सब जगह कैप्चर हो गया। इट इज कमिंग इन योर सिस्टम। When it is in your system, then why is it that you have to manually collect the data?
मैनुअली नहीं है। अब मैंने पहले ही कहा कि डेटा ऑनलाइन, टोटल सिस्टम ऑनलाइन है। मेरा डेटा
दे नहीं रहे ना, जो प्राइवेट स्कूल वगैरह वो नहीं दे रहे ना, ये
नहीं मेरे यहाँ दे रहे हैं।
कनेक्टिविटी नहीं।
नो पहले मैनुअल कुछ भी नहीं है इसमें, एक भी पॉइंट 100% ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है ये, 100% ऑनलाइन। तो आप इसलिए थोड़ा वो हो रहा था आपको। डेटा कैप्चर फॉर्मेट है मेरा, वो भी ऑनलाइन है, उसको ऑनलाइन ही फिलअप करना है। अब जो सिस्टम बना उसका जो डेटा कंपेयर होकर रिपोर्ट होता है करीबन 5000 रिपोर्ट, वो भी ऑनलाइन सिस्टम में डाल दिया है। उसका प्रोग्राम इस तरह से है।
I think let's not go to argument. We are trying to make your life much easier.
Yes.
Because every college, whether small or big, private, autonomous or whatever, it has a system where they collect all the students' information, enrollment. ठीक है ना?
Yes.
That is available on their system, right? It's a question of live interaction which you have. When you're collecting from them, you're asking instead of that, they can upload that thing, or you can ask them to give whatever the format which they have. The format, you have a standard which you can write a routine to convert into the format which you want. So the live becomes, you don't have to collect anything. It's automatically available to you. Which you need to reprocess it and generate the format you want.
Sir, ये जो सिस्टम है डेटा
Fine. Okay, fine. Let's come to
Outcomes.
Yes.
Outcomes.
आउटकम मैं इसमें दिखाना चाहता हूँ कि मैं क्यों ये चाहता हूँ कि स्कॉच अवार्ड के लिए मैं क्वालिफाइड हूँ, ये मेरा आउटकम है। तो सर ये पहले तो ये है कि ये स्कॉच अवार्ड जैसे मैंने जब अप्लाई किया था तो ये समझ के किया था कि स्कॉच उसी को रिकॉग्नाइज करता है जो कोई नॉवेल्टी है।
सर वो नहीं पूछ रहे हो,
नहीं उसी में मैं कह रहा हूँ सर,
आउटकम प्रोजेक्ट से क्या उपलब्धियां हैं वो नहीं पूछ,
उसी में मेरा आउटकम आएगा।
स्कॉच अवार्ड आपका उपलब्धि नहीं।
तो इसका सबसे तो इनोवेशन, नॉवेल्टी एंड यूटिलिटी, दिस 3 पॉइंट इज द बेसिक है जिसके साथ मैं आउटपुट को जोड़ रहा हूँ। ये 3 पॉइंट को है, इसीलिए मैंने ये 3 पॉइंट लिया। मैं ये अवार्ड के लिए प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहा हूँ तो मुझे उसी हिसाब से करना चाहिए कि आप किसको रिकॉग्नाइज करते हैं। तो मैंने जो ये किया है वो एक ये है कि कोई भी जब हमारा कोई न्यू प्रोजेक्ट होता है तो नेशन के लिए जो स्ट्रांग बने उसके लिए काम होना चाहिए। एक हमारा फ्लैगशिप ये डिजिटल फ्लैगशिप प्रोग्राम है डिजिटल इंडिया वाला, उसके साथ हमने हमारा ये डिजिटल इंडिया के साथ जुड़ा हुआ डिजिटल प्रोग्राम 100%, शायद आपको मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग हुआ था, मेरे कहने में कोई गलती हो गई होगी कि ये टोटल ये ऑनलाइन प्रोजेक्ट है। हम कभी किसी को मिलते नहीं है आज तक, कभी भी ऑनलाइन ही डेटा कलेक्ट होता है। तो डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है ये पूरा। सिर्फ थोड़ा सा जैसे ये बात करते हैं ऑनलाइन क्यों नहीं डालते हैं, तो ये हम रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, वी आर रिलायबल, क्रेडिटेबल। बाइसेक इसको डालता है तो ये बाइसेक कहता है
आउटकम नहीं बता रहे।
नहीं आउटकम तो है। अब इसका यूटिलिटी मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जो क्या यूटिलिटी है, स्टूडेंट और टीचर्स, पेरेंट्स जब वो स्कूल को कॉलेज को देखना चाहते हैं तो मैं आपको पहले कह रहा था रेलवे ये उसको जाना पड़ेगा, अब नहीं जाना पड़ेगा।
आपके पास कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन है कितना लोग देखते हैं आपको साइट खोल के, छात्र पूछ रहे थे
we appreciate and we commend you for the good work which you have done. There is no doubt about it. Okay, there is a lot of
कुछ
effort.
चीजें
Good work, good effort which you have done. There is no problem at all. When you create this type of system, there are certain processes which you have to create. For example, NIC gov.in. NIC doesn't go and get any information. Doesn't get any information. There is a particular format which is there, which is to be generated. If that is not there, we write a conversion routine to upload into the system. That's all. The process is very simple and straightforward. And we are trying to suggest to you, your life will be much easier rather than complain. I am collecting. Online is word has tons of thousands of dealing to that. Online. You can say anything is online. Okay. We're trying to make the system which you made, which is a good system. You can improve the efficiency and more prompt and more timely, because enrollment takes dynamic in nature. It's not a constant, it's dynamic in nature. And every school, every institute has different time schedules. It's not the same thing. So you have a schedule which you can create that process by which you can upload and make your system more timely. We are not doubting your effort. We are anything. It's a good effort and good luck. All the best. Good luck to you.
और सर कुछ मैं आपको ये जैसे मैंने पहले एक बार बताया कि कोई हमारा स्टेट का तालुका ऐसा बाकी नहीं बचा है इसके
तो आप भेज दीजिए ना
मैंने बता दिया इसलिए मैंने वो चीजें आउटकम मैंने बताया इसको उसको रिपीट नहीं करना
चाहिए। देखिए क्या होता है कि एज ए प्रेजेंटर you are very excited about it. Right? You need 2 hours to talk about it. No doubt about that. अगर इतना अचीवमेंट किसी के भी सामने रहेगा तो you feel very proud and proud. And we are all there to listen to your achievements. Within that, what are the finer details which will appeal us? कि क्या बदला? आपने पहले बताया तालुका में नहीं था, अब हर सब जगह पे एक इंस्टीट्यूट है। दूसरा है उसके आपने मैपिंग किया कि जहाँ पर उसकी एक्सेसिबिलिटी हो वहाँ पे बनाया जाए, विच इज अ वेरी गुड थिंग। यस सर। तीसरा है आपका रेशो वही कंटिन्यू हुआ लेकिन आपका एनरोलमेंट बढ़ गया। इज राइट, वो डायनेमिक है, 40 आएगा कोई 20 आएगा कोई 30 आएगा, बट इट इज गोइंग अप। तो अगर आप मुझे बताते हो कि पहले 1 लाख था, 1 लाख से 20 हो गया, 1 से 30 हो गया, तो इट इज शोइंग दैट कि इसके बेनिफिट्स अप्रूव हो रहे हैं। चौथी चीज है टेक्नोलॉजी। टेक्नोलॉजी इज ऑल्सो वेरी डायनेमिक, इट्स ऑल्सो इवॉल्विंग। यस, अगर डेटा आप मैनुअली कैप्चर कर रहे हो,
मैनुअली नहीं कर रहे,
इंप्रेशन दैट यू हैव, उसके ऊपर एक डिबेट हुई। Now we are clear that you are not manually capturing. They are, the system is designed in such a way that data is manually not captured, but it is automatically uploaded. Yes sir. ठीक है। Analytics आप बाइसाइड के लेवल पे कर रहे हैं। उसी के उन्होंने मैप्स आपने इस्तेमाल किए ना, पूरा मैपिंग करके आपके सामने। अब मुझे सिर्फ एक सेंटेंस में बता दीजिए कि आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या था, वो अचीव हो गया?
यस सर, श्योरली। हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव यही था कि कोई भी, जैसे मैंने काम किया था पहले, इससे पहले 2014 से पहले, ऑब्जेक्टिव ये इसलिए मैंने ये किया कि ये क्यों करना चाहिए, पहले क्या तकलीफ थी हमें, तो हमें ये जानना चाहिए। हमारे हर सभी स्टेट में, गुजरात में भी, कॉलेज जब अप्रूव हो जाती है कॉलेज, तो पता नहीं होता है कि उसके पास में दूसरी कॉलेज है या नहीं है। एक ही जगह पे कॉलेज होने में मैं वो काम नहीं करता था, लैंड एक्वायर में करता था, बिल्डिंग में बनाता था।
ठीक है।
एक इंस्टीट्यूट के पीछे 100 करोड़ रुपए का एक्सपेंस होता था। फिर मुझे पता चलता था कि उसके पास में ही दूसरी इंस्टीट्यूट है और उसके कंपटीशन में ये दोनों जा रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट, सेल्फ फाइनेंस गवर्नमेंट, उसके कंपटीशन। तो मैंने ये प्रोजेक्ट लिया हाथ में कि हम एक बताएं कि यहाँ दूसरी जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पर करने की।
तो आप रुकवा देते हैं कॉलेज को?
सर अब तो ये प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं आता है क्योंकि हमारे पास ये है, जो हो गया उसको रोक नहीं सकते, रोक ही नहीं सकते। और वो भी मेरे हाथ में,
समझ गए उसको, वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया।
स्टूडेंट को जब प्रॉब्लम होती थी, एक स्टूडेंट को जब होती,
समझ गए सर, समझ गए। बात एक आपने कहा बीच में कि आपको डेटा ऑटोनोमस कॉलेज और इंस्टीट्यूशन से लाना मुश्किल होता है, डिफिकल्ट होता है।
नहीं, नॉर्मल लेवल पे मुझे नहीं होता है क्योंकि मेरा नेटवर्क वो पहले इसको इम्प्लीमेंटेशन
नहीं मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूँ। ठीक है, आपको कुछ
क्या चैलेंज थी मेरे पास, वो मैं कह रहा हूँ। और आज क्या है, आज तो बहुत स्मूथ है।
NRSA started what is called NRSA, National Remote Sensing Agency. The department started a project, the geo-based rocket.
Yes.
They tried to put a separate 14 layers of data. Yes. It will not succeed.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Exactly.
So, मेरा एक suggestion है।
So, what we have done is your achievement is recognized, but because the continuous process of update, they created enormous effort. They put a lot of effort to create the 14 layers of data. But what happened? They did not create a process by which continuously is updated because data is not static, it's dynamic in nature. That's what we are trying to tell you that. That's what
every year,
okay, right? Very good.
every year
एक
data update होता है.
एक सुझाव देता हूँ, आर्ग्यू नहीं करता.
Yes sir, yes sir.
सुझाव ये है कि आप now assume to be an authority in this area. So you send a GO to all the educational institutes, like जैसे कि every year the time उनको डेटा ऑनलाइन भेजना अनिवार्य है. कोई स्टेप नहीं है तो पेनल्टी करें.
You can't do that.
No, sir, I can do, sir.
Private institutions which are not being funded by the government, they may refuse to give it
No,
unless there is a government order.
Sir, that's what I mean. Government order करो.
सर गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर तो है, यूजीसी एक्ट में भी है, पर मेरे यहाँ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. In my state, sir, there is no problem, sir. 100% achievement.
हम recognize that you brought this project as a very so lots to say about it.
Sir,
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate
okay,
it.
sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. मुझे ज्यादा थैंक यू तो इसलिए कहना चाहिए कि काफी आप लोग इंटेलिजेंट लोगों के सामने मुझे प्रेजेंटेशन करने का चांस मिला है सर, और आपने मुझे पूरा सुनने के लिए
पता नहीं था कि आप हमारे इंटेलिजेंट मेथड करते हैं.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you. It was very good.
Why don't you start over here only?
100 kilowatt. Depends upon the types of building, its consumption pattern, space available on the roof. So this is the capacity we decide. And which are the buildings we are solarized? That is school, ITI, engineering college, court building, police station, collector offices, CSC, PSC. These are the small buildings, but we are also taking this. Then government hospitals, that is civil hospitals, general hospitals, and branch office, Mamlatdar office, RTO office, etc. Now, the basic aim is to reduce the electricity bill of the government building. Second, reduce the consumption fuel and improve the environment. And a major part is that when it was initiated, there were no the rooftop policy or residential rooftop program. So our aim is, it was an example to set how the solar rooftop system work and how the electricity bill reduce. So it also create the awareness among the government employee, general public visiting the government office. The major points for implementation is that how we select the building and what are the capacity we have to install. So it should be such that the building should have a special, they are willing, the building owner or government office willing to install the solar rooftop system, and the space available on the roof. The system works only when the proper space available on the building. The open free space and a building terrace will be roof type RCC and proper security of the system. Then consumption pattern. The building, how much unit per month or per building cycle it is utilized. Then the type of connection, single phase, three phase. So depends upon the capacity, the connection we have to install the capacity of the system. Undertaking from the beneficiary. That beneficiary is willing to adopt this thing, then they have to give some permissions to contractor to execute the work. Then survey of the site. Before the we apply the order, contractor visit the site, see the feasibility, availability of the space like this. And then after the grid connectivity for evacuation, the point of evacuation. The overall the program, the rooftop program for government building, we have started since 2009-10. But here we are, the full pledge it was utilized, it was announced from 2011-12. During 2011-20, 951 buildings we have covered and with an aggregate capacity of 30 megawatt. And during the last 2 years, 2022, 570 buildings we have covered and its aggregate capacity is 7 megawatt. And we have covered all these buildings, that is CSC, Mamlatdar office, collector office like this. So the install capacity is given for the 6 years, and how much fund we have been given for the installation of this rooftop system. Then our procedure is we invite the bid through and procure, so we can have a lowest rate with a 5-year CMC, comprehensive maintenance contract. The contractor has the responsibility of contractor is there. He has, not only has to install, he has to maintain the system for 5 years. And they have to give quarterly maintenance of the system, and they have to provide the generation data also. The project period is 120 days. Now, during the last 2 years, our install capacity, we have covered almost 80% of CSCs within Gujarat, they are feasible. And collector offices also we have covered. Here we have collector office 6, but we have 32 collector office we have solarized. We are also taking RTO offices also, and newly construction buildings are also there.
You just only do for solar heating only, are we not doing the electricity to the total building?
This is for only for electricity. Heating I am taking later on.
You're taking separately for electricity?
Yeah, this is only for electricity.
Water heating?
Correct. The projects are
The project is
separated, and this is grid connected power. The power which are generated is directly fed to the grid.
Okay.
So that we can have a saving directly in the electricity bill. And heating is a separate thing, and it is applicable for residential building of the government. That is ashram, sala, and like this. These are for all buildings. Any government building that they can have of this.
Does government, central government give you 30% subsidy for this project?
That is a different part. I am telling you. See, central government, state government providing subsidies through central government. That is for the residential purpose.
Okay. Not the government.
Not. There was a problem for there was a scheme for financing the building for government building in initial stage, but not through last 2 years. There is no financial assistance. So this is a scenario for last year. We have covered 800 schools and installed more than 10 megawatt systems. And we are trying to install a system on all categories of buildings: education, transport, health, all these things. Now this is the saving pattern. So this is last 5 years. Whatever the installations are there, we are saving electricity of around 670 lakh unit.
We are saving 670
lakh units. lakh unit per unit. Cumulative, it is a cumulative.
But is it in units or you are talking
Unit. If we take a 6 rupees per unit, then it will cost to 40 crore rupees. But it is random. So our installation will last from 4 year, 5th year. The tariff is maybe cannot be tell. And secondly, this is the whatever the system is generate the solar, it is counted. But self-utilization, the tariff will be different, and whatever the excess power fed to the grid is a different. So it is a simple formula we have converted it into 6 rupees. But it is a simple for the knowledge. So by this way, this is our education. And what are the challenges? See, since we are installing solar rooftop system 2011, in Gujarat there was no policy of grid connectivity. The solar meter or biodiversity meter were not available. So system we installed, the solar power generates electricity that we directly connected to the grid. So what's happened? The normal meter that they are having, they during the holidays, whatever solar generated are fed to the grid through conventional meter. So it converts measures in a consumption. It should not be, but it's consumption. But our system capacity is low, so whatever power generated after this week on during our working days, it is compensated. So initially we have, this is one of the example we want to set how solar rooftop system is proven technology and can be installed at every location. So it initiated by this way. Later on, 2015 policy came, and in that policy they are introducing net metering. So solar meter and biodiversity meter, both meters are incorporated, and finally what happens, whatever power generated through the solar system and directly consume the electricity, that electricity by the building owner, and the excess power fed to the grid, and that is accounted. And settlement in this billing. So finally what's happened, they are saving electricity, unit in the terms of unit. Second thing, these are government offices we are installing, so they are some building owners, some government officer wanted it is good things, but they have to maintain cleaning of the system, then providing the information by quarterly to the EPC contractor. These types of requirement is also there. So one thing we are facing is ownership of the. Then we are also providing them to a training how to measure the reading. Reading is a digital form we can measure. These are the things that we are facing. Second thing, we place the order to EPC contractor for the 5 years CMC also. But after 5 years CMC, the building owner has to initiate after CMC what will be they have to assign contractor for the further maintenance of the system. See, life of the system is more than 25 years. But it should work because of the government has spent the money on this. So these are we are facing, and we are also solving by time. And these are some photographs of our project we have executed. This is the Renewable Science Museum. This is newly constructed building. See, whole terrace has been covered. This is a 15 kilowatt rooftop system on Police Training College, Hostel, Junagadh. This is a 35 kilowatt photovoltaic system at Polytechnic, Biogas. This is the installation server, 7 kilowatt system at Surendnagar Community Health Center. This is a building or collector building, almost all collector buildings we have covered. This is old system. This is Rajkot and Valsad collector offices. This is what we are doing.
Do you require hot water continuously throughout the year?
See, our accustomed people, they want hot water in summer.
Government officers,
yeah.
Do you require hot water throughout the year?
See, this is photovoltaic system for generation. This topic is different.
I have a leading question.
Yes, sir.
Depending upon that, I will ask
is our practice, because this Gujarat is humid in nature. So during at the end of day, we feel sticky on our skin.
But
So
that
we
you do it at home,
need
not at the
hot
office.
water for bathroom.
No, that you do it at home, not at the office, right?
No, this is, we are not providing to office.
This is you are talking about the solar heater things in the government offices, government buildings. Am I correct?
No. This is rooftop system. This is photovoltaic rooftop system with generating electricity connected to grid.
Where they are installed? On the rooftop.
On the roof of the building,
I mean, which building? Government buildings or any?
government buildings, community
And
health
there is
system
space.
on the terrace.
And the terrace.
सर 90% कैन समुद्र है 11 है सर ये
क्या?
नंबर
अच्छा हाँ
This is 11. What will be already on 11?
So this thing doesn't have a space as well. And they are like, I don't know.
the Gujarat has started first.
Sure.
No sir, but this topic is going to come next in the next.
Okay, sorry, I was
No, no,
talking
no.
number 10. Yeah, I thought you were still in number 10. I think you are all come to 11. I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
No, sir. No problem. Sir, I can repeat this.
No, but because of this particular system which you generated, which you are supplying to the national grid, how much you are able to contribute, how much is the load you are going to provide?
Sir, renewable energy, in case of renewable energy, that is solar, wind, bio, thermal, all this, our contribution is more than 20% in India. And for Gujarat, our contribution is 28%.
Can you store with the grid your excess power?
See, here we are storing in a different way. See, this building having a solar rooftop system on terrace. This building is closed for Saturday and Sunday. Whatever electricity generated is fed to grid automatically. But this power is utilized at some industries where it is working on Saturday and Sunday during daytime. So it is a one type of storage in the grid. And they are going, if solar power is not available, the industries are going to procure the energy from the grid. That has been replaced by the solar. So conventional power has been replaced by the green power by this way. Second, nowadays in Gujarat we have installed 6 megawatt battery backup system in Modena. So it is coming here, it will, the amount of capacity will increase, but this is a pilot project.
But
Solarization of Modena.
Besides supplying to the grid, you will also store on the batteries.
No, it is vice versa. Both the things available, both can be possible. But our motto should be such that if power requirement is same distance, if the type of solar is available and power is required, we should utilize directly because the conversion efficiency we can get maximum. If solar power is 100 and I have storage and battery, I will have to storage, I can storage only 90%. And further withdrawal of power from battery to electricity, it will also convert conversion efficiency will be 90%. So I am losing 20%.
What are the seasonal variation in the output? So rainy or winter, gloomy?
Variation in terms of the power failure and power voltage failure. See, there is a water failure. The inverter system that is we are utilizing in here. These are the left corner is an inverter which convert the DC power into AC. When green is available and within the limit of the prescribed standard, then only this inverter will work.
Now, if one would like to, like I say, good project, solar energy, which is now being one of the best, energy saving projects. Now you are restricted to the rooftops of government offices.
Yeah.
And its prospects are so high. Would you be taking a policy decision to expand it to other non-government private people, wherever there is such a possibility of rooftop there and connect it to grid?
Yeah, in Gujarat there is a solar policy first policy was 2009. That policy was the more than 5 megawatt capacity. Then after solar policy 2015, in that they have introduced this net metering system for all industries also. All industries. The industries, if they have connected load of 100 kilowatt, the industry can install solar rooftop system up to 50%. That is 50 kilowatt. So that was initially started. Now in 2021 policy, they will open these limitations. Any industries, if they have connected load of 100 kilowatt, they can install up to 100 kilowatt power plant.
One doesn't feel much because cost because it's entirely free because the government.
In this case, the investment is gone.
But what is the cost generated comes to install like the project that you have on this regional science museum? How big is the area?
See, this is 100 square meter, 100 kilowatt system. It requires 1000 square meter area.
And how much total investment and input cost?
₹32 lakh.
And the maintenance is done by the government?
Yeah, the cost 32 lakh is inclusive of 5 years comprehensive maintenance.
And how is the average cost of maintenance per annum?
See, it is varies, but we are at our end. The basically requirement is a cleaning. Sometimes some fault like a fuse like this, but 5% is there, not more than that.
And you have adequate personnel to attend to any problem that arises in this establishment?
Yeah. Quarterly, we are taking reports from the this EPC contractor, duly signed by the building owner. So both may know this, what is this condition of the system placed on that address.
I mean, there is a kind of a deal.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, like your wind power provides around 12% of this total state requirement. That's what they do. What would be your estimated project actual contribution?
See, in Gujarat, 67 megawatt installed in the government building. Total Gujarat, till today I think. Out of which JEDA has, from the government building, installed 37 megawatt. So, this is some countries.
How much it comes to? I mean, you will take it to the quantity.
What to?
Percentage contribution, how much it would be?
Present contribution 50%.
50% of the total.
Government building, only for government to government.
Entire state.
See, entire state, this total installed capacity of the state in the rooftop, it is 1.8 gigawatt. And Gujarat is the first state in the country have achieved this target, 1.8 gigawatt.
Are you having any plan to expand it further? The potentials are quite high. How you are going to?
Sir, it is open. This Gujarat state has announced a policy. It is open for all the institutions, all the private sector, industries, whatever. They can install solar rooftop system. There is no restriction. Depends upon the financial capacity they can and their requirement of power. They can install the solar rooftop system.
Since it is a wires and water project for which you have, come into this project. So you have a roadmap as to how you physically plan to cover.
Sir, what about, we are doing this project financed by or grant provided by the ministry, by the climate change department. So we have to work within this round only.
No, but it generates funds, no? Because it's saving, you're supplying to the beach, that means you're saving funds. So what would be the hitch in providing extra funds?
See, earlier we, looking to the requirement, we were being given target fund allocation for the yearly project 4 to 5 crore rupees. Last year we have been given 25 crore rupees. Now this year we got 36 crore rupees. So we have to planning within this.
What's your administrative expenditure on this project? आपका administrative expenditure क्या है?
Administrative expenditure is a common things. Our salary, our living premises cost. That is a everyday nature.
Good.
Thank you, sir.
And now this one, so we want to take number 10 as well now?
Yes. So the water heater is a 5 minutes.
Which one do you want to take? Serial number
10.
Installation of solar water utilities.
That's number 10.
11 वाला.
No, it's not falling. Not going
Yeah, so let's go over to installation of solar water heating system, government buildings, number 10.
Sir, we are going to hot water now?
Yeah.
This is a very long, very bad.
Now this.
You get different meanings associated with
Sir, this is a different project. This is standalone system, and this is the requirement of hot water system. Hot water requirement is what we bought in the government sector. Generally, schools with a boarding school, that is, students are staying in the government building for education purpose. And for industrial application, we can see there is a feed water requirement for the boiler.
also for government.
This is I am talking for only government project, but in scope of the system, that is what is the applicability of the system.
Let me take it 10 seconds. In West Bengal, when Prime Minister was there, Finance Minister was accused of, by the opposition party, government कुछ नहीं करता, ये नहीं, तो मुझे बता दीजिए, government कहीं मैं बात करूँगा, government कहाँ है मुझे पता नहीं.
Sir, last 4 to 5 months ago, I went to Calcutta. There is one vibrant Gujarat pre-meeting, roadshow was there. So I have heard that in West Bengal there is no solar policy. In here, if you see the satellite picture, you will see the numbers of system installed on the roof of the building.
This is sugar policy, not solar policy.
Solar policy.
They may have been out, but that was only in between. We are not going to West Bengal.
Yes, sir.
We have long way.
Sir, so this is water heating system. This is the one storage tank and an absorber tubes. This introduction, basically solar water heater is utilized for the requirement of hot water. And basically hot water requirement is during the winter. So during what happens in winter, the load of heating increases. So this is the replacement of this requirement of hot water through conventional system. That is, if in every house they are basically utilizing the electric geyser. So that geyser may be replaced through the solar water heating system. It can be applicable for industries, factories, and in solar water heating system, when the solar radiation is available. So if today whole day solar radiation is available, water heated and stored into the hot water insulated tank. So it can be utilized for the second day morning. Its temperature in the second day will be 60 to 80 degrees centigrade. Normally we require temperature after bathing we require 40 degree, near about 35 to 45 degree. So we have to add cold water for maintaining our water temperature for bathing. See, the solar water heater is system available from 100 liters to lakh liters in the collector wise. So one collector equivalent to 100 liters capacity. It can be applicable, it can be utilized for restaurant, canteen, guest house, hostel, hospitals. In hospitals also there is a requirement of hot water. Now, one system of 100 liter capacity yearly saves 1500 units per year. And it can prevent the emission of 1.5 tons of carbon dioxide per year. The solar hot water system are basically when we have started in 1996. There is only one type of solar system available, that is flat plate collector. But nowadays, China has developed a tube-in-tube type of solar. This is absorber plate. So in which they don't require a huge cage with a absorber plate, insulation and cover plate. So evacuated vacuum tube is widely utilized in the market. This is the second type of collector. JEDA has taken up the installation project for the government building, and these are the buildings are the hostels, ST, SC hostels, SCPC hostels, polytechnic, government engineering colleges, medical colleges, agricultural universities, Visram Gurus, Yatradam.
All government.
All government, only government. That's all. See, it is 100% funding by the state. This scheme was initiated by 2015-16. In total, we have covered 540 numbers of buildings, and total aggregate capacity is 19 lakh liters, in which we have installed 500 liter to 2,500 liter capacity. Till date. This is the estimated 79,000 beneficiaries are benefited by our program, and 13.87 million units of electricity we have seen.
This bathing purpose is those are in the hostels, hospitals, etc.
Yeah.
How do you know the capacity of these hostels and everything?
Yeah.
And that is
you
don't see the merit of the output of our power.
We design capacity such a way the occupier, how many numbers of students they are staying there. So if 50 students are staying there, then we see for one children we count 50 liters. It is maximum, but during some cloudy day they need hot water. So that is including storage. Our design purpose, we calculate that one student will take 50 liters of hot water.
Yes. But one small question. See, would you please rationalize that having a residential school, hospitals, is justified because number of people like government offices like this, how many people will be taking bath? No one, except for washing hands and kitchen. So, is it rationalized, balanced approach?
See, we government offices, only offices, that is no residence, we are not providing solar facility.
Oh, that's the case.
Yeah, we are not providing solar facility. Only for residence hostels.
Government hostels.
Only hostels. The agricultural college is there, but agricultural college having their hostels. So we provide to hostel only.
Okay. I thought that any government building provides.
No, that was only part. Grid connector system. See, during this is our achievement since 2015 to 2022.
Anyway, this ultimately the schemes are of the same objective, save energy, and make it cost effective and extract saving to the people using them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
12, next. Number 12.
So,
The scheme for developing high quality
So-
research. Yes. Yeah, let's start.
Good afternoon, sir. So I'm here representing Education Department, Government of Gujarat. And I'm joined with Professor A.U. Patel, Advisor KCG and former Vice Chancellor, Gujarat University. I have with me my colleague, Deborah Karate. Sir, I'm here for this initiative run by the Education Department, that is, Scheme of Developing High Quality Research. We abbreviated called as SHOW. Education Department, Government of Gujarat, strives to facilitate and encourage research, promotes research among the young research scholars, and for that we provide financial assistance to these young scholars. So the idea of SHOW was incepted in the year 2019 through a government resolution wherein a financial assistance of rupees 15,000 rupees per month is provided and 20,000 per year as a contingency expense. The main objective is of course to promote high quality research by providing financial assistance to full-time research scholars for carrying out qualitative research. So we have here our eligibility criteria, that is minimum 55% is required in post-graduation and 5% of relaxation is available as per for the reserved categories. Then we have second condition, that is registration for PhD should have been done on or after 1st July 2018. This scheme is for researchers who want to pursue full-time research work and not part-time. And lastly, there is a condition that the scholar should not avail benefit under any other scheme run by the central government or the state government, and the person should not be in employment. In short, that there has to be no other income. So this is our punchline, Gujarat mein Garb Sanchodhan Kare Sar. As I mentioned earlier,
there is a trouble.
So as I mentioned earlier, that this is the scheme which focuses in providing financial assistance. So wherein we provide 15,000 per month, 20,000 per annum as a contingency expense, which comes to 2 lakh a year and 4 lakh for 2 consecutive years. So this is the application procedure.
See it under here. There is a problem of the connection. Please see.
We can go ahead with it.
Not a problem, sir. Next slide was, you have that, okay. So then we have explained application procedure.
There is a loose connection.
So applications for the scheme are get registered online, and then physical verification and online verification of all the documents applications are done by the nodal officers designated at the universities and respective universities, and then the list of verified applications. All the applications which were registered, they get verified by the nodal officers, and only the verified applications get submitted at KCG. These applications then are classified at KCG under subject-wise. We segregate them stream-wise and subject-wise. After that, all the eligible applications get submitted to scrutiny committee. So we have a scrutiny committee to decide on whether the proposal is appropriate or worth going ahead or not. Then these research proposals are evaluated by subject experts if needed, under the guidance of scrutiny committee. After that, sir, we are at the stage of declaring the result, but before that we pass a general resolution for the same, and then once approved, general resolution is declared, then the stipend gets allocated for the approved applications. So these are the 6 criteria for assessment based on which...
I just have one question. When you do the registration, we have to give also the proposal?
Yes, sir.
So along with the registration, you have to see what is the proposal which you want to do that for example.
Yes, sir.
So every proposal is given.
Yes. They are submitted online.
Without a proposal, your PhD registration is not done.
Yes. And so these are the...
I thought you first register the candidates and check his eligibility, etc. What you said about it. Then ask for the proposal, then go to ECG. No, nothing. Along initial stages, if you require the proposal.
No, I will explain. See, under this scheme, every university have to invite applications. In private universities and state universities,
Right, okay.
they invite applications.
Okay.
And first scrutiny will be done by the university committees.
Okay.
They will approve in DRSF that committee as per UGC norms.
Okay.
And after approval, they will send it to KCG.
Okay.
And KCG will process later on by inviting professors from various universities, those who have 15 years experience.
Okay.
And different subjects they will assess, and then we will finalize by the scrutiny committee.
Because I was a little bit confused because registration, because you are talking about candidates with so many experience, etc. Then you suddenly talked about proposal. That was the reason I asked the question.
Yes.
Okay, fine, thank you.
So these are the criteria of assessment which are considered by the scrutiny committee for approval of the proposal. The first one is originality and innovativeness, wherein they assess the newness and the uniqueness of the proposal. Then we have aims and objective of research, adequate and related literature survey and review, clarity of research design, and
This is the proposal will contain all this.
Yes.
In any case. Without that proposal, we can't make it.
Definitely. But sir, it's important to see here the weightage that we provide for the approval. Like
Research proposal will essentially have these components.
Yes.
Without that, it is not a research complete.
Right.
So, go to the next.
Okay, no problem. So then these are the officers and authorities involved for effective implementation of the scheme. So we have the education department. We'll discuss roles after in next slides. So we have education department, National Informatics Center, Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, and undertaking of education department. Then we have scrutiny committee that plays a vital role. University nodal officers who are mainly like coordinators who undertake all the correspondence with us. And then we have PhD guides and HODs. So in brief, like in one-liners, we'll see the role of various...
Just for clarification. I said that you need a guide, PhD guide in that area. So it is a prerequisite or when the proposal comes, the candidates supposed to indicate who is this guide?
It's mandatory, sir, to have a guide.
Alright.
Yeah, so it's mandatory to have it.
It was not here, so that was that.
Okay. It's mandatory because every scholar gets like, they are designated, they work under a guide, sir. So the role of education department here is mainly to allocate grant. Then we have file approvals, decision approvals, coordinating with other ministries and officers based on our needs and requirements, constitution of various committees. So far we have only one committee, that is scrutiny committee, but if time requires, we may constitute many other. Then GR amendments, which is another very important aspect and work done by the education department. Then we have role of NIC. NIC plays a vital role in, of course, we know, designing Shodh portal, technical support that they provide, developing of various modules from time to time, and updation in instructions. Role of scrutiny committee, as discussed earlier, they assess the proposal and then they evaluate based on the assessment criteria. They pass general resolution, after that only results get declared. and then providing recommendation and inputs from time to time to make it more effective. Role of KCG mainly will look after disbursement of stipends, which is done phase-wise, then coordinating with NIC office, nodal officers, departments, administrative arrangements and resolution of various queries related to payment or any other, proposing budget provision every year, and then student data entries to make it available at the state DBT portal and CM dashboard. Role of universities, so mainly there are two important roles that they have to play. Number one, online verification of applications and verification of monthly attendance reports, progress reports and RDC approved student reports. And role of PhD guides, the usual ones, issuing monthly attendance, approval on contingency expenses bill, observation of progress report and RDC related issues. Moving next, sir, this is one of the important clauses, that is penalty clause. So penalty is levied in two cases. So we ask for the main amount, the stipend amount that has been disbursed so far, with an interest of 18% in cases where any terms and condition of the GR has been breached. At that time, 18% interest is levied, and in other case, that is, if any student wants to withdraw from the PhD course or don't want to continue anymore, then they have to refund a total amount of the stipend with an interest of 12%. So these are the little achievements that we have made so far. An amount of 41.28 crore has been disbursed to 1,746 students. The scheme is running successfully for the past 3.5 years. Enabled bulk SMS services are provided for issuing any important instructions, and short guidelines are prepared from time to time. Nomination in awards, and then integration of short portal with NPCI, which is one of the biggest achievements for us because we see hurdles by transferring payment to students. Successful data entries to be made available at for DBT transactions and to make it available at CNDB and Aadhaar enabled services. This is just a comparative summary. So total, it was initiated in the year 1920. That time we had total registered application of 1258, and for the current year it's 1496. Significant increase. And then approved by scrutiny committee applications were 755 in the year 1920. Now it stands to 930. Now next is process re-engineering and recent developments. So this is one of the crucial things to be done to facilitate more to the students and to update from time to time, make it more convenient and available for students to know about the scheme and enroll themselves. First one is amendment in show the GR. So recently the amendment that has taken place is earlier we used to demand for a certain percentage, that is 55% at undergraduate level also, but now we have amended and make it mandatory only at master's level. And as I said earlier, relaxation of 5% is given to the reserved categories. Development of various modules, that is new application module, contingency module, payment module and feedback module. We have added few more universities and other streams and faculties have been added. So thoda sa broader aspect diya gaya hai. New application for the current year is 1291 and general resolution has been passed by the scrutiny committee to announce to declare results for the current year. So these are the queries and challenges that we had when we were in operation and how we comply with them. Updating government resolution from time to time is a little challenge because we have to draft it and consider so that it works in a larger public interest. That has been done successfully. Next is redressal of queries. So we provide facility through helpline numbers, emails, SMSs, and the scholars are allowed to meet in person during office hours. Then we have development of modules which has been done very successfully. We have a technical coordinator to support in case any scholar faces any problem. Then we have maintaining and updating data. Reject file process, because earlier we were operating through e-office, then we got updated to e-Sarkar, and parallelly, because it's a financial matter, scholarship matter, so parallelly we process physical files also. Establishing coordination, which is of course a task. So we established coordination for meetings, guidance webinars, and guidelines, and framing rules and other things. Then subject by classification, of course, because we have included a wide range of subjects and faculties into it, segregation is a task, but which is done very successfully every year. Payment-related issues and EVPS method, with the help of NPCI and integration of Shod portal with NPCI, it has been addressed. These are the benefits of the scheme, the general benefits of. The scheme has helped in increasing research scholars. More scholars are getting enrolled for PhD. It solves their financial concern. Those who are facing financial crunch or want little support, the scheme could be useful for them. Then there is no discrimination like some certain income parameter or age parameter. There is no such thing. Anyone can enroll for this. Others are general, sir. Next is our plan of action for the current year. This year we are going to declare results for 21-22. Then arrangements will be made for disbursement of amount, a stipend amount. Amount will be allocated to the approved applications only. And then amendment in scrutiny committee, if required, it will be made. And then regular stipend and contingency payments will take place for the year 21-22. Way forward, sir, it is in the plan and it is proposed that we must recognize or award for the best thesis or proposal. We are considering to do this. And then launch of new schemes. So we also want to cover teachers and faculties under the scheme. Next is promotion of research in accordance with NEP. As we understand, we all are trying to implement NEP. So we'll include some other aspects of NEP in the existing scheme. And preparation of budget and inviting new applications for the year 22-23. Thank you, sir.
I have a couple of questions. How we assess the quality of research?
Pardon, sir?
How we assess the quality of research?
So
I submitted a beautiful project proposal, the design, all of those things there, and you gave me the money. I started doing research. But at the end of the day, what is the quality of research we have done? How we assess it?
So far, we are going by the criteria, the assessment criteria that has been mentioned. And like the scrutiny committee, we have 5 members there who are not directly connected with the universities or anyone. So they assess the proposal based on the criteria that we have provided.
Every year they assess the quality of the research. See, what I followed it, you got a committee to look at the experts committee to look at the proposal. That's good. That's a good idea. But when I start doing the research work, how do you assess my quality of research which is coming out of this good or not?
So we call for progress report from the
progress report doesn't tell you the
so we are also
you need to have some experts to like him or to have to look at it. What he has done, what he has achieved, what he is following properly or not, somebody in addition to the guide. The guide is there, but in addition to somebody has to make sure some committee or something assess the quality of research is good or not.
But sir, we have RTC committee at university level. Yes.
First answer is we invite applications, only quality applications.
I followed this.
Then assessment is also very strict. And we reject large number of applications.
I followed that.
Later on, we have a scrutiny committee. After allotment, they scrutinize progress report and also see that quality work is completed or not. We provide them guidance also, and ultimately, out of, for example, 950 applications, we come to conclusion that 50 or 60 which are the best in science, which are the best in arts faculty, which are the best in management, and then we give them special awards also. So quality of research they judge by a particular committee.
They meet regularly and see each of the projects.
Yes.
See what I was trying to aim at is that each science, in the case of physics, chemistry, mathematics, IT, whatever, each of these specialized subject. There are a lot of areas which is coming into that area. When I submitted a proposal for you in a particular area, you accepted me, you went and gave me the money. But whatever research I did for last 1 year has to be assessed. So you require quality experts The experts in that particular subject, not the standard committee. You require experts to look at it. Maybe peer committee you have to set up, which is outside the university or somebody else, who assess the research. Like when you submit a research paper, there is a peer committee which is submitted to some magazine. They will have a peer committee which will like 2 or 3 experts are there which will look at it and they give comments on that particular thing. Yes, he has done a good job, or he has to make modifications to that particular research before the paper is accepted. Similarly, research which you are doing, you don't come to the end. Every year you need to see that whether he is progressing in the right directions or not.
Yes. Our first aim at the beginning was to increase total PhD teachers
that objective I 100% accept
among colleges and universities.
I accept that objective.
So it increased from I think up to 40%. So that was our first aim. That PhD, because it will benefit particularly in accreditation, ranking, etc. if we have more PhDs.
Because I happen to assess the IIT. Let me say that.
Your point is also very correct that later on we have to find out who did best research in university. Degree is awarded by a particular university.
Right.
So we should guide universities also that please see that qualitative research, it should be beneficial to the knowledge and also to the society.
I happen to be a member of National Assessment Committee for IIT Guwahati.
Yes.
Okay, we did assessment, research work, etc. There are such research work which we did not accept it. Okay, so here research work, after 5 years doing it, that guy has spent 5 years of his time and he didn't get the proper direction. His research, his life is wasted. So that was the reason every year after research work is done, you need to assess the quality of the research. Whether it's going the right direction or not, it needs to be modified. That's one question. Anyway, you look at the. Second is that when you do a research, I create new patterns, new procedures, new products out of it. Is there any mechanism of patenting it? I never heard anything in your presentation. Do you patent the process and the products that come out of your research?
No, but at present we are supporting universities and later on that is also our objective that now.
Yes, sir, you are spending money, sir, on the research work. Yes, you are giving a scholarship, you are funding it, you are creating the laboratories. After that, a product is generated, a process is generated at the cost of the university or the government. It has to be registered. Is it to be patented on your name, or the individual's name, or the university name, or the government name?
Therefore, in way forward, we have mentioned that initiation of best research thesis award.
Those researchers that have the potential to be commercialized or
see, what I was basically trying to tell you, please look at these aspects.
Yes, right.
Don't forget it. That's what I was trying to say that. Because research is a very, very strange subject. Let me use the word strange subject. There are a lot of things that can happen there. So you need to look at the various steps that you need to take. When you're funding it up, excellent idea. You are creating more PhD, excellent idea. The number of theses is good. But Government of India is also interested in patents. Because each thing which will be a research, I'm not copying somebody's work which has done cut and paste. That's not my PhD. I hope that's not the one. Because a lot of PhDs are there which are cut and paste.
No,
we are not looking at cut and paste. You are creating original research work. When you create original research work, there will be a new process you might have created, new product you have created, new idea might have created, which needs to be patented because of ownership of the university or the government or whatever you want to do that, or individual.
This is a good suggestion and we have initiated that 5 universities should combine for one research.
No, not all. I think it is too much service. We ask all that university or individual.
Make a real fundamental research.
But that capable of being patented or commercialized.
Sorry. There is a difference between the fundamental research and the research which are done. Fundamental research is different, little bit different. It's more complicated. That you may not be able to patent that.
Therefore, 5 departments of different universities were associated.
Okay, fine. Anyway, I just want to convey my point that
yes,
you wish to answer.
It is good suggestion and we will improve. No
okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Anything else?
Okay, I'll take not much because you are doing research, you will know what you are going to ask. If basically this question arises, we need to establish what we mean by quality research at the very outset. then an applicant will understand that this is quality, so I should put my application. Now after he puts in the application, then we are looking quality into it. Why should you go there? Tell me what quality is, then he will go to the next point. See, you felt in the state government there is a shortage of scholarships available for the students. Okay, that's why you started this scheme. As I understand, this scheme is on par with the JR of UGC, is it? And also research fellowship for all the different CSR, ICMRs, and all ministries have this. But see, in UGC, they have an entrance exam. But you don't, with the 55%, you have N number of people with 55%. Unless you have an examination, how do you, to test the ability of research ability, you should have some entrance
Sir,
exam.
only those proposals go ahead which has secured 50% based on our
No,
assessment criteria.
That's eligibility. Eligibility, you can only eligible when you have 50%. But to award a scholarship, you have another set of criteria. Why UGC has an examination conducted, CSR has an examination conducted. But why should we, since you are very quality conscious, in that context I am talking, there should be, we should also assess the candidate's ability to do quality research. Only when you can assess. Only when you have entrance examination. Right? Number 3. Now, but it's not on par with the UGC and other scholars. Number 3 is that you see, how do we distribute your number? How many scholarships we have, sir?
Only 1,000.
1,000.
As per budget.
Budget. Yeah. It's not for the subject demand. Okay. Now this is another area of concern. We should we should promote research where it is required, because your quality research, innovative research, out of the box research, is not that the funds decide, but what is required as a research, as the educational university provides, that we should be also focused. Number 3 is, see, you don't have any, like you have n number of subjects. We have not fixed any number of scholars to the subject wise. Or you not, this year we will give 10 scholars to X subject, next year depending upon the availability wise. That is again loose ends. Last. 4th is that how are you giving earmark to quota to scheduled castes, scheduled tribes? That's mandatory.
No, your master, but the relaxation is
No,
provided.
it must. So these are something which I am saying to look into it. We will not discuss about it because some suggestions.
Point 1, sir. We are not inviting applications directly. University is inviting and they process all applications through RDC, Research Development Council. And university will suggest, we have 104 universities, they will suggest quality research. They think first that which applications will be accepted by the scrutiny committee in the KCG. So they send only those applications which they consider best.
They will have this entrance exam.
They have processing.
Do they have entrance exam?
Entrance examination is there, RDC is there, committee is there.
In that case, sir, why do we involve in the give these funds to the university? They will get the conduct exams and they will give it. Why should we have this?
No, but this is a centralized government process.
You can distribute.
They
suggest.
suggest.
Still, the UGC doesn't give scholars, it gives the universities. University gives. Similarly, you give the scholars to the universities. So I consider point. Okay.
So we'll try coordinating the GSET and we'll operate in
And we are allotting seats also. For example, as far as sciences are concerned, we allot maximum number of, because they have, in engineering also, PhD is very difficult because they have to prepare a new project which is not in existence. So for engineering, for sciences, we give more. Where research is difficult, and in arts and commerce where there are duplication of subjects. For example, Narsi Mehta Kavita, Narsi Mehta Kavitva, Narsi Mehta's poems, same kind of research proposals will come. So we prevent them. No research, such research is required in duplication. So, and we transfer to best subjects and best titles.
You said that you give it to the university to decide whom they want to give. Why do you worry about duplications or cut and paste and all these things?
No, but we have to register that because this fund.
But anyway, sir, this approach is a bit difficult to develop. That X science is better, Y science is bad,
No,
this is duplicate. This is not a very academic approach. Let me be very honest.
We are inviting professors from different universities and form committees also. Five, six members.
They must have devised this system
They must have devised it with some
based on certain criteria, requirements, and the necessity.
Oh, that has not come out. No, that's what I'm saying.
Precisely. So
Anyway,
the point that you are making is probably over and above what they have done. But if they are doing by whatever they are doing, are meeting the objective of this fundamental intervention, that stands justified. But yes, recommendations that you are making, probably they may be
No,
good.
but I appreciate your point.
There is one prevention. Only regular students are enrolled. Those who are doing PhD with job, they are not allowed. Those who are doing PhD remaining at their home, they are not allowed. Only regular students.
Frankly,
They have to attend daily library, they have to fill up progress report every month and doing their PhD.
You see,
One last comment I just want to make.
Just a minute, sir, member. I mean, end of the day, majority of engineering students do MBA. MBA students don't do engineering. Do they? No, but that's not. So ultimately, social science has a relevance. Sorry, sir.
No problem. I just want small suggestion, maybe comment. Because if you look at the criteria of yours, originality, innovation, you got the 10 marks only. I think that should be the much higher rather than other issues. Anyhow, this is only side gap. The choice is yours, the mechanism is yours. But if I had been in that position, I would have given much higher mark because innovation, originality is the maximum capability of making.
Point actually emanating from what you said, that the similar
chairman of
proposals.
that committee, scrutiny committee, final decisions are taken under my chairmanship.
Right, sir.
So we will accept all suggestions and change accordingly.
No, basically originality and the
Yes, very important.
absolutely the most vital. Innovation is that some simple idea, just how many IT may so many people make crores of rupees. So it's innovation, you have to give little more let me use the word, little more importance than what you are doing. That is a very low number for the particular.
Why this subject is so close to it? Because the personally holds number of patents.
Yes.
That's the reason.
Hey.
Alright, we'll move on to the next one.
Thanks a lot, I appreciate very much. It's very wonderful effort for you to increase the research work. I do appreciate that. Thank you.
So you'll be taking the number 13 as well, Gujarat State.
Yes,
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, by the
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We are representing Gujarat State Institutional Rating Framework. I would like to. So we'll take the introduction first. Basically, this is an initiative which was implemented in 2018-19 by Education Department, Government of Gujarat. It aims to assess, audit and evaluate the strength and weaknesses of the institute, higher education institute that we are talking about. This is a comprehensive assessment of universities, colleges and specialist institutes on the lines of national institution, rating framework, which is NIR. Basically, Knowledge Continuum of Gujarat, in partnership with ICARE Agency, Indian Center for Academic Rankings and Excellence, this is a pioneering attempt that we try to create by rating the institution on the basis of the rating parameters. This is the process that has been explained over here. First, we invite the colleges and the universities for the participation. We invite the LOI, letter of intent, from the universities and colleges to participate in GSIRF. Then we conduct a guidance workshop for rating process, how to fill the data, and later on the data collation sheet has to be shared with the participants who will be participating in GSIRF rating. Later on, the evaluation and assessment is done by the agency, which is ICARE agency, and in the last end, declaration of results is done, and later on the last stage, performance analysis webinar is done, which actually guides the institute how to improve the rating in the next cycle. The institutes, the universities and the colleges, basically they can participate in 8 different rating categories. One is university, where the universities can only participate. The second one is college category. The third one is engineering. The fourth one is pharmacy. The fifth one is management. Sixth is architecture. Seventh is law, and the medical. These are the 8 rating categories in which institutes can participate. Institutes can participate in more than one category in this GSIRF rating process. These are the rating parameters. On the basis of these parameters, the institutes are rated: research and professional practice, graduate outcome, outreach and inclusivity, teaching, learning and resources. In this process, basically the data collection sheet has to be shared with the universities and the colleges and institutes. Basically, in the data collection sheet, they have to fill up the data of the previous 3 to 4 years. Basically the data is the student faculty ratio, the outer students, the PhD faculty, and the placement data also needs to be filled up. These are the benefits explained over here for the rating process. It helps to identify the quality of the institute, not only in terms of education, but also in research and infrastructure as well. This brings the transparency by improving the policy and strategy and achieves the better student performance. This is very supportive in a way holistic education developed within world-class institution. And main point is that GSIRF basically guides and inspires institutions to rate and participate in national level ranking framework. The other benefits are basically evaluation and rating enhances the quality of educational institute. It helps to identify institution, their weaknesses, their loopholes, and the strength and opportunities. This provides the quality of courses offered by institutions. Students can get an idea from the rating that which institute I can get enrolled myself into. It helps improve the teaching learning method, the infrastructure and curriculum pedagogy as well. This is the year-wise participation in GSIRF. We started in 2018-19. The university initially were only 21 which participated, and institute and colleges were 55. In 2019-20 there was increase to 29 universities and 101 colleges. In current year 2021 and 2022, we have 37 universities which have participated and 208 institutions, which we can see that there is a growth in participation in GSIRF. These are the fees. We charge minimum amount of fees from the state and private universities as well as the private colleges and state colleges. These are the fees and expenses explained over here. These are the result of the previous 2020-2021. These are the top institutions which have win the stars category in this 8 different categories. You can see the Gujarat University has achieved the 5-star in the overall university category. In the architecture category, State University has also received 4-star. In the Management Edge Institute of Management Studies, this is the 2020 and 2021 result. These are the top institutes. What are the achievements that we have received so far? The citations has increased, the publications has increased. Even the outer state students has also enrolled more in Gujarat state. The faculty with PhD has also increased from 38 to 42%. The average increase of faculty-student ratio has also increased. When we are talking on the lines of NIRF, so we need to see the participation in NIRF as well. As we can see from this chart, in 2020 there were only 22 institutes from Gujarat which took part in NIRF ranking out of the 5,000 institutes from India. When we can see 2022, there are 61 institutes from Gujarat that has participated in NIRF, which is a quite increase from the previous years. These are the results of NIRF. Just before a week, only 2022 results are out in National Institutional Rating Framework. Gujarat University, IIT Gandhinagar, SUNLE and GNLU and several universities have made their impact in NIRF also. IIM Management tops in management category. Gujarat University was the first who was rated in NIRF in 2020. It was the first state university. It has also ranked again in 2022 as well. These are the participation and performance analysis report. If we see the university category, in 2018-19, there were only 20 universities participated, and if we see there is an increase in 2020-2021 also, and in the same way, rated in NIRF has also increased the number of 3. So more and more number of institutes are also participating in NIRF. They are getting guidance to participate in NIRF, and they are getting motivation also to participate in NIRF. Engineering category also we have seen like only 7 institutes participated in 2018-19, and in 2020-21 total 29 institutes participated in GSIRF, and out of which 6 were rated in NIRF. In the law category, in this current 2020 year, 4 universities also participated in ranked 1 NIRF ranking was achieved. In management, 10 universities, 10 institutes participated, and out of which 3 were rated in NIRF. These are the major 8 categories: university, college, engineering, pharmacy, law, architecture, management and medical. The conclusion is that GSIRF rating, Gujarat State Institutional Rating, which rates on the lines of NIRF, it aims to promote competitive excellence in the higher education institutes. It helps to upscale the academic institute not only in terms of academics but also in infrastructure, curriculum, pedagogy also. It would pave the path of going global by measuring all the factual data. When they fill up the data, they have to put the real-time data in the data collection sheet, and they can improve their direction, and they can succeed also in the NIRF ranking also in the future. Thank you. In the coming time, we are going, as of now, we are manually sending the data collection sheet to the institutes. In the coming time, we are planning to go online also, and we are planning to have an online portal which will make it hassle-free and the manual errors will be eliminated. Yes. And for the same thing, Government of Gujarat Education Department has launched very recently on 7th of July Garima Cell for the enhancement of quality that will monitor all the institutions for the ranking and rating. They will provide the hand-holding support to all the institutions, not only in GSIRF ranking and rating but also in NIRF also. Thank you so much, sir.
I did have a couple of comments. One very good initiative to assess the performance or rating of the institution, because students will benefit a lot of my question, the format which is for NIRF, is the same as the universities, or yours is the same as NIRF? Because in NIRF we have research papers published, okay, which are there, how is peer reviewed. We also have what is called the patents registered and all those areas. So do you have all those things in your program?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. There is also in NIRF, we also there is a committee that set up. They physically visit that particular place to discuss with the corresponding departments. Do you also follow the same procedure?
Yes. We provide there is a webinar that we conduct on the guidelines also.
And guidelines is different. Yes. Guidelines is different, however. What I was saying, after filling in the pro forma, you submit it to that one, and then usually they set up a committee of experts, okay, who will go and discuss with the university or institution or the thing with respect to the whatever the pro forma they filled up, okay, how many research paper, which are the research, because somebody will write 100 research papers. What type of research papers is there? Are there some valuable research paper? Some discussion takes place so that they assess it and really research and really payment and really work that is being done. The committee usually goes there. Do you follow similar type of criteria, or whatever data he has given, I take it face value is correct, done, over with?
Sir, before feeding data,
sir, we are following strictly all the criteria of the NIR. Those who apply for this GSIL, the university will call a meeting. We will invite, and we are inviting experts from the national level, and we hold hand-holding support we are giving them as far as citation is concerned, research papers are concerned, and all other criteria also. But Vice Chancellor himself is taking interest.
It's a good initiative, sir. I think my question was my comment was a little different. My view is to fill out guidance, give everything is fine. But after filling up the form, as you submitted to me, they try to find out the data which you have really is and ask a question, go to the institute to ask the question. I said 100 research papers I have done in the case of biochemistry. By RIT, or chemical things, etc. So they go and say what are the papers, which are reviewed, how many peer reviews are there for a research paper, some sort of quality type of assessment. I mean, to get an idea, because somebody will write 100 research papers, whether useful or not, or cut and paste research papers, whatever may be. So that type of assessment is done before they give a comment. They give the committee gives a comment, and that is taken back to the national committee. They reassess, like you said, you do that. So do you follow a similar criteria procedure? I'm asking. That's all.
Yes, we follow that criteria.
Okay,
we have committees also, and after submission of the data, they check it and they guide again that this data are not proper and your weaknesses
No, you will not know the data is right or not unless you physically go there and talk to them.
But before they go to NRIF, it should be perfect, and therefore we are guiding that.
NRIF will send a committee, expert committee to you to assess it out. Usually they does it because I happen to go in one of those committees anywhere.
See, this scheme is just to increase NRIF results.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. It's a very good initiative and good luck.
My questions will be very basic and very juvenile. Okay, what is the purpose of this scheme? I mean, that straightforward juvenile question, and has it been accomplished? In what way?
See, the main purpose of this entire scheme is to increase numbers of colleges and universities in NIR, number one. And second purpose is to develop our institutions up to good ranking also at national level and international level. We are now trying for international level also, that some universities of Gujarat, at least 5-6 universities, should be in international ranking also, like China. That we are putting efforts for that.
You mean without this scheme, this cannot be achieved?
No, guidance is required for every stage for infrastructure,
No,
for
that's not.
research.
There is a national level also. National level also they does the same thing.
For accreditation, they require guidance.
Right.
No, but the thing is that it is infectious quality.
To compare ourselves the rest of the world, we should need to know what we are.
Actually, what is the receipt? Ultimately, at the end of the day, we see that we have observed these things, we recorded these things, then after that there is something with our gain of knowledge we put into application to improve. I was asking about it, anyway, that's long question.
For implementation of anything, this ranking, accreditations, etc. are very important.
Absolutely, sir. I agree. 100% agree, sir. Good, sir. Very well done. Good. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on. So we have number 14, impact.
Sir, currently on the request, I'm feeling well, so I thought to.
Please, what is your number?
Which one is yours?
This is the Student Startup and Innovation Policy.
Can you tell us the serial number?
This is all right. Okay. I'm following that number, huh? 17.
17.
Okay, startup innovation. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I, on behalf of Gujarat Knowledge Society and Education Department.
Before you start, I hope everybody is filling up the peer evaluation forms. If you don't have it, please ask for it. See, filling up peer evaluation is effective. So, you get it. You must pick up the form.
Is it okay? Do I start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, sir, this policy is a flagship innovation of Higher and Technical Education Department, Government of Gujarat. And the mandate was very clear that how do we create a strong innovation pipeline for the startup ecosystem in the state, leveraging higher and technical education capacity. So just to give a context, the first version of the policy started in 2017. That means the first cycle of 5 years has been done by now. And the idea was, can we create an ecosystem in the state where 1% of our graduates should be becoming job creators rather than job seekers. So that was the broad hypothesis that we had. And also we had a quantifiable goal in the first 5 years was to kind of nurture 1,000 student startups from various universities. At that point of time we had 91 universities in the state. And also to file 1,000 IPs and patents from the innovations being supported by the university, which in turn should create at least 500 venture companies out of the research productivity of all the universities. And to do that, the state decided that we should institutionalize the entire process rather than making it a one-off effort. And hence, the broad perspective was to build capacity of 200 educational institutions, who in turn will support the innovation and startups. So this was the introduction part of the policy. How we started doing this thing is Gujarat Knowledge Society became the apex body in the state government to implement the mandate. And every small to retail framework was designed in terms of how innovation will be scouted, how they will be funded, and also to create a hub and spoke innovation model. Because we decided that we should create an inclusive and decentralized innovation ecosystem. That means the students and innovators in Bhuj doesn't require to come to Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad to other facilities. So what we did is in every district, the institution and universities became our spokes, and the hub is in Ahmedabad. So we give grants to these institutions, we help them to build capacity, they scout innovators and they support them. Everything happened very seamlessly through an online portal, so that we not only look for the accountability of the financial support of the state government, but also look at the qualitative impact of every penny that goes into it. Everything was streamlined, and just to give a context, in the first 5 years, we supported 6,200 innovators across the universities, which was one of the large numbers in the across country. And out of these 6,200 teams, 1,700 of them built their venture companies before even they get graduated from those universities. So these are companies formed by students of undergrad, postgrad and PhDs of respective universities. So how we help them? We help them in incorporation of their companies, help them in patent filing, help them in giving mentoring, and also help each university and institution to build capacity as an incubation center. So this was the first stage of intervention we had. And the innovative aspects of the projects are very noteworthy. The first thing that we did is we should directly take benefit to the innovators like DBT, so that there is no transactional loss of time and resources in between. And if an innovator needs X resources at Baroda or Surat, they should get resources within 45 days of their support needs. So that is one intervention that we tried. Second important thing that we did is we had 186 grantee institutes and universities through whom we implemented the policy. But that doesn't mean that only the innovators of these institutions got benefited. So what we did in every district, the nearby institutions and schools got connected to the spoke of that district or that university that connected to us. And one important factor that we did is the journey of mind to market needs a lot of amalgamation between ideation to market integration. And most of the students are good researchers, but to understand the financial aspect of business, understand the legal aspect of business, they had to go through a lot of systematic support base. And I'm happy to tell you that by now around 200 odd institutions, out of which 51 are universities, are formal incubation centers. And this was something got noted by DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, in the last 2 years annual award of startup ranking of the states. Just to inform you, sir, in the last 3 years, 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021, Gujarat has been ranked number 1 in startup support ecosystem. And this policy of student startup and innovation policy has got a special citation in the last 2 years of award because of the length and the scale of the interventions. Now, how do we lead this thing? So we need a framework. How do we support it? So we realize that many of our innovators are doing innovations, but there is no IP guideline, no intellectual property guideline. So Gujarat Education Department again pioneered in bringing out a uniform IP guideline for every college and university, so that the interest of researchers, students, investors, mentors is taken care of. So this was first of its kind second policy that we did under this policy. Second thing what we did is every financial guideline was in line with the present need of innovators. So for example, when we say we are supporting innovation, many often their need are very unique. We can't find them in the ready market. So we leverage some of our GFR guidelines and the financial guidelines so that the innovators can still avail financial supports and build their products and solution. And while doing so, in 2019, the government realized that to support all these sports of 186 institutions, we need to set up an innovation hub at the state level. So SSIP policy set up the company called iHub. It's a special purpose company of the Education Department, which actually curates the support system for all the university incubation centers. So in that way, we have So SSIP policy set up the company called iHub. It's a special purpose company of the Education Department, which actually curates the support system for all the university incubation centers. So in that way, we are penetrating every district, every taluka, every institution, every region, and also every sectors. So we are now focusing on various programs at the state level, which caters the need of all of these beneficiaries. Just to give in context, we have 15 lakhs youth graduating from higher education in Gujarat. In the last 5 years, we directly penetrated to around 9,80,000 students. And these are not virtual intervention, physical intervention. And to do that, we organize 5,000 boot camps and events across colleges and universities, obviously in a span of 5 years. So that kind of ground penetration helped us to create a culture in the state. And we have this hackathon program, Open Innovation Challenge program, in which we emphasize that the students and the youth focus should be first on problem solving, and then once they solve the problem, we incentivize them to kind of take them to market. So these were the kind of intervention that we did. Now, from the day zero, we have been told, like even SKOCH criteria was very specific. How do we do the good governance? Because we wanted to learn every bit of experiment that we did. So all the data and every information was precisely captured in MIs. So suppose today, if you ask me, can you give me an agricultural sector startups in the district of Anand? Yes, we have access to that. At what stage? Who is the mentor? So every information is tracked that way, both qualitatively and quantitatively. And second, the grant distributions are based on the merit and performance. If a university is doing well, we give them more incentive to work, so that they create a competitive spirit among all the academic institutions in the higher education. And finally, to do both kind of auditing, from the requirement of financial side. From CAG, we do financial auditing, how they perform well, but also a team of around 200 experts from the ecosystem visited all the universities, do a physical auditing. So out of 6,000 teams, how many got converted into product, how many filed patents, and everything else. So we do a both kind of audit, both physical, qualitative, and financial. And then finally, idea was we should build capacity of every university as an innovation center. So by now, sir, I will be happy to mention that 51 universities out of 91 universities have already established incubation center, and around 130 large campuses which are not universities but having more than 5,000 students are also setting up innovation centers supported by us. We give up to 5 crore rupees to universities and up to 2 crore rupees to institutions to set up these innovation centers. Just to answer, any students who is studying or graduated in last 5 years was the beneficiary. Because we thought many often even the research scholars can benefit out of it. So it was quite inclusive and quite wide range. And just to give a context, these are the numbers that I mentioned about 9.5 lakhs, which is around 11 lakhs of the audited data, the university directly built capacity. 6,900 innovators got supported up to 2 lakhs rupees. Nowhere in the country an idea is funded by government on just a merit of a paper piece. So 6,900 ideas based on the proposals of the students and recommended by the colleges we funded, sir. Around 91 crore grant was given. Out of these 6,900 teams, 1,380 of them filed patent. Just to give a context, sir, Gujarat used to be the 7th state in terms of patent filing. And because of this intervention, we stand fourth now. So this intervention has a very strong implication in terms of creating a knowledge economy startup in Gujarat. And also we are doing a lot of open innovation programs. So every district magistrate, every state PSU, every large industry cluster is giving us innovation challenges, which in turn we throw out to various universities and incubation centers. They motivate their students to solve the problems, get our grant, and build startups and innovation out of it. So these are empirical data that we have done. In terms of interventions, yes, we give up to 2 lakhs rupees of grants, patent support, program support, capacity building, flagship programs. And interestingly, sir, just to mention you that when we used to do all these things, this year also in the central government benchmark how many academic incubators exist and sustain in every state, the second best performing state in terms of incubation was Maharashtra. They have 51 incubation centers. Because of SSIP policy, for which we got the award this time also by Honorable Piyush Goyalji, we have 192 incubation centers now. So in terms of both scale and quality, we have been working length and breadth of the state. Now, what we are doing in this entire thing is every university is being encouraged, every college is being encouraged, and now we are trying to create innovation clusters by connecting to local industry bodies, local social organizations, and engaging them with various open innovation programs. Just to give a context, like the Smart India Hackathon project of Ministry of Education, Government of India, in the state of Gujarat, we run this hackathon program called Smart Gujarat for New India Hackathon. 33,000 students participated to solve around 525 problem statements. So this was one of the very largest of that kind of experiment. And we had all the liberty to do all these things in Ahmedabad, Gandhinagar, but the government decided, let us go to district level, let us go to region level. So we did it in Surat, Badra, Rajkot, Ahmedabad, and ensure that every small and even tier 3, tier 4 location people participate in the innovation ecosystem. Now this is the plan that we have now. I'm happy to mention you that Honorable Chief Minister and the entire Cabinet noted the outcome of the first phase of 5-year experiment of 2017 to 2021, and they allowed us to extend this policy for next 5 years, SSIP 2.4, and this policy is now 5x. So initially government used to give us 100 crore grant, and now because of the outcome that we have done in the last 5 years, we have been given a mandate of 500 crores. This is the policy for your reference at your hand. What we are doing is we have done 2 more things in this policy and in that note. We have done both horizontal extension and vertical penetration. So what do we mean by horizontal extension? Is we have seen that out of 6,900 innovators that we supported, a significant chunk of them used to from technology education, from professional courses. However, we realized that there is a lot of prowess among even the arts, science and commerce students in terms of innovation. So this policy is now inclusive both for non-professional courses, arts, science and commerces, and also engineering and professional courses. In terms of vertical extension, initially the policy was restricted for higher education, but this time, based on the suggestions of Honorable Education Minister, we have extended it up to anybody from 35 years. That means even a school kid can avail those grants if he has innovation capabilities, and even a dropout below 35 years can leverage that. So this will encompass ITIs, this will also encompass school dropouts, because these days we see many people working in software or different industries also come to us, though they don't have a very formal degree, but they request us, can you help in our support system. So those are the kind of things that we are doing, sir. And our mandate for next 5 years in this policy is to 5x the outcome also, because we have got resource support from the government. And in next 5 years, we are trying to at least support 10,000 startups in the state of Gujarat. And we are confident that at least for the next couple of years, we will still remain number 1 in terms of startup ranking in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's quite enlightening, encouraging, and I'll go through the entire scheme that they've given, but good enough idea I could get that this is actually what should have found an important place in the national policy of education, this approach. And what could be more important than having innovations? That the innovation will require everything that need to be provided, and that you spelled out very clearly. I have no questions because this is a very refreshing approach, and very approach itself is innovative for supporting innovations. So thank you so much. I have no comments at this stage until I read the entire thing. Okay, thank you.
I have just one more comment. It's a very good initiative, and I would say excellent. I support it. Okay. Number one question is that I am also noted that in your presentation that you created innovation hubs at the universities, colleges, and the villages. Am I correct?
Yeah. In the academic institution.
Oh, fine. Okay, fine. I know. But you are creating the infrastructure for innovation is concerned creation. The question is that if somebody is trying to at the village or somebody requires some guidance, have you created some hierarchical structure by which he can be guided in case they have some issues regarding doing a particular product or any whatever process?
Yes. So what we have done, sir, is we have ensured that they don't need to migrate more than 30-50 kilometers from their location, number one. Because we have government engineering colleges in every district and universities almost in every district. So first thing that we did is set up the innovation center there. And what this innovation center does is, if the innovators approaches them, we do two things. First, we look at the prior art of the innovation that the innovator is claiming in terms of technical feasibility. And if they need some technical support, we quickly assign them mentors. So we call these mentors as startup Sathi. And these mentors are both from academia and industry, sir. So by now, every university is supposed to have a pool of 25 to 30 good industry mentors across domains. Because many of the innovators come ranging from biochemistry to nuclear medicines. So every university, and what we do, sir, in case the local university doesn't have a quality mentor at their disposal, then our portal comes handy. Because every university and incubator has mentioned what kind of knowledge resources they have, so we quickly share them. In fact, to encourage that they collaborate more, sir, in our mandate itself we have mentioned that if we find more activity in the collaborative nature, we incentivize them rather. So if one institute say, I don't have an expertise in pharmacology and my innovators are coming in that domain, we quickly connect them to the nearby grantee institute and centers so that they can guide them. And if the innovator says, I'm still not happy, sir, we do it at the state level through innovation hub at iHub, but that comes at a little bit later stage.
It's a good idea actually. That's what I was actually meant. Mentors both at academic subject wise, and second is industry wise also, because the process, procedure, complexities which are is a very good idea. The second is that whenever somebody is created a innovation, let me use the word, the process, product or procedures or whatever it is concerned here, it should be documented. Okay, some documented processing and patenting process also. You need to create some mechanism of helping them to do that particular thing also. Yes. I think that we also need to create. That requires a little bit of specialized expertise who are conversant with these laws and regulations.
I just missed out that point, sir. So what we have done is something called Intellectual Property Facilitation Center. We have done it in all university. And one more thing, sir, we have done with Controller General of Patents Office Help. So what we did, sir, is we did an open bid process. We have empaneled around 90 various law firms. So we got a red contract by Government of Gujarat. Any innovator can take help from them in terms of patent filing, and we pay upfront, sir. In other states, it's a reimbursed model. But here what we do is, if you are an innovator in Bhavnagar, if you want to file a patent, you go to Bhavnagar University Incubation Center, they will check your novelty, they will give you a mentor, and if your prior search is positive enough, you get upfront 75,000 rupees to file the patents. And that's also the number of thousand comes. Sir, it was very pity for us that अभी हम लोग पिछले 3 साल से पहले गुजरात में 250-300 पैटेंट फाइल करते थे, क्योंकि यहाँ पे सब लोग सोचते हैं कि सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी साथ नहीं बैठ सकते, सबको लक्ष्मी की पड़ेगी. बट अभी हमने कहा कि नहीं, दोनों चाहिए. तो what we did is we told that कि even if you are going to build the product and sell it to market, please file a patent. And they told कि हमारे पास तो पैसा नहीं है, because most of them were youth. तो हमने कहा हम अपफ्रंट देंगे. So sir, डोमेस्टिक में 75,000 रुपये हम देते हैं, इंटरनेशनल पर जाना है तो 1,500 रुपये देते हैं.
Very good. Thank you. Very good job. Very well. Congratulations.
Next, back.
Good afternoon, sir. This is a state government scheme, that is integrated module of apprenticeship placement cum training, implemented through Gujarat Knowledge Society under the Technical Education Department. The punchline is empowering the youth through skill and employment. Outline of my presentation is I am going to cover the detail of the scheme, aim and objective, what are the training partners, basically because the first focus is on the trainings to support the student and help the student to get the employment, process of deployment, methodology followed for the project, number of students as outcome, how the awareness, monitoring and feedback is taken, detail of the coverage, outcome of the project, challenges faced, solution implemented and future plans. So it is started in the September as per the GI. Sector is skill development. Project initiation date is September 2019 and age is 3 years. With the aim that every student should enroll at least one vocational training during the graduation of 3 or 4 years. To meet the objective that outcome-based education has the need of accreditation, bridging the gap between the industry and academia, skill development of students through vocational training program, which will help them to get the apprenticeship and placement, and to support the Skill India campaign of the Government of India. The training at present, the training partners which are providing the technical training, vocational training in the different branches of the engineering are the Indo-German Tool Room, National Small Industry Corporation Rajkot, Central Institute of Plastic and Engineering Technology CPEC, Spoken Tutorial Program IIT Bombay, supported by NHRD, International Automobile Center of Excellence for Maruti Suzuki. And this is the chart of how the process is implemented. The MOU is signed with the training partner. After the approval, then information detail, the awareness programs are conducted, and based on that awareness program, the proposals are invited from the government institution regarding the interested students. Then necessary approval is taken for the starting of the course with the concern of the training partner and training and placement officer of the institute. Monitoring is done through visit, student attendance, syllabus, faculty details, student exam results, feedbacks are maintained, and after successful completion, payment is processed, and the placement status of the students after they train and they pass out is monitored by the training partner as well as the GTS. These are some data due to the COVID, and it is a physical training. Students are going to the training center for the physical training of 1 week and 2 weeks. So in the last 2 years it was a small, but we are gradually coming on the path. These are the type of courses offered as per the industrial demand, and these are the approved by the sectorial skill council, as this Indo-German Tool Room is coming under the central government. The new courses introduced as per the demand and as per the to meet the industry 4.0 and requirement, and to upgrade the skill of the student at the time of the some interval. The MOU is signed initially for the 3 years, but then in the process of 2 years, as per the demand of industry, new courses are also incorporated. These are the again ranges of covering all the branches of engineering, electrical, civil, mechanical, computer, and interdisciplinary like digital marketing and SEO. This type of courses are also offered. These are the courses offered at the CPET, where the plastic engineering branch and chemical engineering branch are covered mainly. Then MOU has been signed with the Automobile Center, which is a 50% share of the Maruti Suzuki. It is a government of Gujarat initiative, and under that this type of automobile related courses are offered. It is a state-of-art skill development center. Then MHRD has supported the online software learning, and that particular courses under that the software 58 different software learnings are offered, and 2 colleges initially for the starting of this initiative, the Government Engineering College Modasa, and they have been allocated the grant, and students have been benefited in the last year. This content developed by the faculty of IIT Bombay. This is how we visit the training and placement officer of the institute, as well as the faculty from the GKS also. Officer from the GKS is also visiting the training center time to time. And the one idea is that biometrics are making, we are going to make the compulsory for the attendance of the student, monitoring of the attendance of the students. These are some glimpses of the students who are taking the training. Coverage is the 16 government degree engineering college students and 31 government polytechnic students across the state are offered the 61 different branch related training program under the impact scheme. Outcome is the certification that is done by the training partner, that is either approved by the government body or sectorial skill council, so it carries the value in the industry. Through the skill training, the students remain updated about the new and emerging technology in their respective branches. Industry, it is shown that because I am attending the various meetings of the BOG of the training partner, so in that the BOG members are industries also, and they are constantly remaining in touch with this industry where we are sending our students for the training program. So immediately the industry people also remain in touch with that training provider, and immediately as they require the skilled manpower, so our the trained students get lot of opportunity for the placement. Here you might be thinking that only 258 students from the around 3,000 students trained got the placement. What is the reason behind that? So one point I would like to highlight over here, that this impact scheme is implemented, it is for the engineering student, degree engineering student and polytechnic both. But from here in this impact scheme, mainly the polytechnic students are given the benefit, because the degree students are given the same benefit through RUSA scheme, that is Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan. That is a central government scheme. So that RUSA scheme is not there in the polytechnic. So benefit of impact scheme is given, priority will be given to the polytechnic student, and the same training are offered to the degree engineering students under RUSA scheme. So that part is different. I am presenting only impact scheme, and that's why the majority of the 70 to 72% students go opt for the higher study after D2D, that is diploma to degree. So that's why they are not, they are not very much keen to either go for the apprenticeship or placement. So only few students who are placing, they got the placement in the good company, reputed company like L&T, Reliance. They go for the job, and remaining students generally opt for the higher studies. So that is the one reason of less number of students who are getting the joining the job. The challenges faced are the monitoring of the training program. As all the training partners are the government, but still we are thinking of the portal making of portal this process for monitoring that is under process. Second thing that we have a plan, that is biometric attendance. And second challenge is to enroll remote institute students for skill training along with the study schedule. These trainings are of a 1 week and 2 weeks. So we cannot offer more longer duration training that is for the 3 months or 6 months. Only pass out students can be offered that kind of training. So because this training at present, whatever the methodology or process followed, that is along with the study. The students who are already studying in the polytechnic colleges, they are offered this type of skill training. And tracking of the and that's why the tracking of the trained students for the placement after they pass out from the institute, it beat the issue, but that also we are going to solve, because training can be that institute TPO as well as training partner are told about this, and they have also entered all the detail of the trained students in their portal, and they are immediately contacting the students for as soon as they are getting the need for the some trained skilled students in the industry. And they are also providing the opportunity of the trained students for the placement by arranging the placement interview or arranging the job fair at their places. Then future plan is to sign the MOU with the different sector of the skill provider. Like recently, it is in the process of to sign the MOU with the Central Glass and Ceramic Research Institute and Indian Institute of Packaging at Ahmedabad Center. These two are in the pipeline. And more thing that I would like to say over here, that meeting with the different industry person, I came to know that they require longer duration. They consider the 3 month, 6 month training, that is the training. They are not considering the 2 week training or 1 week training. So according to their demand, we are going to track the students and make them aware about the different central government schemes. As I have heard that lot of funding is coming in this skill sector. So students are going to offer the different skill training, 3 months, 6 months skill training, residential without free of cost. Some for the reserve category and some for the all category. And support agency, a different support is funded by different support agency. So make how to coordinate that I am thinking, that is the future plan. Let's target and make the students, because majority students are not aware about the different government funding scheme. So GKS would like to be should coordinate between the students and this type of training sector where the grants are and funds are coming for the skill development of the students. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a scheme in central government, skill development.
That's
a lot of money. So how do you differentiate your scheme to their scheme?
Their scheme is for the longer duration, sir. 3 months, 6 months residential courses. And our students are enrolled in already studying in the college. So this is a skill upgradation along with the study, and their scheme is the full time. The students who are not getting the placement or some who would like to join some training process in a particular area.
My question, because when I think you moved the word 2 days training.
2 week.
You also use 2 days, 3 days training also.
No.
it will be slip of tongue. My meaning is the 1 week or 2 week thing.
Okay. Because when 1 week or 2 weeks, there are particular areas it's useful. I would say this because basically somebody knows something else, so we want to expose him to new machine.
Right. It is a skill upgradation.
Basically, new machine or new technology is coming to training him to that because he already knows something else. So don't will. But if you want to really reskill them, you require a longer duration as industry says, at least 3 to 6 months. You require.
So there are two options. Either we arrange the training for the pass out student, or we should go for online training. As the Tata and L&Ts are offering lot of online courses. But in that case, monitoring will be extremely difficult, sir.
Online training for certain things are useful. For everything, online is not the solution. You want to raise a screwdriver, you can't do online.
Right, sir. Exactly.
I will do that, but it will not work. So you need to have some physical practice.
Right, sir. That's why we are not very much interested in providing the online training because, and that's why we are.
No, you can provide online training. There are certain areas you can provide online training. Not that I'm not saying I'm ruling it out. There are certain areas which you can definitely provide online. But for everything is online is not the training is the solution for that.
Right.
You can also look at I don't know whether your industry side of cyber security areas and all those things also some sort of those people who do the software engineering, software technology, those people. Cyber security is an area which will have a lot of impact.
Yes, sir. We are in communication with the weekly and they have submitted the proposal and it is under process of approval.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. This ongoing effort across the country to see that the youth, especially the students, are not working with a piece of paper called certificate but have some skills in their hand. That ultimately in their vicinity, in their locality, at least if they are not going to out, will provide a scope for earning and livelihood. Be that be, but one has to be very selective of the vocations and developing capacity of the student to absorb and use that skill. Many of the schemes that we found, it's a popular schemes. They are generally market oriented. Tomorrow, you say, mobile phone repairing or computer repairing. These things sometimes do help, but oversaturation in these areas is minimizing discount for everyone to get a chance. So that's why we need to diversify our vocational skill development program in those areas where they can find local. They should find the local placement, and at least they should provide some income generating activities for themselves, and they may be giving a hand-holding like emergency. And I don't know how far Gujarat is a good state for that purpose. People from other states come here, and if you, because there is an opportunity there, employment opportunity, lending opportunity, keeping that scope in mind, if we can provide our Gujarat people, students or children, whoever is intended to get this skill, so that they can directly go there. That you are doing anyway. But more appropriately, you have to develop a direct linkage through you or some agency that provides it. One good thing that you are doing is that you are tracking the student as to what has happened after getting training. That tracking part of it should have given enough clues and ideas to correct yourself where you are not successful. So that you should keep on, in front all the time, so that a person who is given skill in a training, he is ensure you that yes, I am doing well. Last but one point. In this, you should promote girls a lot.
Right.
More girls.
Right.
Boys can venture out and go, but boys can't. So that your focus should be on the girls. That's all.
That also during the tracking
as you have told, sir, I have some conclusion from the up till now what I have derived that is few. Although we are offering the 61 courses, but as you have said rightly, that as per the demand of industry, only few 15 and 16 courses are very much popular because their students are getting benefit as per the demand of industry. So also we are offering the 61 courses, but students generally prefer more popular, we can say, that they are the courses like PLC programming for the electrical students and CNC machine operating and operation and programming for the mechanical students. So they VLSI for the electronics. So these are two courses very much popular, and all the students wants to join that because the demand of industry, and they are getting the placement.
No, there are some areas which Gujarat is blessed with opportunities and tradition. Your handicrafts, embroidery, handloom, especially if you focus in these areas, develop a market linkage. We have to develop a market for the product, especially focus on girls, and you will go along with it.
One such area is a focus, that is for the Morbi ceramic. So we are going to sign the MOU with the CGCRI. So the students will get.
But I have many. Thank you.
Hold on.
Oh, you got it. I just thanked you.
You thank from your side. Good. So there are a few good things about your project and not so good things at the same time. I won't say bad. Good things is what everyone is talking about. An apprenticeship policy and implementation that has been thought of and rolled out. It's been the third year. You said it's already been going on, which the Prime Minister has been talking about for a very, very long time. I'm happy to see that this has become a reality. Having said this, nothing moves without a vision and money to implement that vision. What I find is that you have too little money to implement that vision. Vision is a bit too big. So what happens is that when you lack funds, you start thinking backwards how to save money, yet roll out the program. So instead of it becoming a demand-driven program, it becomes a supply-driven program. As you yourself said, 61 courses that you have thought of, probably not much or enough thought was given to it as to what is it that the industry is actually looking for. Probably that is the reason as to why there is not much traction for a few programs while everybody wants to go into technical stuff. I might be wrong in my observation. So when it happens this way, it's important that you collaborate, which is what you already have with the industry, to find out as to what is it that they are looking for. And accordingly start the apprenticeship program. Having said this, nowhere in the world it is a week, 10 days, 15 days or a 3-week program. You have a limitation that you have this program for the students. It's difficult to take that kind of a time out, like 3 to 4 months, and then train on it. So that means the program itself is self-limiting. So probably some thought needs to be given as to how to make it more industry friendly, acceptable to the industry, so that your efforts do not go on waste. Whatever little money you have is intelligently plowed into the system, so that the desired outcomes are something which accrue the benefit of apprenticeship training to the beneficiaries, to the students. So probably need to give some thought to it.
Right. We are doing that, we are addressing this issue because at the higher authority also this particular point has come into their mind also, and they have suggested some points, and we are going to plan accordingly. The efforts will be made in that time.
Excellent. I can stop because you provoked me to add a supplementary point. Okay, he's right. See, we have a plethora of resources coming from many places. Tribal affairs, social justice, then minority affairs, handloom, handicraft, all have this skill training program. So we have to maximize and optimize whatever options we get. Mobilize resources, as you rightly said. You will mobilize resources, then you will get ideas. And your ideas got to be workable because we are playing with people's lives. And we are thinking that we are providing livelihood. So, I mean, sometimes, when we don't know, we read in my subject, it's not a joke but true. See, diamond and gold were existing for millions of years in South Africa under the ground. But only the white man went and said that these are the things, they take it away. So we have resources. Somebody takes it away, let's utilize that for ourselves. That's the idea.
Okay. Well,
thank you.
Good initiative. Congratulations.
But you have tremendous scope. Tremendous scope. You will revolutionize the society.
Yes, at state level, one initiative has been started where we, as you have said rightly, so where we meet all the department people who are working in the scheme, that we all are meeting, and depending upon the state and central government scheme, we are discussing and how to enroll more and how to impart the skill in the different areas like social justice, tourism. So all the departments are getting the fund for the skill development. So at the state level, so at the state level, one Mukhyamantri Skill Development Initiative has been started, and where we are under one umbrella, we all who are working in the skill area are meeting and
that you are going to be the agent of change.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Number 15. That's Society for Creation of Opportunities through Proficiency in English. SKOCH.
Good afternoon, sirs. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, today I am going to represent SKOCH, that is Society for Creation of Opportunities through Proficiency in English. I will take you to the journey of SKOCH, how it evolved, and what are the aspirations of SKOCH. SKOCH is a brainchild of the then CM, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, sir, established in 2007 by the Education Department, Government of Gujarat. It is an example of project which aims to hone reading, listening, speaking of the English language among the youth of Gujarat. To achieve this goal, SKOCH has established digital education learning labs across Gujarat in approximately 401 colleges. SKOCH aims to develop and conduct English language training and assessing English language proficiency, matching with the international standards. SKOCH envisions shaping better future for the youth of Gujarat by developing their English language skills and thereby creating employability among them. SKOCH has achieved great success as there are more than 6 lakh candidates enrolled across Gujarat. The key persons are Chairperson Governing Body is Honorable Minister Sir, Shri Jitubhai Bagani Sir, Chairperson Executive Committee is Honorable Principal Secretary Shri S. J. Heber Sir, and our CEO is Honorable Commissioner of Higher Education Shri M. Nagarajan Sir. Sir, the main objective of SKOCH is to provide employability through enhancing the proficiency in English, because after a long time we feel a need that our students have knowledge of the subject, they have skills, but somehow, somewhere they are lacking in presenting these skills and knowledge to others. So, by enhancing these skills, we are preparing them for getting a good opportunities for job. Language proficiency is to build English language proficiency in the youth of Gujarat and thereby to create opportunities for them to get employment. International certification. The exams we conduct are of Cambridge University, furnishes the basic English language skills of the students. Cambridge provides universally accepted certificate that enhances students' job profile to get themselves employed. So since 2007 we have MOU with Cambridge University UK
and various tests we conduct, like CEPT, that is Cambridge English Placement Test, where the student can find out where his proficiency is, where he is lacking. So it is a general test, a basic level test, where we come to know where the student is, where the level is. And then second is linguistic business. That is a higher proficient examination in which we examine listening skills, reading skills and speaking skills. SKOCH has also introduced a 15-day certificate course for professionals and housewives, because many housewives are feeling awkward when they are attending some PTNs or when they are going for shopping. So somehow, somewhere, they are lacking in this confidence. So we are providing, by such course, we are providing them confidence to speak fluently in public. And professional, they are proficient enough to get a job, but to survive, to sustain in that job, we are trying to help them to enhance their skills in communication. Then to reach the remotest students who are living in tribal area or the remote area, who are not acquainted with the English language, for those students we have several lecture series arranged in BICET, and through BICET and we continuously conduct such lecture series to reach the remotest students, and we are providing them training free of cost through BICET. Now, in every project there are some challenges. In the same manner, SKOCH has also faced some challenges. First thing is teething problem. When initially SKOCH started, there was a problem to implement digital education learning lab. It is very much difficult to reach to each and every college to establish them. And due to lack of digital platforms and portals, there were problems for hosting sessions. Now, at that time, there was a registration process totally offline. So we have to gather the forms of the students, and then we have to rectify all those things. Even office work was very much tedious. But because of the online platform, it has become very easy for the student as well as for college and for SKOCH office also. Second challenge we faced is lack of awareness and knowledge of English among the students, because students felt that they are good enough in every way, but we had to move that project to the students that though you have enough skills and knowledge, but you have to represent it in such a way that it is accepted everywhere. If you are going outside India, or if you are going to any multinational company, so you should be presentable. Though you have knowledge and skills, it is required to present it in a perfect manner. So they are unable to express themselves in English language, and we are trying to achieve those. We are trying to get the students that this is the importance of English, and you must learn English. You should sharpen your English skills. Third thing is fear of English. There is a fear of international standards of the English language among the Gujarati students. SKOCH works on removing this fear and enhancing their skills by organizing several workshops, seminars, webinars, and competitions. We call upon students for various competitions like poem recitation competition, storytelling competition, picture story competition, through which they get a platform that yes, we are able to speak some of our ideas to people. So we are trying to remove that fear of English from students. Fourth challenge is self-sustainable. SKOCH is a self-sustainable body as no government aid is received except for the establishment of digital education learning lab. What are the activities SKOCH is doing? SKOCH is basically focusing on students as well as for that, we arranged various competitions like debate competition, elocution, storytelling, and poetry recitation. 40 plus e-quizzes on competitive English and English grammar. 30 plus webinars, seminars on various topics like NET 2020, development of soft skills, sustainability, professional world. We have started e-newsletter and we are sending through mail to each and every student so that they can go through the content and they can they can have that polishing touch where they are making. And not only for students, we are preparing teachers also so that in cascading manner they can reach the students. Workshop for teachers assessment, workshop of engaging learners in online remote teaching, webinars on teachers support on lingual skill. Such workshop we are arranging offline as well as online to make the teachers powerful that they can deliver these ideas to students. We have participated in international and national events like Global Patidar Summit. In these events, we have projected how SKOCH can be helpful to students. So, International Conference of Academic Institutes, ICAI, Vibrant Summit, Gujarat. SKOCH has been awarded the Manthan Award in 2011, South Asia, for providing the best employee opportunity in Gujarat. We are offering programs for common marks also because we have structured the spoken English course for housewives as well as professionals. So rapid English speaking course, the art of introducing oneself, learn English in easy way, etiquettes, human values and business ethics. We have done several national and international MOUs with Gujarat Technological University, Dr. Kavi Narasimha Mehta University, Cambridge, Indian Institute of Teacher Education, Kranti Guru Shanti Krishna Dharma Kutch University and British Council. These are the way forward. First is affordability. Being government of Gujarat, we are offering very affordable post examination because we are directly connected with Cambridge. So Cambridge is offering it at very discounted rates. And so we are trying to reach to students and we are offering our test at very low cost. English learning for girls and women. We are trying to focus on girls and women so that they can empower their own families. Use of technology in learning. SKOCH focuses on offering the knowledge of English language to students of remotest areas by using technology for learning, which includes online sessions, so that we can reach to remotest students. Bridge course, campus to company. We are trying to fill the gap between campus and company. So, what is the requirement of industry and what we have to give to students? So, we are trying to make one course for those students who are who are in final year of their graduation. Establishment language learning lab. We have already given 2 slots across Gujarat. One slot was 216 colleges, digital education learning lab. Second one was 185 colleges. And now we are planning to establish digital education learning lab in approximately 100 colleges. Entering the credit systems as per NET. SKOCH is planning to make its own content as per the need of the students and giving SKOCH certification which will carry credits in the mark sheet. So as per CEFR level, Common European Framework of Reference, we are trying to make our own content and own examination, and we wish that in NUT it will carry some credits also. Expansion in activities. Through such activities, we came to know that where the students are taking and where they need a brush up. So, and where the polishing is required. So, after expansion of such activities, we will come to know the grassroots reality of the students, and this will improve ourselves. It will help us to design the syllabus also. employability. That is the main thing we are looking for. By strengthening the fundamentals of English language, SKOCH tries to equip the youth of Gujarat market trading with the concept of neither dominance nor discrimination of English language. So, SKOCH touches lives of 6 lakhs plus families since 2007 till date. This is our social media statistics. Because of pandemic, we have started all the lectures online, and it has increased our social media statistics. These are some glimpses of our events. National education policy in regard to the English education. Second one is ED5, Global Partner Summit, and letter writing competition. This year we have gotten approval to start our SKOCH program in schools also. So we are starting these programs and competitions among school students also. Thank you, sir.
I have a little the colonial hang-ups, so I'm good at English. No, I am not good at English either. I recall great philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. He said, "Limit of my language is the limit of my language is the limit of my knowledge." That's the thesis by itself, what he says. Anyway, now English is a powerful, useful, and very important language in every way of life, especially the life of the elites and the opportunities that it gives. So you have taken initiative further, but the society in Gujarat is inward looking more, like they give as much importance to Gujarati language. I doubt that much importance they will be able to give to English. That's why they are not, English is very popular. That being one side of the story. The other side of the story is the English has value in the market, in employment, very well. So in that condition, see, changing somebody becoming proficiency, develops a proficiency in an alien language, it entirely changes his thought process. Every word makes you think. Thought doesn't make you word. So this is the greatest challenge. Now you have adapted various methods, starting from labs, training, interactive classes and everything. Now of all doing that, whom are you aiming at? Who is the section of the society, Gujarati society? You particularly aiming, thinking that English, they are weak and they brought improvement in the efficiency in English of this group will go a long way. And number two, that is it. With the kind of a country we have, the population size we have, it is a big challenge to change the language. Lord Macaulay could not change it. Okay? We can't change. So these are some of the challenges. I mean, you are attempting. I am not critical about it. But I am a bit skeptical because unless the social mobility comes, social mobilization is done by providing convincing arguments, awareness generation of English language prospects, it's not do all the wonders that we intend to.
Yes.
So what is that in societal terms, how we are approaching this? Because you have to bring the change in the mindset of the people, starting from where this is in the government offices. Even now I know that you prefer the not English, vernacular, your own lingua franca. So this is a contradiction. You prefer there that you want to local language, then you say that you promote English language. How do you resolve all this?
Yeah, actually what we are focusing is English ka prabhav bhi nahi, English ka prabhav bhi nahi. We are focusing like that statement, and our main target is undergraduates and rural students, because in cities students have that exposure and they can learn from here and there, but who are sitting in a village, there is no such classes, nothing, no sources there. So by reaching them, we can at least, they can at least know how to speak, what to speak, and he can at least listen the English language. Though he is not capable to speak, but at least he can understand. Yes, the person.
That's the critical part. Unless he knows the language, how can he understand? He may not speak it.
Yes.
So speak the language, but understanding a language needs a great deal of, captivity of the language in mind and tongue.
Yes, that's why
if I just add to what you're saying, I largely agree with what you say, but it is chicken and egg story. Right? Either you bring the language first, or otherwise bring the understanding first. Somewhere you got to start, and it is very, very important because given the Gujarati society, the first language is Gujarati, and the last language is also Gujarati.
No,
even
sorry, I don't mean to contradict you. The foundation of learning is your thought comes with language. Thought doesn't give a language.
Correct.
So that's what begins in the limit of my knowledge is the literature.
So somewhere you got to start. That's a challenge which will remain. Somewhere you got to start.
Sir, for that point, I must add, we have given digital education learning lab along with the software to the remotest area, so they can listen. Even they have they can practice verbally. Verbally, they are also practicing. So after listening, speaking, at least they are capable to speak few sentences.
No, I agree with you because more often than not, even when we speak, our brain is processing at micro milliseconds because we are thinking in our vernacular and then translating in English, and that's what is being delivered. So we are genetically tuned to be such that Hindi and my mother tongue is closer to me rather than any other language. Given the first opportunity, this gentleman started speaking with me in Gujarati, knowing fully well I've come from Delhi. But you are genetically engineered to speak your native language. So, very good project. It's got miles to go before it starts to show any kind of positive results. It's not going to be an easy task. That is what even you know.
Yes.
He also pointed out the same thing.
But I'm not critical of it. Neither I'm rhetorical.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that this is an inherent challenge within our efforts and the societal situation. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to make one comment to you.
Yes, sir.
It's not necessary somebody has to do Shakespeare learning.
Exactly.
I think you need to recognize you're not teaching him Shakespeare literature or anything. You're teaching him how to, when somebody says simple words, I'm able to understand. I should be able to say back the simple word. That should be the basic approach. Not teaching him some literature or something or poems or something else. If as long as you achieve that fellow will succeed because he will learn rest of the thing by himself.
Yes, because we teach.
The motivation will come there.
Yes, because we teach students by creating some situations. Suppose he is to the railway station. Suppose he is asking for an appointment with the doctor.
It's a communication you are talking. We can communicate with the person with the language, English language, easily, not that necessary, that you are not making a very kind of literary scholar.
Yes.
So that's right. I mean, even we don't know. What would you call glass in Hindi? Glass ko pani pite difficult.
See,
we have so much in English.
I went to Beijing, China, okay, right? Most of the girls who provide the service there, they only say few words, English few words. Yes sir, what can I do for you? Simple word. They survive with that particular thing. I think that should be the approach to do that to first step.
Absolutely.
Not that I'm not telling them to learn English literature. Shakespeare learning is a beautiful language. You can learn.
Anyway,
So,
we are not doing English drama, so he doesn't want to speak.
At least we are trying to make students comfortable with the language.
No, we are with you. We are with you. But we are just highlighting some of the challenges that you are facing, but we are not told.
Thank you very much.
Number 16. That's Smart Gujarat for New India and Number 18. Number 18.
Sir, 16.
Which one?
Smart Gujarat for New India.
Okay.
Kौन सा?
Number 16, Smart Gujarat. So who is presenting?
Yes. SSIT. Today I will be presenting the one flagship program under the SSIT, which is Smart Gujarat for New India Hackathon. So, in 2017, in Central, the hackathon initiative will be taken by the Government of India. So, Gujarat is the first state, pioneer state, which interventions and Gujarat hackathon will be taken as an annual event. It will be, the hackathon will be started in 2017-18. In 2017-18, all the government, 17 government departments provided the problem statements, and the students are work on that. 2018-19, the problems are collected from the industries. It will be from the MSME, small, medium, corporate, on the areas. And in 2019-20, again we are take industry plus some of the departments or some of the colleges are government colleges or some of the government institutes are providing some of the problems. So we did it in the due to Corona we have started 2019, but due to Corona we have completed in 2021. It will be on 11th and 12th August. So, what are the challenges we are having before the implementation of this project? So, ideally, basic challenges are faced by the students, which is the problem-solving approach, leadership, presentation skill, risk-taking ability, like-minded people to interact with. Okay, so these are the multidisciplinary things the students are having. So challenges are with the students how we can do improve the skills, technical skills, and represent on the particular stage. During the implementation, high effort are given to the identifying the genuine problems, because we have to find out the problems which is covered by the governments or industries real time. So to identify that, the challenges are there. Along with this, industry sector, government departments are also having some of the issues. They are having during the implementation or some of the issues. So these are the issues challenges we are faced in during this. One challenge is again the Corona pandemic, and we take as an opportunity and we are doing. So this is the process we are following. So first is we are creating the committee for execution of the implementation. Then we are communicating through the letters from the higher authority to the industry and government of departments. From there we are getting the nodal officer. Then we are coding the particular program to the nodal officer, and we are also having the nodal officer from our academic also. So they are
coming in this. You tell from the beginning, what is the expert committee, why it is set up.
Yeah, so for education to implement particular hackathon, we are creating a committee for education of this hackathon. So they are creating, monitoring and executing the particular this event. So for that we are creating one committee and we are given the roles and responsibility to the particular committee. So 3 or 4 government officers are allocated, and they are taking the lead and they are going forward. Then with this we are sending the BO letters to the government organization and industries. to get the problem statements. From there, industry and department will get the nodal official, and after getting the nodal officials from our end and industry, we are orient them how we can create the problem statements, all the things. We are sourcing their problems in our format that will be understandable by the students. So we are formulating and we are doing. Then we are announcing that problems on the portal. Students register with the help of, we are creating awareness by creating some of the awareness session at the different colleges. After the creation of registration, we are given the times to the students to submit their synopsis. And based on that, some evaluation will be done, and we are shortlisting particular students for the regional rounds. So the regional rounds will be we are creating at different places. In last hackathon, we are creating hackathon at 4 places: Vadodara, Rajkot, Ahmedabad, and Mehsana. And after the regional rounds, we are shortlisting that students and come to the final round. Now, in last hackathon, due to Corona guidelines, we are not able to gather all the students at one place. So, due to that, we are decentralized the hackathon at 14 centers in the Gujarat. And from there, we are doing the grand finale. And from there, we are getting the students, final students, winners. So these are the implementation steps we are doing. Now, what is the innovative aspect of this project or activity? Is the problem statements which we are gathering. It is directly we are collecting from the department or industries of the Gujarat. Another thing is, due to Corona, we did the innovative part is we decentralize the hackathon, and we did the online mentoring session with the juries. So due to decentralize, the same problem will be distributed at different place. But what is the guidelines will be given? What is the problem solution given by the different students? They can communicate with each other through the portal, and they can see that at other place what type of solution they are displaying. Another is whatever winners are there, they are one type of wild card for the getting the support from the SSIP. We are providing them to technological mentoring, IT mentoring, and we are given them to 2.0 lakhs INR for the support of the solutions. After the winning of the particular solutions, they are given. So, solutions implemented. It is hackathon is planned under the advisory of Principal Secretary Education. Hackathon is arranging 2 rounds, regional round and grand finale. So in last hackathon, regional round will be taken 36 hour continuous 2-day event. So it will be taken in February 2021. Grand finale is taken on 10th and 11th August 21. During this regional rounds, the students will be evaluated by the academic as well as industrial juries. Now, in that there will be 3 rounds we are having: first, second, and power round. So, in first round, they are not judging the students; they are listening the students, and they are mentoring in the first round. What they did up to the first round, and they are given some of the tasks to the students. They are judging in second round. Again, they are checking and given the suggestion in second round, and power round they are doing the final answer. And based on the result, next evaluation and shortlisting will be done. Government practice involved. We are, as in process I taught, expert committee formation for smooth implementation and execution, appointment of nodal officers by each department and nodals, industry. Problem statements we are announced on the digital portal. Again, idea synopsis will be also done on the portal only, and evaluation will be also done online only. We added the one in evaluation for same problem. Suppose I am evaluating one problem and another person is evaluating same problem but different location, different center. Then what is the suggestion given to the particular students or remarks will be given, that will be visible to me. So I can see that which type of problems, solutions are given at different place. So we can, through the portal, they can also see the what is the problems, same problem, how they are implemented. What is the coverage? So the outreach will be given to all the university 65 previously there are 65 university, now 91 university. So near about 40 lakh students we are outreaching through the mails, social media for the registration. So in 2017, 1434 teams consisting of 9804 students are registered. In 2018-19, 1874 teams consisting of 9456 students registered. In last hackathon, 2643 students teams are registered, and then they are consist of 12277 students. So these are the 3 hackathons we are already completed, and in August and September this year we are already in the process of gathering the problem solutions. We have collected 500 plus problem statements from the government department, 21 government departments, different collectors, municipality and district collectors office, and some of the industries like DSF, defense, some of the another not come to the industry or some of the industry part. We have collected these problems, and in September first week we are going to be launched regional round, and in September last week we are going to be do the final round, and it may be on 17th September on day of birthday of Narendra Modi, we are going to be distribute the winners. So after the first, second and third implementation of the hackathons, we observed that startup creation, because we are.
Please wind up the time already.
Okay. So we have given 33 winners team in 2017, which is given, and out of that 2 to 3 problems are adopted by the governments, and one is already in road and building department. It is
adopted by the government.
Yeah.
Adopted means
So they select two are implemented.
They address the problem.
Yeah, they address, and there one problem in road and building, the tracking of road, the maintenance of road and all the things. The mobile application is already working. As of our knowledge, 6 IP are going to be filed for the 33 out of 33. In second and third, in each times we are given 18 awards, and we are given the 13.47 lakhs prize money to the students. So this is the benefits as of now we can see after the implementation. So it is given the ground for the ideas creation. Some of the times when we are seeing the problem solution, at that time after the listening or implementing particular problem, we can find out new idea also. There is good tool to stimulate creative and problem solving uses of the developers. During this hackathon, the risk taking when we are doing the implementation. So when in hackathon when they are doing that post failures something when we are doing that is no post failure because they can try the particular solution. Another thing is the diversity of participants guaranteed to multitude perspectives. So when they are coming to the hackathon, they can see the different students' approach also, different views also. The time limit given to the particular solution, they are given 36 hours. So they can having the how you can give the solution in limited times. That is, they can learn from the particular hackathon also. So whatever potential replicability arises from success, we can replicate this project in the other department also. Implementation can be manifold benefit value from unemployment, non-conventional business and skill development, employability of the educated. Thank you. Thank you.
Number 18. Nano Wi-Fi.
Testing the Wi-Fi. Testing the Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Good evening to one more. Today I am going to present the Namo Wi-Fi project, which is the flagship initiative of Government of Gujarat. So just to give you the context of the Namo Wi-Fi, this project was launched in the year 1718
where the idea is to have the basically EdTech devices are more and more in the market, like smartphone, tablets and all. So particularly in the education sector, students are continuously demanding for the seamless connectivity across the campuses and across the educational institutes. So in that sense, the government have implemented this Wi-Fi enabled campus concept, and then it comes to the initiative called Namo Wi-Fi. So in a larger context, in the view of NEP 2020, if you look at the digital education, then that is the key to drive the nation towards the education 2.0. It's a new angle or the vertical for the education system. So the hardware infrastructure, what the government believes is the backbone. So calling the infrastructure, so it's something like the highways what we look at the nation or the state. So that is something like the backbone of the infrastructure, that is called the Namo Wi-Fi. To design the robust system, department has set up the unique architecture to implement the seamless connectivity and to reach out to students at the campus level. So when we say the unique architecture, then definitely when we think on the implementation of the any Wi-Fi enabled campus, it's very easy to implement. It's nothing but the baseline connection and the some set of IT supporting infrastructure to build the setup. But when it comes to government at the state level, then the challenges are something different to cater with. And the unique architecture means that we are having a state level architecture where we are having a state level policy implementation structure, state level monitoring cell. So those systems have been developed with a very pre-planned manner to implement the Wi-Fi enabled campuses across the state. When we call it state, then we are catering around 500 institutions, including government colleges and the granted colleges of higher and technical education. So these are the two basic objectives. Quickly, if you look at the digital gap, of course, the Wi-Fi enabled campus can definitely fulfill the digital gap and provide the seamless connectivity for the internet for the faculty members and the student to over the ample bandwidth. In the silent features, if we quickly look at the features, then the state-of-art centrally monitored architecture, high-speed internet connectivity at the classroom and the laboratory. So this each and every devices inside the campuses will it can serve the best available bandwidth at the classroom level or the laboratory level. So normally the plan was to implement the 100 Mbps ILL line to serve the faster data to the users. If you look at the accessibility, then across the Namo tablets, that is again a different initiative of Government of Gujarat. So that can be combinedly, we can look at the impact of the projects. Then this project Namo Wi-Fi is having a high impact. So it's a mass network for multiple buildings within the same campus. It's quite a bit challenging scenario. Spatial monitoring cell at state level to deal with the different throws and statements. So it's a simple deployment process. So the government has allocated some special fund under called Digital Education Development Fund to implement such a huge infrastructure across the state. The selection of the common service provider, which is also an important part of deployment, because to deal with the 500 institutions across the state, we must have some robust mechanism to maintain the structure or maintain the infrastructure. Particularly, maintenance is also a mechanism. The framework mechanism was very important to drive the entire initiative across the state. Challenges mostly, these all are like physical challenges, lack of supportive infrastructure in the colleges. Of course, college doesn't have that much high level infrastructure, especially in the remote areas where rural areas, they don't have connectivity of the optical fibers. So to deal with that, we have implemented some policy level decisions to make this possible in the institutions. So statistically, if we look at the phase-wise progressive implementation, then in the first phase, we have covered around 110 colleges that implemented in 2018, successful implementation, and the phase 2 is around again 110 colleges. So some of the universities we have also started with, that is GTU and 4 of the colleges of them. Phase 3, it is in the pipeline, where we are capturing 307 colleges more. Covering all, we may have the 531 colleges or the institutions across the state. So on an average, if we monitor the uses or the concurrency of these backbone structure, then we are having 25,000 students and faculties normally or on a regular basis connected through this backbone network. So benefit that's it's self-explanatory. Still, Nano Wi-Fi network is basically connectivity for the faculty and the student. We may have research activities that can also be part of this digital network, and of course the connectivity with the world is seamless through this flagship initiative. In the way forward, we are planning for implementing again more 300 something colleges in the state. So that will cover all the government and the granted colleges with the Wi-Fi enabled campuses. So in the same context, we are planning to integrate learning management system across the state, so that learning management software can be implemented successfully with the help of this backbone infrastructure provided by Nano Wi-Fi initiative. So this will maximize the utilization inside the campuses. So it is also the supporting phenomena is a digital studio and the digital content repository concept. So we are planning for state level digital repositories, and the student will get the access of this content very seamlessly. When we say the word the content and all, then of course technically it is very difficult to manage, because the video content and some different high level of graphics, they require best of technologies to stream the content of the devices. So this is how we are planning to meet the next generation requirement inside the Gujarat state, particularly in the education department. And this is how the Wi-Fi project was implemented, and we are in the phase of implementing with the covering all the institutions inside the state. Thank you.
It's a good initiative to connect all the universities and colleges to state and knowledge. Because whatever the previous projects which you have, they can get a lot of benefit out of it. But when you create such an infrastructure, there are a couple of things which you have to note down. You might have taken care of, I'm not very sure about this, correct? One is that the technology continuously changes. Okay? And bandwidth also continuously, requirement continuously changes. So you need to have, and also needs to be 24/7 to be monitored. So you have to have continuous funds of replacement. If you apply the government of India rules, or I don't know, government of Gujarat rules, you cannot change it for 7 years, you have to use it and all those things, it doesn't work. It will go down on the next year itself. Correct? So you have to remember that when you are trying to create a Wi-Fi network of yourself, with all the investment which you are going to put, the equipment requires continuous replacement and a regular interval, not continuous, a regular interval. And the network needs to be grown continuously. It is because the demand, and when people start using the demand goes very geometrically proportion. The third is that, and you require continuous monitoring, 24/7 monitoring, which is a professional way of doing it. Otherwise, you will have issues. That's a good idea, good effort. All the best. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I'm technical part. Please, I can't ask next again. But the only thing I will be interested at the end of the day, what transformation that you can tell us that because of this university, connected university, because of the digital mode, what is that you achieved in terms of improvement, transformation or change?
Sir, basically if we look at the systems at the rural areas, then the situation in the Gujarat state was that much not impressive at all. So when we talk about the mobile data, then it's very handy in the smartphones, but there is no mechanism to, students will get this digital content and connect with the world so very easily. So in the urban areas, definitely it's very powerful networks are there. So this project is basically, we believe in the connectivity at each and every colleges, each and every classroom and the laboratories. So in the laboratories itself, if we look at the scenario pre-deployment of this project, then the laboratories are almost 80-90% of the laboratories in the rural areas are like without internet connectivity. So we can easily understand if we don't have any internet connectivity at all at the institute level, then of course the educational growth cannot be sustained in the next upcoming generation. So our basic infrastructure is to provide the best available resources, easily handling these devices and the infrastructure availability. Number two is we are also focusing on the digitization of some of the projects like the academic services as well as the administrative services. Student can have a single sign-on platform where they can access all the services inside the ecosystem. So right away the certifications, examinations, scholarships, fees payment, everything. So the government has the vision to implement such kind of digitization in context of NEP and upcoming generation context. Then we should have the robust architecture at the state level. So our continuous efforts are there to implement this backbone level, the structure architecture level.
Okay. I really appreciate the optimal use of the technology available for the benefit of the students. But we have to sometimes reflect as to how the student has improved.
Right.
So that has to be, this like justice done is not enough. That it is still to be done. That one. Thank you.
Finishing school.
ये हमारे जो बच्चों को निःशुल्क देते हैं
Hello everyone, my name is Heta and I'm working as a consultant in finishing school. So, in finishing school, we are giving the brief introduction about finishing school, then mission and vision, and training modules, progress report. Progress report. Spread of finishing school in higher education in Gujarat state, and then after we will look into our overcoming the challenges, our achievement, our future planning, and some means of finishing school training. So the development of skills, employment, and good personality among the people of the mission is the main responsibility of the government, and the medium of education is a major deciding factor in achieving this goal. With this objective in mind, the finishing school initiative was launched in the year 2016-17 by the Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat, Department of Education and Government of Gujarat. So in this project, we are imparting the soft skill training and spoken English training to the students of Gujarat state and increase the employability. For this, we have empaneled some of trainers who are going to respective colleges and give the training of the students. In this project, there are total 371 colleges we have covered. So in that, we have covered total government higher education college and all technical education colleges and other 217 GIS college, government granted colleges we have covered. So in currently, we have empaneled 122 trainers, in that 85 trainers of life skill and employability skill and 31 trainers for functional English trainer. And in that one batch, our ratio of students is in between 35 and 55 students in one batch we are conducting. We are basically providing training to the TY and secondary students. We have also covered the PG students in this training. So, in each student, we are providing total 80 hours training, which we have divided into 4 sets. Our main vision is to prepare graduation students of Gujarat for better employability, industry readiness, and prosperous career through appropriate training innovations. The vision goes a step further beyond Gujarat to spread the progressive initiative of finishing school throughout India. And our mission is the
this initiative is to train young minds so that they emerge as polished diamonds in their respective fields and to prepare them for the corporate world by enhancing their leadership and employability skills. The Finishing School initiative aims at creating an India where no youth is left behind when it comes to seeking employment and just due to skill gaps. So these are our training modules which we have divided into 4 sets. Set 1 is for life skill, set B is for functional English skill part 1, set C is for employability skill, and set D is for functional English skill part 2. So these are our training modules, these are our course which we are imparting training to the students. In that is life skill and employability skill. Second is for 20 hours. Second is functional English skill, which is for 20 hours, and rest of is life skill and functional English part 2. This is our progress report, and our number of beneficiaries till date is 73,431. These are the progress reports. We have disbursed 33 crore and been given to 371 colleges, and our beneficial students is 73,431 students. This is how spread of finishing school in higher education of Gujarat state. Initially, we started this project in 40 colleges of Gujarat, government colleges. In government colleges we have started this project, and then after in year 2017-18 we have expanded to 80 government colleges, and then in 2018-19 we added more 187 colleges. In there we have included 100 granted colleges also, and now in 2021, we added more 129 GIA colleges. So now our project total colleges is 371. In that 217 is granted colleges, all government colleges and all technical colleges also. So these are the number of challenges which we are facing during the implementation of this project. So in that, our first major challenge is to identify the training modules in different skills also. So firstly, we have designed one training content which we are basically commonly used in all colleges and institute also. And the third major challenge is the empanelment of trainers. It's very difficult for us to decide the skilled trainers who need to go to respective colleges and providing training to the student. So first off, we have empaneled some of trainers, and they need to go to respective colleges and provide the training. And the third major challenge is we were facing on that time is administrative system. Also we have to manage. So in that, we have also one major issues is about the funding. We also have to process the file, process the budget, prepare the budget, and also get the approval for the budget. So we have overcome that all the tasks, and also administrative management also. So these are the achievements of our project. And in Finishing School project has been awarded SKOCH and Order of Merit category of higher education on September 25. The next is, we have also do the MOU with NIT Karnataka. So in that we are providing our course for BTech and MTech students also. In pandemic time, we also launched one 45-day webinar series
upskill during lockdown. In that every day we are providing 2 hours per day training via Facebook Live. So in this entire series, witness beneficiary participant of more than 2.70 lakh viewers and more than 50,000 students attend the quiz and received a certificate for this year. And a future plan. So currently, this project we have covered 217 government graduate colleges in finishing school training. So now our future plan is include all remaining 355 graduate colleges in this project. Another second future plan is to integrating finishing school modules as a multidisciplinary courses in higher education and technical education in line with national education policy. We are also planning to develop FS for all segments of academician and sustainability and not just limit to students also. These are some grades of our training. Thank you.
That's it. You have comprehensively tried to improve the students' capacity by providing skill, by providing personality development inputs, and also try to develop his spoken English, is it?
Yes. Some basics.
Yeah. And so, one way or the other, these activities are done by your state and some of them are presented here itself. So, how do you think that you can avoid duplication of this? Either that you have to give me a clue, because you are doing the same thing others in your state only doing, somewhere or the other. So, I mean, unless you have an exceptional way and unique way that you can share with them and club them these two together. So you have to give me the clue idea there. Now you have benefited on 2 points, listeners of your program, isn't it? How do you assess that these people who have participated in this, all the participants cannot be beneficiaries, but can we say that yes, with our efforts, these many people have actually benefited and the benefits are in this form?
जी सर, मैं हिंदी में बताऊंगा।
कोई बात नहीं बता।
जो आपने अभी भी सुना वो स्कोप वाली बात है और हम इसमें रिपीट कर रहे हैं, ऐसा आप कर रहे हैं। लेकिन हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो केवल फाइनल ईयर के कॉलेजेस के, हायर एजुकेशन के और टेक्निकल के, और फाइनल ईयर के बच्चे के साथ हम टीम की बात हमारे है इसमें, व्यक्तित्व विकास बहुत सारे स्किल के साथ, और उनको बढ़ावा देने के लिए पार्ट 1 जो हमारा बी पार्ट है, सेट बी, वो थोड़ा सा इंग्लिश, और उनको भी व्यवसाय में, उनको व्यवसाय के ढांचे में तब्दील करने के लिए और एक डी पार्ट हमने इंग्लिश का जोड़ा है, जो ज्यादातर उनको पुशअप करेगा, और व्यक्तित्व विकास, थोड़ा इंग्लिश और बाद के व्यवसाय का विकास, ये 3 तबक्का लेके हम ये फिनिशिंग स्कूल में चल रहे हैं कि कोई भी बच्चा ऐसा नहीं छूट जाना चाहिए कि जिनको 1, 2, 3, 4 व्यक्तित्व विकास में छूट जाए और उनको इंग्लिश से भी न रह जाए।
चलिए, आपको टारगेट ग्रुप अलग है,
बिल्कुल
है ना? हाँ, लेकिन आपका माध्यम एक ही है ना?
जी नहीं सर, वो हमारा केवल उनका तो प्राइमरी से लेके 9, 10 से
आपको स्किल ट्रेनिंग जो देते हैं,
हाँ,
तरीका तो एक टाइप की होगी ना, कुछ अलग अलग टाइप?
हाँ, नहीं सर, हमारा तरीका अलग है सर, इसलिए कि हमारे जो पॉइंट्स है, जो हम जो पढ़ाते हैं, वो भी व्यक्तित्व विकास वाला अलग है, उनका छोटा मोटा है। हाँ, वो हम कभी हमारे ट्रेनर वो यूज कर रहे हैं,
वो है, चलेंगे, तो मानते नहीं इस बात को।
आपने अभी भी बोला था सर कि आपके पास इस प्रकार का ग्रोथ करना चाहिए, इस प्रकार का ग्रोथ। मैं एक एग्जांपल देखो सर कि हमारी एक बच्ची है, मुस्लिम फैमिली से, उनको बहुत बढ़िया सा मेहंदी लगानी आती थी। अब हमारी ट्रेनिंग होने के बाद उनको सर पता चला कि मैं कैसे मेरी ये जो कला है उसको वैश्विक बनाऊं। गुजरात एक रिमोट में 115 किलोमीटर अहमदाबाद से दूर है, वो ऐसी फैमिली भी परंपरा वाली थी कि बाहर नहीं जा सकती।
ठीक है, मैं मानता हूँ आपको।
सर आपको इंस्टाग्राम पर अहमदाबाद से बॉम्बे से लोग उनके घर जाके मेहंदी कर रहे हैं।
ये आप जो काम कर रहे हैं एक दो दृष्टांत से अच्छा एग्जाम्पल से, लेकिन अगर हम एक स्कीम चला रहे तो उसका जो विस्तार रूप से प्रभाव होना चाहिए और उसका लाभान्वित होना चाहिए जो लोग काम करें, तो उसको एस्टेब्लिश कर दीजिए, आप भेज दीजिए हमें कितना लोगों को हमने इस माध्यम में ट्रेन किया, उनका इतना रोजगार में इम्प्रूव हुआ, उनका फैमिली का इतना इनकम जनरेशन हुई, वो कितना फैमिली पावर्टी एलिवेशन था, ये सारे चीज जो है हम सारे देखते हैं।
सर ये अब हमारा पाइपलाइन में है, क्योंकि सर ये बच्चे एक बार ग्रेजुएट होके कहीं कर सेटल हो जाते हैं, बाद हमारा और उसका जो बीच में तंतु है वो टूट जाता है, वो एकदम सेटल हो जाते हैं, इससे उसको मुनाफा हुआ।
नहीं देखो लास्ट स्कीम जो स्किल डेवलपमेंट थे वो ट्रैक करते हैं,
बिल्कुल ट्रैक करते हैं, और उसका लिखा हुआ हमारे पास।
आपके कोई, हालांकि हम इतना टाइम नहीं बात करने, कोई भी स्कीम का सक्सेस तब दिखाई देता है जैसे आपके स्कीम में कुछ इनकम जनरेशन और एम्प्लॉयमेंट का साधन होना चाहिए, उसका अल्टीमेट प्रभाव की गरीबी रेखा से कुछ परिवार को ऊपर आना चाहिए, वो अगर नीचे हो तो ना तो उनका आर्थिक परिस्थिति में रोजगार आमदनी में कुछ इम्प्रूवमेंट वो साबित करना है। ठीक है, थैंक यू सर, अप्रिशिएट। उसको लेकिन भेज दीजिए क्योंकि
श्योर serial number 23.
नाम क्या है?
Translocation and rehabilitation of 2 balls from demarcated rock.
और फॉलोइंग पे है।
Good evening all. Before going into it, I can used to say that myself being from forest department, agriculture department, normally there is a tendency or fight or discussion between conservation and development when a big projects come into picture. And we forest department, pollution control work is considered as a speed breakers in development against a big thing. This is one of the examples where an IOCL company who is located in adjacent to Marine National Park area, where it is operating for the 40 years, how can they go ahead with the developmental activities, taking into consideration without damaging the natural resources, especially the corals and other associated marine creatures. Before going into it, as corals and the marine protected area is very limited or known to others, I would like to say that Marine National Park Sanctuary is the first national park marine protected area declared in the year 1980 and followed by other notification in 82. It completely falls under the Coastal Regulatory Zone 1, which is strictly, there are many activities that are prohibited in those areas. And of the India, there are 4 places where you find the corals. One is Lakshadweep, Andaman, Gulf of Mannar in Tamil Nadu, and Gulf of Kutch. And we have, our jurisdiction have 42 islands, out of which 34 islands are totally coral inhabited, 2 islands are revenue islands. One is Bedwarka and other is Azad Island. And they are fringing reef, the technical word which we say that reef forms adjacent to it, and the corals which also comes under the category of scheduled one, which means it gets the equal protection. It's an invertebrate animal. It gets the equal protection like lion, tiger or elephant.
So these coral reefs are deeper into seawater or the coastal?
It is both. It is an intertidal also, subtidal. I will just comment. So the location wise, it is in southern part of Gulf of Kutch. Coral is there. It's a heritage forest. It has coral reef areas, mangroves are there, sandy beaches, mud flats, rocky shores, wild intertidal areas. Because why I am using the word wild intertidal areas, the area in the Gujarat is flattish structure and the tidal amplitude here are around 5 meters. 5 meters means within 6 hours, you will get the tidal difference of 5 meters above mean sea level or minus. So in a flat area when the tide moves up to 5 meters within a 6 hours, there is a huge opening. The sea can open up to 2 to 3 kilometers in the low tide, whereas it gets inundated
within 6 hours in the high tide. It happens twice a day. So with this, this is a situation, and as usual, when there is a meeting of land as well as marine, there will be a huge congregation of both the creatures. And the corals in GOK, the Gulf of Kutch, are considered highly resilient. Means it can able to come an adverse condition, because when you see other 3 places in India, it is in Lakshadweep, Andaman and Gulf of Mannar, which are more or less equal to equator, where the temperature fluctuations are very less, whereas this is an arid or semi-arid condition, where the temperature fluctuation or seasonal fluctuation is very high. Still the corals are surviving in Gulf of Kutch. This is called the rainforest of the sea. We have hard corals, oscar corals, 76 and 23 species. Coral cover, it was 352 square kilometer in Gulf of Kutch, and endemic species are reported from endemic is which is found only in this place, not in any other place of the country. And these are looks like a flower or something else, but these are all the animals which has the
endemic species.
So endemic means it is found only in the particular.
What are those species?
Oh yes, sir. Occurrences in a deep sea level, terminadium, the flower part coral, the shower coral. These are the things.
These are also called in Andaman.
Species is different. There are genus species terms.
Okay.
So genus wise it looks similar, but it comes under different species. Where we take it.
Yeah.
So uniqueness, I would like to mention. I told there is a tidal amplitude, high temperature, sedimentation, horizontally growing corals. This is the only place, even if you go to Lakshadweep, Andaman or Gulf of Mannar, except scuba diving, you cannot able to see the corals. But in those 3 areas, but Gulf of Kutch is the only place, in Marine National Park is only place, you can go and visibly see the coral just by walking in the sea during low tide. Because when water covers, when the low tide comes, 2 to 3 kilometers sea opens. So we have a time of 2 hours, we can walk, see the coral before high tide comes.
When the low tide, what is it?
Sir, it goes up to 1 meter or 0 meter mean sea level. High tide comes up to 5 to 7 meter above mean sea level.
Then the visibility also won't be.
No. High tide, it is like this. It is at the beach in seashore. High tide water comes up to beach, whereas in low tide it opens up to 2 kilometers. You can walk there, see, and you have to come back immediately. Within the high tide comes. So I say it's both climatic changes, which is one of the major factors. Report says that already 25% has been degraded. 100 countries, more than 100 countries, they have lost. It may lose because of biodiversity, tourism, fisheries, protection and others. For controlling it, coral reef restoration or translocation is the one thing which we have tried it. What we have done, sir, before, because there are many companies which already existing, even before Marine National Park is declared, there are crores of amount, almost 70% of the India's crude import and export operates in the southern part of Gulf of Kutch. So on the one hand you have the coral, which is the prime creatures, on the other hand you have so much economic activity. And there is always, and when there is an expansion, there is always a problem in laying pipeline or construction of jetties, coming and going of ships, whatever it is. So initially what happened, we had a coastal zone management project. There we tried of translocating corals at a 1000 square meter area, but we achieved 1050. The process is, we have a specific type of coral, we translocated within our area, from Marine National Park area, one place to another place, as well as we translocated from Gulf of Mannar, Tamil Nadu to here to study how they behave and whether it is feasible or not. It was done in 2015-16. Once it has been successful, today also we are getting almost 70 to 80% of the result. We got a small study or a pilot one which we can able to do in big projects. So when the IOCL, which was laying the pipeline in 1976, they did a study, security safety of the pipeline study. It has given it that crude oil thickness has reduced to over 40 years duration. It may burst into any time, which may lead to leakage of crude oil in the marine area, seashore, as well as it may affect the operation of the factory activities, refinery activities. So they thought that there is no other way to
except laying the new pipeline. It's called replacement.
The ship movements are 12 kilometers.
Ship movement, there is no problem.
12 kilometers, they can't enter.
They can't enter. Ship
Even
movement,
there is these effects.
yes, yes. Ship movement is in tidal water, probably meaning it won't enter. Unless until if there is a fishing or something else, ship will board, it gets burnt during level. Suppose if an unknown person comes, it looks water is there, he will move. But suddenly if there is a low tide happen, he can't able to do the boat will burn on the coral areas. Then there will be accidental damage, but that is very minimum because the most of the public who are coming for fishing are using it. They are local public, they know the tidal situations very well. So rare chances.
By the way, what is the effect of fishing to this coral?
No, sir, fishing they are not doing. They won't do fishing. But the thing is, from the coastal limit up to 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers, sanctuary is declared. But after that, it's an open sea. So fishermen uses the sanctuary for navigation purpose. After crossing our area, they will do fishing.
Yeah.
So
It is doing the fishing in that.
No, they won't do fishing. And they also know that coral is one of the base substratum so that the fishes will increase. If they damage the coral, automatically they lose their livelihood.
No.
So they are well. So when
there is a food chain there.
Food chain, yes. Because fishes normally in the coral and mangrove area, they don't for their routine activities and everything. But so if coral gets damaged, fishing will be. So when the Indian Oil proposed the pipeline activity, as we already tried a pilot project which became successful, we proceed so okay, we will go ahead with the transportation because there are two ways. Either you should not lay a pipeline, which is impossible in the current economic activity and the handling of such a crude oil. And other thing is you have to lose the corals in dredging for the pipeline. So we thought that we will try this time to translocate the coral which are all coming in the pipeline route to a new location as we did in a small quantity earlier. So our main thing was we have to continue with the developmental activities but without damaging to the pristine ecosystem. Coral fragments at most care is taken to no damage to them. All scientific principles and technologies, being a wildlife protected schedule on animal, we are supposed to do all the paperwork, all the technology, scientific methods to be followed, and we need the technical and training manpower to carry out activities and further post-transportation activities and maintaining coordination with other agencies. Because apart from our area, there are Sunland Forest, Indian Coast Guard, Marine Police, all will be operating in the same region. So we should take care of their role also. If unknown person enters there, what is the safety and security for their installations, including Indian Navy or whatever it is situation is there. So the problem is availability and selection of scientifically experienced manpower because the coral, either we have to, if you want to do the work in low tide, for reaching the site you have to walk 2 to 3 kilometers. Or if you want to do the high tide, you have to do the scuba diving and carry out the work. So when we have the divers, they are not technically competent, and when we have the technically competent person, they are not the professional divers.
But don't you have a marine science department in the close by?
No, sir. We have marine oil spill monitoring unit. There is a marine biologist who looks after, takes the samples every month and see whether loading or unloading the crude or refined product, if there is any damage happen to the environment. But we don't have such a manpower to dive and remove the corals. We normally depend upon the outside because this is the first time we are doing. We have not yet even done such a mass scale earlier. And as I told you, the per day working time is only 2 to 3 hours. Because in low tide only you can do. If it is high tide, if it is 6-7 meters, normally a person who has done not much training, he can't able to dive more than 4 meters because of water pressure and it will create health related issues. And scuba diving, snorkeling, they should know. Recipient site they have to be translocated as early as possible. Gulf of Kutch is familiar for severe water currents as well as height sedimentation. We may not experience from outside, it looks similar, but when you jump in the sea, you don't know that you will be traveling 100 meters when you get up. It was such a water current in that close triangular. It is undercurrent, but it cannot be observed in the sea. So that is dangerous when we employ outside persons.
So inaccessibilities of the coral colonies, difficulty of the manpower, translocation at the same time, because the team which translocate has to monitor the same within the 2-3 hours. They have to do both the activities. And different working time and low tide doesn't come under the same day. Today if it is morning 6 o'clock, tomorrow it is 7 o'clock, then tomorrow, day after tomorrow it is 8 o'clock. It changes day by day. So we have to plan the operation based upon the tide table. Then conservation of other associated also, like starfish, sea cucumber, crabs we won't do anything. Starfish, sea cucumber and seagulls we used to do. Yes.
That is the commercial viability.
No, but inside the sanctuary as it is a protected area. Otherwise it is commercial. They are doing it Biogas very institute. They are helping with seaweed production. And the methods we followed, the area first we take the help of Geological Survey of India and technical thing. They did the survey, grids they found the equal size so that there should not be any changes. Scientific team, as I mean, whatever I am saying, this was the thing. First we tried with the non-coral fragments so that they get the experience. And alternate plan we have devised in case of any rough weather or other conflicting situation. This is the thing which I am showing. The blue color line was the proposed line, whereas the adjacent of blue color line was the existing line. The donor side, eastern side, western side, that is the area where water comes. And the starting point, Narara Lake is the place. Up to that we can go by vehicle or walk. After that it's the sea start. That means during high tide water comes up to Narara Lake, the place, and during low tide it goes up to the donor side end point. So this is the 3 kilometer difference where the water fluctuates in 6 hour duration. So we selected the site, waters are there. We removed all the fragments, tied to a substratum and shifted to the recipient side. And the problem is, recipient side should not be so far away. The fragments will get the transplantation shock, and if it is, it has to be nearby, conditioning with the same environmental situations. These are all the activities which are done in intertidal area. Well, it looks like corals. They used to measure, take all the documents, species-wise, tie to a substratum. But substratum should not be a metallic one because it erodes fastly and degrades within the salt water. So we go for the cemented structure. And separate structure we should take. These are all activities which are done in the subtidal. Subtidal normally 4 to 5 meters. We employ scuba divers. They go into the sea, wait there for one, because the cylinder will be capacity only for maximum 1.5 hours. After that oxygen will get, they have to come out, no other option. So within an hour they have to do. And the problem doing in subtidal is once you break or something, remove the coral, water will get turbid. And it won't get settled as easily as in the outer area. It will be turbid for a long time. You are not able to even observe what is there inside. So after that they will collect the fragments, take it out, and it has to be kept in the same 4 or 5 meter depth, following the same procedure. So these are the things which are duly monitoring. They will tie to the substratum, place it in that other area and monitor continuously. So the outcome is, till today we have translocated almost more than 15,000 coral fragments in a period of an year. Survey and all feasibility studies were conducted, and 15,000 coral fragments, and in 9,000 was intertidal, which may be working in the low tide area, and 6,000 is subtidal, mainly on by doing scuba diving and collecting. For collection you have to do scuba diving, carrying in the boat and keeping in the same. Once again you have to scuba diving and keep it the same fragment. So each fragment, each substratum may accompany 5 to 6. Now they have done 1,000 times at least to collect, and they have dived 1,000 times at least to place it in the recipient side.
This sponge is found out further deep into the waters?
No, the sponge is found in the deep also. Intertidal maximum we identified. We collected the sponges, sea anemones, sea cucumber, which are slow. We collected it and kept adjacent, maybe 20-30 meters away from the dredging point. We asked Indian Oil where you will be dredging for laying the pipeline. We collected all those and kept as near as possible. It should,
how big are these sponges?
Maybe up to 1 feet or 2 feet growth, and height maybe around 15-20 centimeters or more than that. So we collected, we kept it. It should not be so near that the turbine, when they are dredging, the turbidity should not affect it. And
it does not happen in this area because sponge is high in demand.
No, it doesn't happen. Only thing is the fishermen who comes there, they catches mangrove crabs in mangroves, and there is an incident of sea fan and shank, which we used to take it in Dwarka because of ritual place. So I mean, it is connected with the belief. There are some instances where it is.
Marine park on the tourist circuit already, or
Narara is the tourist circuit. Narara is open to the tourists, leaving the monsoon season. So we close it from June 16 to October 15. From October 16, the place where we have taken the coral, any public can come, can visit, see the coral and live. So it is by road up to Narara. It is after crossing Jamnagar, after crossing Reliance Refinery, you have to enter some 15-20 kilometers into the sea area. It is in between Jamnagar and Dwarka, some 70 kilometers away from Jamnagar. So we have translocated others also. Disease and stress which were already existing, they have taken it to a separate place, and necessary care has been taken as a nursery. To minimize the effect, negative effect, the environmental condition where they were found, we have kept it in the same place. Till today, even after a year, we have observed survival of more than 95%, which we feel that the activity which we have done is supporting. Because if the survival rate is less than 50 or 40, then there is no point in either killing and dredging and doing so much of work. So at least we are satisfied and we are so. Yes, sir. And this is one of the, as per the literature and whatever documented, translocating 15,000 fragments is one of the world largest translocation of coral fragments for an activity. And due to this, the fisheries activity or the fish resources which is present in the locality has not yet been damaged. It may be shifted to few area, but never ever livelihood activity got damaged. And this sets an example, even in case of future development, that an marine animal or any other animal in case of scheduled category may not come into to the development. We can have alternate methods to carry out further in case of there is no other alternate options.
Yeah, one aspect that I'm curious to know. Now this area that is very, it's got a niche of its own.
Yes, sir.
So you have translocated, finding a not identical but similar in Tamil Nadu.
Yes. That Tamil Nadu, it was like 2015-16 that there are industries going on, development will be moving on. 2015-16 what we done, we did two projects. One is like the same translocation of coral from Gulf of Kutch to nearby adjacent place in a small scale. So it's like a pilot thing, how it will be.
Okay.
So the process
this particular ecosystem, this is the coral life and marine life is surviving and adapted to. And any other such, ecosystem, notwithstanding the size of it, exist in the your Malabar coast or in the Coromandel coast? Has any survey been done that this could be translocated there if there is a similar ecosystem prevail? Because that you said that if this is there, if the coral life is rich, and then fishing prospects are even better.
Better, yes.
So this is a kind of investment in fishing.
Yes.
So has been government, any department?
For government of Gujarat, I am sure once we have done pilot cases, but up to the scientific technology, there are news that they have translocated from Gulf of Mandar to Lakshadweep few years ago. But I am
Binikoy, etc. There is no chance.
So they have done it, but I am not well aware what was happening. But regarding we have done as it is like before going. Suppose if we taken 15,000 fragments on the first time, let us do. In case if it has become a failure, it will be a total responsibility. So
you have great done job. So why don't you bring in YouTube and other mediums so that it's visible and there's an awareness in there.
We are doing it, sir, but there are scientific things. So we are just waiting. Let us monitor regularly. Let us see that the survival percentage doesn't drop down below or at least minimum 80. We I think 1 year over means there are no chances of reduction and survival. It may be more than 90 only, which we feel highly successful. But whatever, once we project ourselves, we have done like this. In case in future if they will come, so that we are making.
Because of this Gulf route, and any species got extincted.
The study is going on. There are few, which we used to say hard corals, there are branching corals. We used to branching corals, which were present in the Gulf of Kutch some thousands of years ago. Now it got vanished. See, we can, when we dug it, we will get the fossils of branching corals, but the reality it is not found.
So we listened to you because long time it is quite interesting. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So keep up the good work there.
Okay. But this is the example.
Also islands, you can see the little boat go inside. Port play side, it will go little inside. No, not it. That's not the port play. It is what is it called?
Havelock.
Havelock, you have this, but you have to go by boat and see that boat by itself. So, and the glass bottom you can see this.
Either you have to do snorkeling, a small tube they will give, you can
right.
Or you have to do diving, or you have to go by glass bottom.
I went
This is the only place we can go by walk and see.
Go by walk here.
Go by walk. But we have only 2 hours time maximum that we have to see. Suppose you are coming on a particular day, we have to see the tide timing. The low tide, we have to go and we have to come back immediately before the water level rises.
Excellent. Thank you, sir.
Low tide means for 2 hours only.
Sir, it is like, for example, morning 6 o'clock high tide, then 12 o'clock low tide. So when 6 o'clock high tide comes, water will recede from 6. But when going on, we can able to walk from 10:30, so that the water will recede. So when we go to the tourist, we will say that you can take time, before, but not after. Because when the water is receding, even if it is a high water, we are sure that it is going to recede. But when he is coming back, when you are stuck in a high water, it is going to aggravate the situation. It is not going to recede. So we all say that if it is 12 o'clock, you have to return by 12:30, not after. Even water is not coming, and as a safety, we will come then, we start.
Excellent. Very good.
But there is no not but it becomes island in the evening.
So, do we have serial 21 you are taking or?
No, sir. 21, I think no one is there.
No one is there.
And we have one more tomorrow.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
We can do it now or how come, sir?
No, you can.
Tomorrow morning, why don't you do the first thing in the morning? You do that.
You can do it
because
in the morning.
We are staying there for 3 days from Jamnagar to here. So
no, you can do it tomorrow first thing in the morning.
Around 9:30, 10.
10 o'clock we start, so you can.
I will come around 9:30. I will do the first and then.
Yeah, but you do the first thing and then.
This is also called, which is other innovative technology. We did it Arabian Sea.
You can't stay long from the sea. Go.
No, tomorrow first thing you can do in the morning itself, so we can finish up.
I will come by 9:30.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Really appreciate that. That is really good.
So many things to cover.
You have filled up your peer evaluation sheet.
So
you haven't done it. Why?
I was not present during the entire day. I was with PS, sir.
But as much as you were present, you haven't done it.
That will be injustice for us. But I fill up for us.
Tomorrow I will come at time.
So your peer evaluation.
I carry this one.
You can submit your.
But I don't want to give a thing. Don't waste. Let me cancel that. Tomorrow I will do that. Because I don't want to.
अपना भी डालो.
Or if you give the full set, you can carry it. You give me the full set for me to carry it.
Dharmendra ji, we will require everybody else's peer evaluation sheets. Because most of the people who were there in the first half, they did not submit it. They carried it with themselves. That's an integral part. We need it. We'll pick it up in the morning when we go.
That's very interesting because when I went to Island, Kalka, beautiful to visit.
इसमें नहीं है ना, लेकिन उसमें तो लिस्ट है ना, लिस्ट दोबारा